And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there. The session starts. Your company required. That thing that happens regular every day happening today. Uh, so we have been missing so much of the two sessions. Hopefully by tomorrow that will kick off. Sometimes when we have a late and deep evening session, I'm not inclined to have an earlier session again because, of course, I'm all beaten up. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa na mnoa. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Okay, so that's the Holy Holy song. Let's not dwell too much on it. Holy Holy, the eastern part. So as we kick off, if you want to come join me live on screen, click on this hyperlink that is showing on the screen right there. It's the first item in the comment section. So if you click on that hyperlink, it brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation around the talking point. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join me on the screen, then click on that hyperlink. And also click on the like button. We want to try and be hitting a minimum of 100 likes on the streams. So if you have no reason not to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on the like button. So if it doesn't offend you or jar your senses to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on it because it helps the platform on the YouTube algorithm. It brings the platform to even more people's notice. So click on the like button if you are not inclined not to do it. And as you're clicking on the like button, click on the subscribe button as well. So holy, holy, and all that. So holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Use whatever you want to give me to play. Use. Let's try again. When we just started, let me remove this. Use whatever you want to give me to pay salaries. Clergyman tells Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River State after he made 25 million naira donation to his church. So there it is right there, the humbling of the little man from Cross River State by the man on the pulpit. A PDP crisis. Ayu should honor his promise and resign now, but they judge, and Ayu must go, of course, and that is one of the conditionalities that Wike put in place. Uh, that is one of the conditionalities that Wike put in place as he negotiates to come back into the party formally. Not that he has left the party fully. Panic as Atiku, PDP, refused to meet Wike's demands. Rivers governor draws closer to APC. So the cherry on the cake of that demand, of course, is the resignation of Ayu, who is a northerner and who said, by the way, prior to the primaries, that if a northerner emerged as the flag bearer of the party, he will resign as chairman because the party then will be too top heavy. The board of trustees, the chair of the board of trustees in the PDP, also a northerner. So all of they've carpet bombed all of the top echelons of the PDP. So now one of the conditions that Wike set, of course, is the resignation of this IU. And a lot of the Southern voices want that guy to resign, to be replaced by a Yoruba man, by the way, to have an equibalence for the face of that party. But Atiku sticking that he would not let go of IU because, of course, he feels that if he lets go of IU, that will show weakness on his part, one. And two, if he has a Southerner replacing him, that will be somewhat subversive to his intentions. So there it is, right? The immovable object versus the irresistible, whatever that phrase is. Caution your supporters, they are defaming me. Tinubu tells Peter Obi. So there it is. Now that all that, it's like, it's like a gnawing voice in the back of your head, or at the back of your person. It's like a gnawing voice. You're hearing that voice like a bee, just wheezing like a bee. So you ignore it and you ignore it, but at some point it becomes an irritant. Peter Obi and his hypobian movement, now they've turned into a total nuisance to the political space. Our politics not played like this, of course, is what they are trying to explain to the man from Anambra. Caution your hypobian supporters, they are defaming me, Tinubu tells Peter Obi. So there it is, back to corruption, and of course, no other name Abubakar Malami. How Nigeria's Attorney General Malami, Finance Minister Ahmed, secretly paid Paris Club consultants millions of dollars without Buhari's knowledge. So a lot of what happened in the administration, totally outside of Buhari's knowledge, of course. He too busy drinking akamu, taking his medication, and just trying to stay alive. Tinubu denies demanding 50 billion naira monthly from former Lagos Governor Ambode. So a lot of speculations around the reasons why Tinubu let go of Ambode all those 4 years ago. Now, it's almost 4 years now since he let go of Ambode. A lot of it to say that he wasn't facilitating for the looting of the Lagos State coffers in the manner that Tinubu had become accustomed to. Tinubu and his co-travelers and his posse. And that marked the end of Ambode. So that story had been subsisting for nearly 4 years now. Tinubu now seeks to address it. Tinubu denies demanding 50 billion naira monthly from former Lagos Governor Ambode. So quite a eye-popping amount of money. An eye-popping amount of money. Falsehood. Call your supporters to order. Tinubu orders Peter Obi. So there it is right there. So that's somewhat a repetition of a previous headline. So we take one and dump the other. We'll do whatever it takes to ensure Atiku, any other northerner, does not emerge Nigerian president. Akeredolu are commanding the space, and a lot of people have been saying that a lot of the seniors, they are notable by their silence in the Tinubu narrative. But it looks as though the seniors are now coming in, and they are as ever ably led by Rotimi Akeredolu. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy. Whatever your picadillo is, just have that, your tea, your coffee, your biscuits, I even allow you a glass of wine if you're not, if you're anytime past 12 p.m. I don't approve of drinking before 12 p.m., but after 12 p.m., I'll allow you that glass of wine. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Surrender yourself to the session for however long it lasts. Click on the like button as ever. Click on the subscribe button if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So as you set about the clickings, let me provide you a little bit of a musical inducement. Your calabash to the ready, we join the Kekites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agweshe, the Kekites, may death have nothing to do with us. So I'm going to save this Ayade storyline for the last because I have a video clip that goes with it. So let me let me skip that and go to the one that follows it. Pardon me. I'm suddenly out of breath. I only went to get a glass of water. You see, this is it. Gym sessions for me, I suspect. Gym sessions. Let me have a sip of that water. PDP crisis. Ayu should honor his promise. Resign now. Bode George. Former Deputy National Chairman of the Opposition People's Democratic Party PDP Chief Bode George on Wednesday urged the National Chairman of the party, Iyochia Ayu, to honor his promise and resign in the best interest of the party. George, who also called on all aggrieved members of the party to sheathe their swords and embrace peace, explained that the only way the party could come out successful in the 2023 general elections is for all individual interests and grievances to be put aside. At a press conference in Lagos, the PDP stalwart pointed out that Ayu, who made a vow to resign once the presidential candidate emerges from the north, should be honorable enough to honor his words. He also used the medium to appeal to the Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike to let go of whatever he has against the presidential candidate of the party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, and work to ensure that the party wins the next presidential election. George also expressed confidence that Wike will never join the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, adding that even though the governor is related with members of the ruling party, he won't join the APC because we all know his perception about the ruling party. In democracy, we must talk, exchange ideas. We must agree and disagree without actually being disagreeable. Any organization with human beings will always have issues, but the ability to manage that crisis will be the determining factor. I want to appeal to all sides to sheathe their swords. Nigerians are waiting for us, and we must convince them that we can manage the resources of the country in an equitable manner. They should all cease fire. Statements of arrogance and innuendos that can destroy the party should stop forthwith, he said. George further explained that the founding fathers of the PDP had to bury their differences and come together for the benefit of the people. Zoning has sustained our democracy for this long because it's the concept that established the party. My plea is that all should cool temper because if we don't get it right this time around, this nation will never forgive us. Nigerians are waiting for the PDP, he noted. On the 2023 general elections, George said it is not yet Uhuru. According to him, the security situation in the country is scary. My fear is that if the insecurity continues, who will be bold enough to campaign or cast votes during the election? These are serious issues we must consider. Are we thinking about it? It is scary. How will people go out to vote on the day of election? He queried. He also pointed out that the position of the nation's security advisor, Major General Babagana Mongono, retired, whilst reacting to the attack on the presidential guards that the brigade's guards were decimated is frightening. The statement is very ridiculous, and I don't know what the NSA is still doing in office. We have modern technology readily available everywhere. Satellite technology and even drones now are readily available. Even if we can't get the premium, we can always get the ones that get these bandits that they have created an aura of invincibility around. What is our NSA doing? He is a very smart officer. Is the system denying him the opportunity to acquire modern technology? I am baffled because the younger generation is more brilliant, he added. So it's quite a spectacle. The rudimentary way that the Nigerian authorities, it doesn't even need that much of a spend to really go after these banditries and savage them. Like Bode George said, the technology is there, is plentiful, and is easily affordable. Every other idiot has a drone. Even I am going to get one fairly soon. And the drone of the military grade of the tech of the fit for purposeness that these people need is plentiful all over everywhere. So why they don't get it, I don't understand. They have satellites in space, and they have nations that they have associations with. You can do some sort of heat-seeking identification to find out where the pockets of ammunition are. We see it all over in all of these clips that we see, where they use some heat-seeking technology to identify bodies within dense, difficult to reach areas, to identify the pockets of people, the level of weaponry they have, and just to savage them. I don't know what the difficulty is. This same NSA, he was telling us that we have to fight back against the terrorists, but then we are not allowed to have guns or anything. So they come at you with AK-47 and you hold up your fist like you are. It's a farce, a total sham. It's a travesty, the Nigerian state. But still with the PDP, panic as Atiku PDP refused to meet Wike's demands. Rivers governor draws closer to APC. Indications have emerged that the leadership of the People's Democratic Party and its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar may not give in to the demands of Governor Yemsen Wike of Rivers State. Sensing that his demands may not be met, Wike has reportedly allowed the All Progressive Congress APC to make inroads into the South state. Correspondents report that the governor has, in recent times, been meeting with some APC chieftains loyal to Tinubu. The Rivers State governor had recently invited the Lagos State governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, former governor Aliyu Wamako of Sokoto State, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila to inaugurate some projects in his state. Sources who spoke with correspondents hinted that the decision of the PDP leaders not to meet the demands of the governor might be responsible for Wike's invitation of APC governors and leaders into Rivers State. PDP in panic mode. While stating that the PDP is now in a panic, another source said that failure by the PDP leaders to meet the governor's demands might affect the party's performance in 2023. The party is dilly-dallying over Wike's request. He has given them his conditions to support Atiku. Before the reconciliation, some leaders of the party said Wike should be ignored, and since he is sensing that the PDP wants to ignore him, he is also showing them that he is important by allowing the All Progressives Congress APC to make inroads into his territory, the source said. The party is now in a panic mode and expressing worry that if they ignore Wike, it will be to their detriment and may affect the fortunes of the party. That is why they want to make peace with him. Wike is also angry that Atiku camp has shut him and his group out of the scheme of things because they have shared some of the positions amongst themselves. One of the conditions he gave is that Ayu must resign and that Atiku should prevail on him, Ayu, to step down. But when they approached Ayu, he refused to resign and asked Atiku's camp to protect him. Ayu is insisting that if he must resign, other members of the National Working Committee NWC must resign and a restructuring of the party positions must take place. The calls for a new convention entirely that calls for a new convention entirely, but Ayu said there is no time for that and there is no way they can call for a new convention. He has vowed not to resign until after the election. The problem now is that the party cannot deliver that message to Wike now because the meeting that was to hold to deliberate on Wike's conditions was cancelled. The source added that most of the NWC members decided to back Senator Iyorchia Ayu because it will also affect them, and if they don't meet his condition, Wike will not work with them. He claimed that if Wike does not work with the PDP, he will remain in the opposition party but work against the party, adding that this will be too dangerous for the party. So it's entirely as we predicted on this platform. Wike ultimately will turn into an enemy from within the APC space. So an enemy from within. From that to this, we are talking about corruption and, of course, no other name Abubakar Malami. How Nigeria's Attorney General Malami, Finance Minister Ahmed, secretly paid Paris club consultants millions of dollars without Buhari's knowledge. Millions of dollars out of the $478 million in the Paris club refund-related judgment debts have been released to some creditors without the consent of President Mohamed Buhari, correspondents can report. Whilst the president on August the 3rd, 2022, during the Federal Executive Council meeting directed the Minister of Finance Zainab Ahmed to suspend plans to begin the deductions of the 418. Was it 418? It was more than that a moment ago. That may well be a mistype because it's 478. Sorry, pardon me. While the president on August the 3rd, 2022, during the Federal Executive meeting directed the Minister of Finance Zainab Ahmed to suspend plans to begin the deduction of $418 million Paris Club refund allegedly owed the contractor from the Federation account, documents seen by correspondents showed that millions of dollars were released from the Federation account on June the 28th, 2022 and July the 7th, 2022 to some of the consultants. This was also confirmed by a top source privy to the illegal payment. The Paris Club refunds are being paid without Buhari's knowledge, a source told correspondents on Wednesday. Minister of Finance Zainab Ahmed and the AGF, Attorney General of the Federation Abubakar Malami, and others actually began paying these men since last year using heavily discounted promissory notes. In 2006, the Nigerian government had paid $12 billion to get an $18 billion debt write-off by the Paris Club of International Creditors. However, because the payment was made directly from the revenue accruing to the entire federation, states and local governments that did not owe the Paris Club asked the Nigerian government for a refund. Some consultants surfaced along the line to claim a percentage of the refunds as payment for their services to the states and councils. Some contractors also claimed they were asked to execute projects across the country by the Association of Local Governments of Nigeria, ALGON. Questions were asked about why states would need consultants to negotiate with the federal government over the refund, while the projects said to have been awarded by ALGON turned out to be mostly non-existent. The governors had asked for a forensic audit, whilst the contractors and consultants went to court. The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, curiously went to negotiate an out-of-court settlement with them and agreed to pay $418 million as judgment debt. Correspondents had recently reported how the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice asked the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, to release the funds to Linas International Limited, a company belonging to Prince Ned Nwoko, a former House of Representatives member, and other consultants over the Paris Club refund. He claimed ignorance of various court cases on the payment and asked the Central Bank of Nigeria to release the money. According to the chief lawmaker, Nigeria should not be seen dishonoring financial instruments issued in her full faith. After, sorry, pardon me. After secretly paying millions of dollars to the consultants on June the 28th and July the 7th, the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, and Malami, during August the 3rd FEC meeting, tabled a memo asking the cabinet to approve the restart of the deductions from the funds due to the states from the federation account. According to correspondents, after Ahmed and the AGF made their presentations, they were immediately fiercely countered in quick succession by the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, the Minister of State for Labour, Festus Keyamo, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, and two other cabinet members. The FEC members who spoke against the deductions were said to have told the meeting that it will be the FCT members who spoke against the deductions were said to have told the meeting that it will be subjudicial for any payments to be made to the contractors whilst cases were pending in court. They also reportedly argued that it was insensitive of Mrs. Ahmed and Malami to have tabled a proposal for the payment of controversial debts to contractors at a time the government is struggling to pay workers and fulfill its obligations to citizens. The ministers argued that since the issue is being challenged in court and there is a Supreme Court pronouncement in place, it will be illegal to go ahead with the planned deductions, correspondents quoted the source as saying. The argument against the planned deduction was also made within the context of the nation's economic crisis, poor revenue, and uncertain fiscal position. Against the backdrop of the argument advanced by the ministers, Buhari was said to have spoken in support of the ministers' positions of the minister's position, adding that the planned deduction being allegedly championed by both Malami and Mrs. Ahmed be suspended until the court made their final pronouncement. Unknown to the president and other cabinet members, Malami and Ahmed have started payment to the contractors already. They only came to the meeting to back up the illegal payments made so far. On June the 28th and July the 7th, over 4 billion naira was released from the Federation account to UBA account numbers, blah, 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 and blah, 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 belonging to Panic Alert Security System, one of the Paris Club consultants, a source told correspondent. The firm in question, Panic Alert Security Systems Limited, owned by George Ubor, had laid claim to $47.8 million based on consent judgment it obtained in suit number blah blah blah, which was filed in 2018. So the background. Correspondents had earlier in a series of reports exposed wide-ranging legitimacy issues, including non-execution of agreed contracts and backdoor deals raised against the indebtedness from various quarters. One of the beneficiaries is one Dr. Ted Asagihi Edwards, who was indicted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC). Documents seen by correspondents show that Edwards did not represent the Association of Local Governments of Nigeria as claimed. A letter dated August the 1st, 2018, by former EFCC Ibrahim Magu to the Ministry of Justice/Attorney General indicted him in an attempt to defraud the Nigerian government. It said the suspect had filed applications in court to be joined as one of the judgment creditors during the Ganashi proceedings, and the applications were refused by the Federal High Court. The judge, in a ruling delivered on the 27th of June 2016, frowned on Dr. Ted Edward for brandishing a judgment purportedly delivered by the Federal Capital Territory on the 30th of October 2015, and in fact took a swipe at it. By the motion ex parte filed on the 30th of March 2015, the judgment creditors applied for a Ganashi order, Nisai, which was granted on the 1st of April 2015 and fixed the return date for the 16th of April for the Ganashi to show cause why the order Nisi should not be made absolute or absolute. Yeah, absolute. I hope this doesn't go on from. So it goes on and on, but it's a long and detailed. It's too many paragraphs to read through. But the long and short of it is that Abubakar Malami, as usual, the president of Nigeria, you remember when he was going to delete a clause in the in the new electoral bill, even though all of the court judgments have said he couldn't. So he's a law unto himself, that element from Kebbi State. Tinubu denies demanding 50 billion naira monthly from former Lagos Governor Ambode. So this is a story that's been rumbling for the past 4 or so years, going on 4 years. The presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has denied reports alleging he demanded 50 billion naira monthly from the former Lagos State Governor Akewumi Ambode during his administration. Correspondents report that Ambode, who emerged governor of the state in 2015, had only 4 years in office, as his attempt to secure a second tenure failed after he lost the APC primary in 2018. A report recently emerged online alleging that part of his sorry, let me take a sip of water. A report recently emerged online alleging that part of his inability to secure the APC governorship ticket in 2018 was his refusal to remit the said amount to Tinubu. Debunking the report on Tuesday, a statement by the Director of Media and Communications for Tinubu campaign organization, Bayo Ononuga, said Tinubu could not have made such a demand. The The spuriousness of the statement is in the evidence that Lagos State did not begin to clock 50 billion naira revenue until after Ambode left office. Tinubu could not have demanded a billion monthly payment from Ambode when the state government did not make such in a month throughout the tenure of Ambode, the statement said. The statement revealed that the site where some of the fake news emanated, the statement revealed that the site where some of the fake news emanated from has been identified as World of News with URL as World News. According to Ononuga, a content analysis of the site clearly shows that it is a Biafra news platform. So there it is. The Ipobians at it again. The Ipobians at it again. And that is the caution then that Tinubu is sending to that is the caution then that Tinubu is sending to their lead person, the leader of the Ipobians, Peter Obi. So falsehood. Call your supporters to order. Tinubu instructs Peter Obi. The Tinubu campaign organization has appealed to the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Mr. Peter Obi, to call his supporters to order and to allow this election cycle to be about issues that will advance the growth, progress, and stability of Nigeria. In a statement on Wednesday in Abuja by its Director of Media and Communications, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, the TCO admonished the Labour Party presidential candidate to get his supporters to desist from spreading lies, malice, and denigrating other candidates, especially Bola Ahmed Tinubu. TCO further states that Nigeria will be better for it and the electoral process will be enriched if the 2023 presidential campaign sticks to issues of good governance that will lift millions of Nigerians out of poverty rather than being dominated by the ravings of gutter snipes. So there it is. So many invectives to describe the Ipobian followership of Peter Obi. TCO further states that Nigeria will be better for it and the electoral cycle will be enriched if the 2023 presidential campaign sticks to issues of good governance that will lift millions of Nigerians out of poverty rather than being dominated by the ravings of gutter snipes who do not wish the country well. Mr. Ononuga noted that the Tinubu campaign organization saw the need to appeal to Mr. Obi to rein in his supporters after investigating the origin of the fake story claiming that the Ghanaian president Nano Akufo-Addo wrote a letter to the All Progressives Congress presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu asking him to support Peter Obi and take care of his health. President of Ghana, via his official Twitter account, has vehemently debunked the fake news as a product of deliberate mischief with the intent to deceive the public. I have written no such letter to the APC leader, and it will not occur to me to do so. Ghana and Nigeria boast of decades of cordial, strong, and brotherly relations, and I am not going to be the one to interfere in the internal affairs and politics of Nigeria, said the Ghanaian president via Twitter. We have found that the fake news about Akufo-Addo's letter was first published on June the 22nd by a rogue platform with the URL World News, and the site identifies as World News, as World of News. A content analyst, pardon me, pardon me. I'm just all I'm all a mess today. Let me go grab a tissue. Actually, just stay there for a moment. Let me play you the Holy Holy song. Let me just go grab a tissue. I'll play you the Holy Holy song. So listen to Holy Holy just for one moment.
Onyedu iPod, o meriwo n'izu, onye ya abakare, mama ụra, ụra pụghị imeri Nnamdi win the war, Python that's one.
All right, there it is. Python dance, Python dance. So where were we? All right. A content analysis of the site clearly showed that it is a Biafra news platform. The fake news was reposted on Facebook by Peter Obi support group same day. A clear proof that Biafra campaigners and Peter Obi supporters are the same. I don't think that actually needed any proof. Anybody with half a brain knows that the Peter Obi narrative is being propelled by the Ipobians. It's just an Ipobian. The tone and texture of the presentation of the Peter Obi space is all the tone and texture of the presentation of the Nandip space. So they are all Ipobians. We all know, you don't even need a brain to know that. You don't need to have a brain, I should say, to know that. Both the Facebook account and the website are replete with fake news about Bola Tinubu, including a fake story credited to former Governor Akinwumi Ambode, alleging that Tinubu demanded 50 billion naira monthly payment from him. The spuriousness of the statement is in the evidence that Lagos State did not begin to clock 50 billion revenue until after Ambode left office. Tinubu could not have demanded 50 billion monthly payment from Ambode when the state government did not make such in a month throughout the tenure of Ambode. The pirate website, which the Facebook account feeds on, also parades malicious fake news and headlines such as, "I am old, but my blood is young. Please vote for me." Tinubu begged youth. There is also the most wicked of all headlines. "When I become president, I will build more prisons for Igbos and IPOB members." Tinubu. The big surprise in all this is that all the headlines have no supporting story, and clicking them may bring virus to your computer. We have come to a point where it becomes imperative to tell Peter Obi to show leadership and disavow his supporters who are employing fake news and disinformation as deliberate tools to deceive and poison the minds of unsuspecting Nigerians, Mr. Onanuga reiterated. So, I mean, I'm not sure that we should really labor that space too much. There is no equivocation about it. 80-90%. Actually, let me go on my Facebook for a moment. I want to show you something. Let me go on my Facebook. Just one moment. I want to share something with you because I've often said this. Load up, load up. Oh, okay. Let me share this with you. This is a Facebook that is dedicated to a setup for the platform. So let me share the screen with you. So this Facebook page that you're looking is the Facebook page dedicated to the platform. So now let's go to where are we going to? Let's go to groups. Let's go to groups. So these are all the groups that I subscribe with, just to check the news. So you can look to the left of the screen, and then you see the groups that I'm subscribed to. So let me just let me ping that back a little bit. So look at where I'm scrolling. So African YouTuber. So you see this Biafra. So a lot of Biafra, a lot of Biafra, a lot of Biafra, a lot of Biafra. But all of the Igbo spaces that I am subscribed to, they are Biafrans. But what you will note is that I may well have been kicked out of some of them, but what you will note is that quite a few of them have now pivoted from Biafra to Peter Obi. Let me just see if I can show you an example. So here is one. Here is one right here. So this group here, you see now is a Peter Obi group. Once upon a time, an Nnamdi Kanu group. This other one as well is because I would never subscribe to anything Peter Obi. I was only subscribed to the Nnamdi Kanu space because we're doing a lot of Nnamdi Kanu content at that time. So this other space now, once upon a time, Nnamdi Kanu, now Peter Obi. And on and on it goes. Let me see if I can see one more. Let me see. Anyway, there are plentiful. I'm sure if we continue to scroll, we will see one more. Let me. I don't want to delay too much with this, but So a lot of the so you at least I've cited you two examples now. There were plentiful more. I may well have left some of these groups, but quite a sizable amount of them. Once they were all Ipobian, Biafra till I die. And as you can see now, they are now Peter Obi support group, Delta State, and whatnot. So this is just it now. So there is no equivocation. The totality of the Ipobian space, they are now Peter Obi. So here is another one. So there it is right there. This was once upon a time used to be entirely and totally Peter Obi, and now Nnamdi Kanu. So now you can see obviously what their narrative is now. So let's keep going. Let's just see. Hold on. So there it is. So there is no equivocation. The Peter Obi narrative is entirely is an IPOB narrative. It just I mean you have to you need a checkup from the neck up. If you don't realize that, you need a checkup from the neck up. So if you don't realize that, you need a checkup from the neck up. On to the next. We will do whatever it takes to ensure Article any other northerner does not emerge Nigerian president. Akeredolu. So people that are quibbling and querying that this is not an ethnic election that we're going into, it's an ethnic tribal election. I think we all know that. So let's drop the pretense as though it is otherwise but. Okay. So we'll do whatever it takes to ensure Article any other northerner does not emerge Nigerian president Rotimi Akeredolu. Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu has insisted that a southerner should emerge as Nigerian president in 2023 in order to maintain the country's power rotation arrangement. Since the return to civil government in 1999, power rotation has been an unwritten agreement in the nation, according to Akeredolu, and it needs to be ratified right away. He said this on Wednesday at the one-year remembrance of Professor Bankole Oke of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University of Ibadan, whilst delivering a lecture entitled Nigeria, the Politics of Religion in a Transitional Society, correspondence report. He advised Nigerians to make sure that power did not return to the North under what he described as the guise of a party to a southerner as its vice. I don't, let me reread that. He advised Nigerians to make sure that power did not return to the North under what he described as the guise of a party to a southerner as its vice presidential candidate. The presidential candidates of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the new Nigeria People's Party, and MPP Atiku Abubakar and Ibrahim Kwankwaso are two of the prominent northern names contesting the 2023 presidency. He said, a party that picked somebody from the north as its presidential candidate is not doing so in the country's interest. Obi has the right to contest because he's from the south. We are ready to give it whatever it takes to make sure power returns to the South in 2023. There appears to be an understanding that power must rotate between the North and South. This understanding witnessed the contest of two candidates from the Southwest for the presidency. It was part of that unwritten agreement that power equation must be balanced to allay the fears of domination harbored by the people of the South. There is a conscious there is a conscious attempt not to disrupt the extant agreement. There has been a seamless transition from one civilian regime to another since 1999, the longest in the political history of the country. The current political permutations raise strong suspicions on an undeclared motive to thwart the arrangement that has been working for the country. The rotation of the office of the president is between the North and South since the inception of the Fourth Republic, he said. The governor issued a warning to Nigerians, cautioning them to watch out for political ploys to use religion to polarize the populace. Religion should not be a factor in determining those elected and appointed into offices, according to Akeredolu, but rather it should be about their capacity to deliver. He urged Nigerians to be hopeful that their country would become great once again, saying that before independence, Nigerian leaders toiled hard to regain power from colonial masters. He, however, acknowledged that the road to reclaiming he, however, acknowledged that the road to reclaiming greatness was taking too long for Nigeria. In order to solve the rampant insecurity in the nation, he emphasized the need to reform Nigeria and have a state police. Religion is currently being deployed most shamelessly by the elite to gain unmerited advantage. The earlier we stop this dangerous and divisive campaign, the better it will be for everyone. Anyone fought to establish the supremacy of a faith over others can only end in tears. The manipulative skills of politicians currently, the manipulative skills of politicians currently put to use will aggravate an already bad situation, he said. So that is Akeredolu then, power must transit. So he's not especially saying that it should come to Yoruba land. That would be his preference, of course, but essentially, power must come to the south. So this is now the last readout, and then we'll see who's there to take it on. Uh, use whatever you want to give me to pay use whatever you want to give me to pay salaries. Clergyman tells Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River State after he made donation. Let's do that again. Use whatever you want to give me to pay salaries. Clergyman tells Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River State after he made 25 million naira donation to his church. A video of a clergyman telling Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River State to use the money he intends to gift him to pay the salaries of civil servants in the state has gone viral. In the video, the governor can be seen inside the church making a donation of 25 million naira to the church. After announcing the donation which he made on behalf of the people of the state government and his family, Chief Justice of Nigeria and entire judiciary, he went on to hail the clergyman, who is a bishop, as the pride of Northern Cross River State. He then stated that he has a whisper for the bishop afterwards. While the anchor of the church program was praying that God will divinely whisper to every member of the church, the bishop took the microphone and then asked the governor to use whatever he wanted to give him to pay salaries. I want to thank my amiable governor. He's my brother. We are from the same part of the state. We will whisper to him later. Whatever he wants to give me, let him put that package together and pay salaries, he said to the chairman of his congregation. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. And that is the sort of public shaming that we want for this shameless element. So there it is right there. And here they are right here. Thomas, I see you. Saki, I see you. And the mighty Ajale Koko, I see you. So good to see you, gentlemen. So let's kick it off. Ajale Koko, are you ready to go? Let's kick it off with Ajale Koko if it's ready. Otherwise, we go to Thomas. Ajale Koko, are you ready to go?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. Well, before, so you're up first, but let me play you two clips. The first one is a curiosity, nothing at all to do with politics. I'm not going to tell you until you see it, and then I want you to tell me what you're making of it. But before I play you that curiosity, let me play you that curiosity first, then I'll play you the Ben Ayade one. So tell me what you're making of this. A real curiosity, I saw it, it struck me, and then I thought, I immediately thought of you. I said, I'll bring it to the platform to Ajale Koko and others and see what they make of it. What do you make of this? Oh, that wasn't it. What do you make of that?
Those are Nigerians.
You know,
They want to commit suicide.
Sometimes some people can just not be helped. You know, sometimes.
Those are Nigerians.
They want to commit suicide. Suicide.
One man.
Yes, sir.
Those are Nigerians. So when you try to pull them out of the hole, when you are trying to vote Tinubu or Atiku, you are trying to go back inside the hole. So that's the story of the average Nigerian. So
it's unbelievable. I saw it and I just went, wow. You know, it's a metaphor for life, is it not? It's a metaphor for life. You know. Ajale Koko. It doesn't even need any explanation. It explains itself.
That's it's funny, man. But the way that you were describe it, it is indeed. That's the way you just describe our people. It doesn't mean for only Tinubu or Atiku alone. It means for all the politicians. That's the way I will read it. You know, anybody whatsoever that participated in these political parties or supported them in one way or the other, and Nigerians still doesn't want to leave them alone to go, let them go, and still want to vote for any one of them. That seems the what you just showed us, fit into that narrative. So that's the way I see it, woman.
All right, let me play you this other clip, more serious matters.
On behalf of the people of Cross River State, the government, my family, and on behalf of the Chief Justice of Nigeria and the entire judiciary, so that I save them. We have already whispered together and saved them instead of coming one by one. We have collectively come together to make a humble donation of 25 million naira. Is that how you clap for 25 million? And for our bishop, his great Bishop John Eluwe, our own pride, son of the sword, the pride of we, the people of Northern Cross River State. I have a whisper for you over here too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you. This is a season of whispers. May God divinely whisper into your lives.
I want to talk. And I want to thank my neighbor governor. He's my brother. We are from the same part of the state. He will whisper to me later. Whatever he wants to give to me, let him put that package together and pay his salaries. Thank you.
So there it is, Ajan Lekoko, and my applause goes to that preacher man as well. What says you?
Oh yes, woman. First of all, let me just greet our listeners around the world, wherever they are, and please click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. The action of that pastor is worthy to be emulated by all religious leaders across that country, Muslims and and Christians, religious leader. And what that man did is a message to Nigerians that you can shame these people with their money. Don't allow yourself to be purchased by them. Don't allow them to purchase you. Don't ridicule yourself and don't give in yourself as a slave to them. Shame them if they want to, bribe you to vote for them. If they want to bribe you for your support, do not give in. It's the time to save your country. It is time to let them go. Do away with politicians around that country. And that is the only way you can save your country and have your country back from them and have a country that your coming generation coming behind you will come and meet and be grateful to themselves that yes, they have their fatherland or their motherland, whatever they want to call it, and they can be proud of the country they have. So that man, for standing up against that man, for telling him, this money I don't need it in the church. Go and use it to pay workers. I mean, 25 million in Nigeria today is not a small money. It's a lot of money. If you give out 100,000 to support small scale business in Nigeria, it will go a long way in, I mean, 100,000 for small business or for small scale whatsoever business in Nigeria is a huge money. It's a huge financial support, and that can support. Let me say, is it not? Would that not support like 200? How many is that? 2.5.
Yes.
250, isn't it?
Yes, thereabouts.
250. Yeah. 250. So, but Ayade, I think he has received his own shame publicly in the house of God. I hope that other churches around the country, because, I wish other churches around the country, other religious leaders around the country can emulate what this man has done. It's a courageous action. It is not easy to do, but he did it because he have the fear of God, he have his conscience, and is speaking to Nigerians that, hey, um, do not lose your conscience for politicians. Do not sell your conscience rather for politicians, and do not sell yourself. Do not sell your future and the future of your children. So just just do away with them. And I hope that our people can get the message right. That's what that man is simply tells us. It is time for them. They are doing, that is what they are doing everywhere now. When you see them, they go to traditional leaders. They are taking money to traditional leaders. They are taking money to churches. They are taking money to different associations, trade association, business associations around the country. So wherever they go, they are taking money everywhere. So this man has shown to Nigerians now, stand up, do not take their money, shame them, and let's take our country back. And I hope people can get the message and then start acting, or rather emulate what this man have done today. So it's wonderful, one man. That man should be commended.
All right, brilliant. So, Ajale Koko, let me bring you this. It's just something that I've just come across. Remember when we were discussing yesterday the Owo incident and how people were caught, and some people led by World Peace, they were querying how one of the suspects could also be somebody that is in a Kuje prison. So he was querying that, and not much attention was given to it. But it looks as though a lot of people are querying it, and it looks as though an explanation is now coming forward. So let me share a screen with you, and I'll give you the quick readout. So here is the explanation for that then query that World Peace raised yesterday. It says, our church attack, DHQ clarifies identities of arrested suspects, says Kuje prison escapee Idris Ojo was planning terrorist attacks on selected targets. The Defense Headquarters DHQ has revealed details of masterminds of June 5 attack on St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, Ondo State. The DHQ, in a statement on Wednesday, August the 10th, stated that 4 amongst the terrorists who carried out the attack were arrested in Aika, Ikehi local government area, Kogi State, on the 1st of August 2022. Recall that the Chief of Defense Staff CDS General Lucky Rapport had on Tuesday in Abuja said that 5 masterminds of the church massacre, including one Idris Ojo, had been captured by security operatives. Following the statement by the CDS, Nigerians questioned how Ojo, who escaped from Kuje prison in July, was able to launch an attack in Owo in June, a month earlier. In a swift reaction, Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu clarified that Ojo is not one of the suspected masterminds of the Owo church attacks, adding that it was a mix-up. The statement signed by Director Defense Information Major General Jimmy Akpo said Ojo was one of the suspected ISWAP terrorists who escaped from Kuje Medium Correctional Center. According to the statement, Ojo was apprehended at Ayetoro, Osi, Ondo, through the combined efforts of the military and DSS personnel on the 7th of August. The arrested Owo church attackers are Idris Abdul Malik Omiaza, aka Bin Malik, Momo Otohu Abubakar, Aliyu Yusuf Itopa, and Awal Ishaq Onimisi. The Chief of Defense Staff, CDS General Rabor, had confirmed the arrest of 4 of the architects of the terrorist attack on St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State, on the 5th of June 2022, the statement reads. He made the confirmation during the second CDS parley with media executives and editors which took place at the Defense Headquarters DHQ Abuja on Tuesday, 9th of August 2022. The parley was organized by the Directorate of Defense Information in collaboration with the Media Today International. The CDS said that through the collaborative efforts of the military and DSS personnel, 4 amongst the terrorists who carried out the attack on our Catholic Church were arrested in Aika, Ikehi local government area, Kogi State, on the 1st of August 2022. Those arrested included, and then it goes on to give the names. The defense chief said preliminary investigations revealed that Idris Abdul Malik Omaize was the mastermind of the terror attack on the Owo Catholic Church, as well as the attack on a police station in Adavi local government area, Kogi State, on the 23rd of June 2022, during which a policeman was killed and weapons were carted away. The Chief of Defense Staff also mentioned the arrest of another terrorist, Idris Ojo, 32, who was apprehended at Ayetoro Osi, Ondo, through the combined efforts of the military and DSS personnel on the 7th of August 2022. Idris Ojo, the CDS said, was one of the suspected ISWAP terrorists who escaped from the Kuje Medium Correctional Center, highlighted on June the 5th, 2022. The CDS also mentioned that Ojo was arrested alongside Jimo Ibrahim, a sympathizer of the terrorist group who accommodated him. I don't know where this is going. So it's long-winded, so I'm going to abandon it there, but the upthrust of it is that they are saying essentially it's a mix-up in the names more than anything else. But what are you making of that? As we welcome to your delight, Ajan Lekoko, I'm sure, Celiby's favorite babe, Maria. So good to see you, Maria. Why are you pretending to be on the phone? You have no friends, Maria. Huh? Sorry, I muted you.
Okay. Unmute.
Good to see you, but back to you, Ajan Lekoko. So the narrative then around that is a mix-up in the names rather than it being the same Ojo.
That is very, very shameful. Why should it be mixed up in the name of those that carried out attack and those that escaped from Kuje prison? What is, I mean, what is it that could be responsible for the mix-up in the name in the first place? Woman, do you see any correlation between the two?
It brings to
people that carried out attack in a war and people that escaped prison in Abuja. How could it be mixed up? How could that be mixed up?
I don't see it either. It brings to question the whole arrest, because the anticipation is that we're expecting to be hearing Abubakar Mukhtar and Danladi Dandongo, not Idris Ojo. And then they are telling us the Idris Ojo was even in prison when it makes a farce of the whole thing.
Yeah, it's just it is entirely shameful, and it just tells us that what they are telling us about people that are arrested, those that are responsible for the Owo's attack, that they are claiming they are arrested. It just tells us that it's all false, it's all lie. That it's very hard to believe what these people are saying, man. You can't. This is the lie.
Are we saying Akeredolu is colluding with them then? Is Akeredolu colluding with them?
I don't want to believe. It doesn't matter whether Akeredolu or Akeredolu is what. Are they not in the same NPC?
Because Akeredolu's name gives the narrative more veracity.
What does it know? What does Akeredolu know? Is it not the information they tell him that he will follow? In what capacity does it control the security forces? It doesn't control them in any way. It doesn't have.
They would have told him sufficient enough to convince him.
They just tell him whatever they told, whatever he was told is what he's going to believe. I mean, what does it what capacity does it have over the security? It does not have any capacity. It doesn't control nothing. It just have that card name on his head as I mean to his status as the security. What do they call them?
Chief Security Officer.
Chief security nonsense that cannot that controls nothing. If he tell the commissioner of police what he want, that commissioner of police must take the final order. We consult with the inspector general of police and get approval for him. If the inspector general of police tells him that it is not possible, don't do it, that is order will die right there. So if the police carried out anything or they, whatever they tell Akeredolu that whatever the outcome of any information or anything whatsoever that they claim to have done, that is what we believe. It doesn't have any it doesn't have any control whatsoever over the police. So it's just a complete sham. It just tells us that there's no
and when they are
I don't
telling
want
us
to believe it.
Ajale Koko, when they are telling us that ISWAP carried out the massacre, but then they are giving us list of names that sound somewhat Yoruba-ish, the association, the narrative of ISWAP is not Idris Ojo, is Mukhtar.
That's it. And if you may recall,
Ajale Koko, sorry for cutting you. I asked one man one question yesterday. I said, I hope they get the right people. That is my worry yesterday, and this is coming to play now. Continue, my brother.
The suspicion is that they have not. I am not convinced. I think they've just rounded up a few rascals and then they are labeling them just to satiate the Yoruba space.
I think I agree with you. They're just trying to show up to make them look as if, yes, they are on top of the game, that they are really working hard to show that, hey, this insecurity problem, we're in control of it. And that's how they are just telling us all this story. It's just story they're telling us. There's no, how can you mix up? How can you be telling us that as a mix-up name before you come out to the press to tell the whole world the outcome of the investigation and whatever that you have carried out? How come that? Why should that be mixed up in the name? It's just I don't get it. I just don't want to. This is the lie. This is the way they've been lying since the beginning. They took the governance of that government, of that country, since 2014. They've been lying. They've been running the government with lies, with propaganda, with misinformation. This is their style. I don't want to believe these people. It doesn't matter whether
if you remember, Ajale Koko, if you remember, Akeredolu said they had this name before now, but they want to do their diligences and their investigation before publishing this name, and still they are giving us new wrong name.
It's very hard for me to believe.
What is the meaning of a mix-up in a high-profile massacre case? How can there possibly be a mix-up in that?
For God's sake, one man, why should that happen in the first place? High-profile, international, an attack that caught the eyes and, international response.
Do you think Nigeria should just be deleted? Do you think the British should take over Nigeria back because we patently lack the capacity to self-govern?
British is, I think they are part of the problem of that country.
Or the United Nations. Maybe Nigeria should become a United Nations protectorate or something. We clearly don't have the brains to govern ourselves.
Well, if they want to do it, let them just break that country into different nations that it used to be before the amalgamation of 1914. That is what should that would be the best to save life in that country. We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue to have people that that rule or govern with lies and propaganda. You can't continue to do this. And when they lie, I mean, security. You cannot play politics with security. You cannot you cannot lie with security. When any government that does that, put that country in a very, very serious danger. And that is what they are doing to us. As they continue, they lie to destroy the security structure of that country. They lie to destroy the economy of that country. They've been lying to destroy the financial base. Everything that drive that country to be a normal country, they've been lying for 7 years, and they've destroyed everything. And it look like that country have no future. This is unbelievable.
Ajelekoko,
Yes.
Ajelekoko, let me just help a little bit. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. The issue beyond the lies is what I'm looking at. I'm not going to take much of your time, Ajelekoko. Beyond the lies is the conspiracy. And this is the conspiracy we have been talking all along. They have been shielding these people. They have been shielding them, making them invisible. And these are the same guys that can use Okada to go kidnap people and go like 2, 3 miles, 4 miles without being detected. So I am more interested in the conspiracy than the lies. Thank you.
No, just stay in that space for a moment, Joe. That conspiracy that you've just mentioned is something that has always niggled at the back of my head as well. These people, they go in mass numbers on motorcycles. They operate for 3 to 5 hours. They
Yes.
cut away hostages, and then they make away. So we are talking about a mass number of people coming to operate, taking on another mini mass of people, and then just effecting an escape. Hours of operation, no response. Where are they going to? Are people not seeing them going through? Are there no security? They know how to stop you quick enough to ask you to open your boot, waiting you carry, and these people just operate at will. How can because the people that went to Kuje prison, they estimate about 40 to 70. They went and savaged that space, and they effected the escape of another 40 to 50 people. So that mass of people, and they operated for about 3 hours, and they were able to effect an escape in the capital city of the country. And you're telling me there's no collusion? What's going on?
That is what I'm trying to make you understand, that we have been saying this thing in the Southeast. So it's welcome to the club to the rest of Nigeria. This thing has been going on in the Southeast. This conspiracy of trying to pitch you against yourself has been going on. And the thing there is this, it is so dangerous that in Nigeria, these guys, even with the Chibok girls, how many were they? They were carted away. There has never been any reprisal attack whenever there is a kidnap or there is a banditry. Whatever they're doing is only probably if they're going on a mission. They say, oh, we went and attacked these people. But when they kidnap and do whatever thing they're doing, nobody. We had it. The soldiers were complaining in the past. They were saying it, especially from the soldiers from the southern extraction. They put them in the war front. They push them there, and when they start calling for reinforcement, they don't get no reinforcement. I remember one of those.
Lamb to slaughter.
I remember one of them, one of those cases where they were approaching these guys, and from the ground level, and it was meant to be a combined effort of the artillery on the ground and the Air Force, and they could not. The Air Force were nowhere to be found, and those guys were slaughtered. They were slaughtered like goats. The ones that escaped now said, I am not going to, they're not going to be in the army no more.
Do you know they arrested them? Those ones that escaped. They escaped to the barracks. They won't let them in.
Yes, they escaped. Yes, that they arrested them, and I think some of them were court-martialed. So that is the Nigeria we
for
live
not
in.
allowing themselves to be slaughtered.
That is the Nigeria we live in. So that is why I keep
you know,
saying
we are
that.
sleepwalking into a disaster in that country. You know, we
Oh
are
no.
sleepwalking into a disaster.
I told people, when it used to happen to the southeast, I was saying, when we talk about it, they say, oh, it's propaganda. I told them that, see, someday it's going to get to the west, and when it gets to the west, it's over. Nigeria will soon break up if we do not take time. If we do not take time, now they have gone into Southwest and they're playing this politics. This thing you're saying now has been happening. When there is any killing, they go and mop up some people and say, oh, just for presentation, we have called the people that did it. And when you now go to ask those people their name does not sound like people that perpetrate such acts. That's wondering. So they know what they're doing. The real people that are committing these crimes, these heinous crimes, they know where they are.
How can you say ISWAP carried out an atrocity and you are presenting a man called Ojo?
Ojo pops out.
Since when did Ojo become a member of ISWAP? What are you talking about?
That is even the ISWAP people will not even allow an Ojo to be part of them. They will
look an infidel now, as far as they are concerned.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's where we're coming from. There was a time they even did some kidnapping somewhere in, I think it was the Kaduna Axis, and they brought out the names, people that it was Igbo names. I said, look at
that.
I said, look at these people. For what? Have you ever found out they caught some people and say, oh, and they listed their names, and those people that they caught are the real people that they committed a heinous crime. You can never see that. So there is a conspiracy in Nigeria. There's a conspiracy in the military. The security apparatus has been taken over by these conspirators, and now they are just giving us information that they want us to hear, or that they would like us to hear, and that is where we are in Nigeria today. Nigeria is on a break, and if we did not get it right by 2023, I mean, even the 2023, I don't even know if 2023 is going to come. If we do not get it right by 2023, Haba.
We will say, we will say, but back to Ajande Koko, round off your thoughts on that space, but it gets clearer as clear as mud, as clear as mud. So I mean, back to you, Ajande Koko. I'm stumped.
Yeah, it's clearer that they are not. I mean, obviously, they are not telling us the truth because the mix-up of names here call for questioning, and it's very, very hard for me to believe their story. I don't want to believe them at all, and it's very shameful. Several times, even before, what do you call this guy? This Boko Haram leader,
Check out.
Yeah, several times that Nigerian army will come out and say they killed Abubakar Shekau, only for Shekau to come out some few days after then and come out with a video to show up and say, "Look, I'm still alive." They are telling you lies. It's been happening. It's been happening even during during the time of Jonathan. That's the way they've been lying as well. It's just shameful, man. So let's move on, one man. It's so sad that we have people in charge of power that are expected to lead their people well, but only lying and playing politics with security. I don't know what they are up to. So.
All right. Ajale Koko, I'm still with you, but let us touch base with Maria, who rejoins us, and bring her into the conversation. So let's touch base with Maria. So, Maria.
Good evening, everybody.
Good to have you. I want to play you this clip. Do you have a screen in front of you?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I want to play you this clip, and I want you to react to it. So watch this.
Okay.
So what are you making of that?
That's a goat, and it's got caught up in wedged between some ground, and the gentleman went and tried to get him out, the goat out, and then the goat got stuck again, and he went to assistance. So what was wrong with that?
No, is that not a metaphor for life? Is that not a metaphor for the Nigerian situation? Would you say?
How do you mean? How it's a metaphor?
Well, this is how it happens in Nigeria. You labor hard to dig them out of a hole and up the pop back into that hole. So that's how it loops around within the Nigerian space.
It is not like I won't look at it that way. I look at it. You've got to look at the whole picture. If you look at other economies like Malaysia and China, how they and they all started on the same level with Nigeria in the 1950s and 60s when they had independence. The difference between those Nigeria and Malaysia and say China and those economies, they enclosed. They started from inside. They did not involve outside They didn't allow outside involvement at all. They grew internally themselves. So they worked with themselves and they grew step by step. But Nigeria seems to have too much outside involvement, and they are dictating, and they have people fronters that will go in and pretend to be, yes, I'm going to build this road, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And you do an audit 10, 20 years later, you find they didn't build a road. They built a slip road. They did not, they sold the contracts to sub people, made money, etc., and just left Nigeria. So we've got to think internally. All the talent
is that what you are ascribing the Nigerian situation to? External influence?
There's too much external influence compared to other countries. You can't walk into some countries and dictate. Look what's happening in Taiwan right this minute, and China. Personi, she went into Taiwan, and China is mad. Missiles are flying left and right, and warned America, do not try and interfere with internal policies. If you try it, we will deal with you. So there is no, so if someone comes up from outside or an external person, Nigerians are always very welcoming, which is nothing wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I've learned that because, I'm quite very conservative. I'm brought up here. But I think it's a detriment in the sense that you must grow from inside. And Mugabe said it. I can remember Mugabe when he was alive, and he had to fight the Bush War, the Rhodesia Bush War, against Ian Smith, who was the Prime Minister at that time of Rhodesia. When Ian Smith was in power, 0% of Zimbabweans went to school. Nobody went to secondary school, probably primary school. Nobody went to university. So 75% of Zimbabweans before Mugabe came into power were illiterate. Now, after the Bush War, Mugabe became president. 80-90% of Zimbabweans are educated. Pre-education he gave, primary, secondary school, scholarships, you name it. 89% of Zimbabweans are educated. They're going all over the world with nurses.
Well, that's a different narrative, though, Maria, because Ian Smith, of course, was part of the colonial relics.
He was a Zimbabwean. He was a Rhodesian. He was
a Brit. What do you mean a Rhodesian? It was a full-blood Englishman.
Yeah, but it didn't matter because you've got people that will come from outside into Nigeria, have that same ideology, and in the end, everybody would think, he's going to come and help us, etc. Nobody's helping you. You have to grow from inside. Malaysia did it. China did it.
Can I disagree with you, Maria? I don't necessarily see as you painted that it's the external influence that has
it's one of the contributing factor.
I wouldn't necessarily agree. I wouldn't necessarily agree because I think external influence is needed for growth, especially when you're evolving out of a third world. Yeah,
I understand. It is there for growth. China knows that. India knows that, and Singapore knows it. Malaysia knows it. It is important. We need to be one global world. I understand all that, but what is happening on ground? There is too much influence from outside. In Nigeria.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I would say that the external influence.
The education, I think, is influence from outside. I think the way people sometimes think and do things is influenced from outside, and how they value their culture is even influenced from outside.
No, it's
For
a
instance,
hybrid. It's a hybrid. It's not an influence. It's a hybrid.
well,
So
it is a hybrid now. It's a mixture now, but the influence from outside is not helping. It's not helping. We have a hybrid, which we try and pick things. Yes, I understand all that, but it's not helping. Who supplies the arms? How do those arms get into Nigeria? The logistics, etc. External bodies know that Nigeria is bleeding. Nigeria is hemorrhaging, but no one's doing anything about it because they are making money from Nigeria. And if a Nigeria is unstable, they'll get the oil is coming out. Nigeria can't sort themselves out. The oil is coming out of Nigeria, and they'll buy and they're buying. They sell arms to Nigeria, and they're killing innocent people. And even the iPod, or even they want to divide, or whatever, which I don't think is necessarily a good idea, because I'm a bit of a Pan-Africanism, which I believe we've got to unite somehow, because the more you unite, the more stronger you are, and the more you can face differences or aggression, etc. I understand all that. But the problem is, what I'm saying is that the present situation in Nigeria is not just one factor. It is influence from outside, it's poor funding to the military. The East, you ask any of my relation to join the army, they tell me it's suicide. It's suicidal. They will not even try and join it. So
can I disagree with you, Maria, and present you an alternative view, or an alternate view? So I take on board what you're saying, that Nigeria is too heavily influenced. Even the average Nigerian person, he wants to Americanize more than appreciate what is organic to him. So there is that. But the external influence is not necessarily where the problem is. It's managing that external influence. That is where the problem is. And it's all down to leadership.
Okay. After independence, the people that were put into power by outsiders. Influence was influenced by outsiders. The genuine people that should have run Nigeria didn't get that chance. It's unfortunate. It's just very sad. I can't go into too much detail because I've got to make sure I read up on certain things. But all I would say is that
no, you can free flow. We are not going to hold you hostage to what you say.
Yeah, but if you check it, leadership, it starts with good leadership, and it starts with obviously good investment. And what's happening, the leadership in Nigeria is not necessarily just picked for who's going to deliver. It's picked for who you are and who you know. So all those things are there too also. A lot of people will come to school in London, and I'll ask them, what's your plan? Oh, I'm going back home. I have a job lined up. There's no like a panel to pick who will be best for the job. They know what's going to happen. They know the line, what's happening. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, and they'll have a job lined up for me.
That's from the north.
And it's Northerners, because when I go to university, most of the people that got all the scholarships when I was in university to here, etc., most of them are all Northerners. One Igbo person who wanted to do medicine, she was only offered computer. She did computer and she went and did medicine herself. But I'm telling you, it's not right. Something's not right, and we need to address it internally.
But there is an educational deficit in the north. So I mean,
yes, there's a deficit in the north, but the deficit in the north is not it's not that you put somebody in leadership power and then the deficit, you think the deficit's sorted. It's because the women don't go to school. The women leave school, they drop out of school, and they get married, or they have a child, or what happens is that they marry a man who's got 6 wives, and then unfortunately he might pass, and they've got lots of children, and they've got no one to educate them, and they're back on begging the state to help educate them and give them scholarship. So there's a lot of pressure on the north. And at the east, where the women don't have so many children, they all go to school. My state, 70% of women are in school, etc., compared to the men. They have smaller families. They pay taxes.
Well, what do you mean in the east? They don't allow women to go to school in the east. They marry them off, surely. Yeah, they marry them off.
No. In my state, you're not a graduate. If you're not a graduate,
I thought they married them off at 16.
You cannot get married. If you are not a graduate in my state, you are worth less than a woman. My relations tell me this in the village. If you're not a graduate in my state, it'd be 10 times harder to even get married. This is my relations in my state.
No, I think they only educate the boys in the East because they.
No, it's equal. If you have brains,
is that a new development? Is that a new
no,
thing?
it's not for the last 20 years. If you have brains, they will invest in you because I know that you bring something back.
Yeah, but they know you are taking it to somebody else's name now. Is that not?
No.
They know you are taking it. They'll marry you.
You're taking somebody else's name, but you are still there.
One man. It's only in Igbo land you see women wrestling it.
No.
And they will throw the man down.
No. Margaret Thatcher.
Very strong people.
Margaret Thatcher was a woman. She went to university, etc. Her father was a grocery shop
bus
owner.
driver. I think her father was a
No,
bus
no,
driver.
no. Margaret Thatcher's father was a grocery. She was middle class, lower middle class. She was born into, and her father could not even afford to train her. She went and got a scholarship, etc. So, and she failed. She didn't get the scholarship because they didn't take her. The only reason somebody dropped out, that they asked her to come back and go to university, and she did chemistry. But then she was a woman. She didn't. No, not nowadays. Don't forget that rubbish. In my state, Igbos, do you understand? If all the girls go to school, the fathers will never ever marry them off unless they're desperate. But
what we understand about the Southeast is that their philosophy is, why bother educating a female only to marry her off to take another man's name? So they
does
just
it matter?
marry.
Does it matter? Some women carry double barrel name. They keep their name and add their husband's name to it. I see that now a lot in the social media. Some women take their father's name and they add their husband's name onto it. They don't bother with it. Another thing too, there are a lot of women who are also looking after caregivers in their family, also being role models to other people coming through, that you can go to university and be educated. So you can't think like that. You're thinking like someone who's in the farming area, whereby the women are going to go and marry somebody else, or let her go because she's going to do the farming and work for that person. Will marry another woman into the family, and she will obviously go to the farm. Those days have gone.
All right. So they've discovered education in the Southeast. That's good to know.
My dear, but for the last 30 years, nobody in my village, if you have brains, they will send you to school. Do you understand? Even if you can't go to school, you do evening work. You do trading and you go to evening school. You can't do it.
All right. I was
even to get a visa to go abroad. Australia's got, Canada, they've all got point system. What qualifications? How are you? What you're doing? So even to move around, you've got to have education. So you know the Yoruba people, the 4th, 5th generation are graduates. Igbos still haven't reached that as yet. Igbos still got 1st generation or 2nd who are graduates. Yorubas are 4th, 5th.
All right, but I thought they dedicated themselves to trade rather than spare parts.
They dedicate themselves to trade because they are felt like second-class citizens. Nobody wants to trade.
You do know, Maria. You know I'm only pulling your legs, by the way. Of course, I know the Igbos are one of the most educated people on the planet. Quite a few of them in NASA, even you may know
because
already.
They left Nigeria because there was no opportunities for them. They're stuck.
All right, back to the politics of it, and where I started Ajande Koko off. The governor of Cross River State, Ben Ayade, he's been going around all these churches doling out money. But he went to this church and then he had this encounter. Let me play you another short clip, and then I'll have you react to this, and then I'll go back to Ajande Koko. It's only, I wanted to document your voice because people have been asking about you since you last turned up. But listen to and react to this.
On behalf of the people of Cross River State, the government, my family, and on behalf of the Chief Justice of Nigeria and the entire judiciary, so that I save them. We have already whispered together and saved them the stress of coming one by one. We have collectively come together to make a humble donation of 25 million naira.
Is that how you got for 25 million?
And for our bishop, His Grace, Bishop John Eluwemaya, our own pride, son of the sword, the pride of we, the people of Northern Cross River State. I have a whisper for you over here too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you. This is a season of whispers. May God divinely whisper into your lives.
I want to talk. And I want to thank my neighbor governor. He's my brother. We are from the same part of the state. He will whisper to me later. Whatever he wants to give to me, let him put that package together and pay salaries.
All right, so there it is, Maria. So that was Ben Ayade, the governor of Cross River State. He goes to a church and then throwing his agbada all over the place, announces grandly that he's donating 25 million to the church. The clergyman, the pastor of the church, of course, are aware that this guy, of course, is just been brutalizing the state, and he's then said to keep that 25 million naira in your pocket and go pay the salaries that you've not paid for months. So an exemplary church leader, would you say, Maria?
I think that you mentioned pay the salaries. He should go and pay the salaries.
Yes, he's been owing salary for months and months, and he's going around donating money to churches, and the church told him to get lost, go pay salaries instead.
Yeah, that is a good answer, but surely he would have told the church officials before he went to that church and asked that I'm coming, I'm going to donate, blah, blah, blah. And the church official will say to them in the letter, thank you for the offer, but we want you to make sure the salaries of your people, civil servants, are paid first. The church should not be involved in your political campaign or your political ideologies. We should try and keep it separate. That's the right way of doing it. But unfortunately,
I think he wanted to publicly humble him. I think he wanted to humble him in public.
Well, yes, but the problem is...
It's not about him. It's about whether the church did the right thing.
Yes, the church did do the right thing, but I would have thought that if they had done it before, not do it in public.
It's not them. He came and announced it.
Yes, but the problem
is please let Maria free flow as you think it. Maria, express it.
Yeah, but the church. The conversation. Yeah, she's part. But what I'm saying is that the church would have known. Nobody goes and offers 25 million in front of a congregation without getting full support from the clergies and the church officials. This doesn't resonate of being government money, and it doesn't go through the right audit or the right of processes. You cannot just go and wake up one morning, I'm going to church, I'm going to take 25 million naira. It should go through proper audits and expenditures and controls, and then they would have agreed on it, lies with the church officials, said we wanted that, what are your take on this, and they'll make it clear. So it didn't get to that stage where it becomes such an embarrassment, not only to the church but to the government, to the Cross River person. So I would suggest that it's not the right way of doing something, and this is taxpayers' money, etc. And revenue from federal government. It shouldn't be used that way to dash out, etc. Because there's election coming up. I want to be seen to be giving money out. Wrong. At all. Right. It can't happen in this country. It is absolutely wrong. There'll be.
I don't think we can judge Nigeria by British standards. It's like
no, but we shouldn't judge it. We shouldn't judge it, but we should at least pick. We should pick at it, and at least the parts where we should think, that doesn't sound right. We shouldn't be doing that. Other parts of the world don't do those type of things, etc. And it's right that he should pay the civil servants first. Unfortunately, the governors usually have misplaced agendas, which they think, oh well, there's my career first. I'm going to make sure I lobby, etc. Because elections come in, I forget about their salary. They can't do anything about it. They can, if they lobbied and marched in Government House and embarrassed that governor, and it went to federal government and it went all over social media, he could lose his job. But unfortunately, he's not thinking that way, because he probably thinks he doesn't have that. People don't have that power. But it's very sad that you're using government money, taxpayers' money, just to dash money to a church. It's very, very sad.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Stay with us, Maria. Let me go back to Ajanle Koko, who yielded the space just so we could take a sample of your thoughts. So let's get back to Ajanle Koko. And Ajanle Koko, let's take it now to the skirmish. Not even it's a full-blown fight now. Tinubu versus the Obedience, or should I say Tinubu versus the Ipobians. Caution your supporters, they are getting out of control. Tinubu instructs Peter Obi. So now this waywardness of the obedient are something that we've been looking to set aside, but something that continues to recur as a decimal or within the news cycle. So they just make up so many stories. In this instance, they are saying Tinubu was trying to sweat Ambode for 50 billion naira every month. And because Ambode said no, he sacked him. The state was not even generating 50 billion naira a month at that period in time. And they've traced the websites, some of the websites that are putting out what is essentially this fake news. And surprise, surprise, kill surprise, they are Biafran websites. So the link already established, of course, the preponderance, the abundance of the following of Peter Obi, Ipobians. We're back there again, Ajanle Koko.
You see, the obedient soldiers on the internet, a lot of them are liars, man. The way they are trying to promote Obi is not the best way to promote him. They actually be marketing him. They marketing him more. You see, when you are selling a product and you lie about that product, of what that product cannot do, and you're lying about it, that yes, this product is this, and you are using your product to condemn other product, when you're actually lying, that is not good at all. The same way they lie about the president of Ghana. What is the name of that president of Ghana?
Kofi Addo.
Kofi Addo. And that man have to respond. That he didn't say what they are talking about him. He didn't say that. That is absolute lie. All this lie is against
No, just pause there and reflect for a moment. They've moved so much to move the president of Ghana to take to his own verified Twitter handle to debunk fake news coming out of the eastern part of Nigeria. This is where we are now with the obedient movement.
It's so bad. They are demarketing him. Their strategy looks so toxic about the way they are trying to market Obi, and that is not the way to do it. That will, make some people not to even want to associate or even want to, support their candidate once it's becoming clearer to a lot of people that everything they are saying about Obi is all lies. So I hope that we have said it on this platform some times ago that Obi or some of his team should be there all the time, to caution these people, to tell them that we don't want you to support us if you insult others candidate, if you are lying against other candidate, we don't need your support. So, but Obi is not doing that. Yeah, his supporters are not doing that. It seems that he said something like twice against some of this toxic behavior of his supporters, but is not consistent in this measure. So, you know, they have been lying, and they have been more particular against Tinubu. We know it's the time for politics. They should be able to carry out some campaign against Tinubu, but in a situation where you lie that he was asking for 50 billion, when 50 billion, when Lagos State, I mean, I think that is the monthly revenue of Lagos State. How could someone be asking for the total revenue to be given to him? You know, that this kind of open lie is what is so.
And the travesty is that that sort of news would have cycled around the social media spaces, especially their talking hole, their watering holes. They would have regurgitated it and passed it round, along with the president of Ghana narrative. So a lot of people would not see the rebuttal, but they would have read the sensationalism.
Yes, a lot of them will not even try to fact check. They will just, you know, stand by it and be promoting it openly in the public, on the internet. All this lie. You don't have to lie to promote a good candidate. What that candidate have is what you should be selling. You don't lie. Don't lie about it. When you lie and people start check and it comes out to be a lie, people will hate to support you.
Hold on, Joel. I'm coming to you after Ajan Lekoko, but carry on with that thought, Ajan Lekoko.
So people will hate. People will not like to support your candidate. So this lie against Tinubu, this is heavy. That is asking for 50 billion on monthly basis from Ambode when the revenue of Lagos State is 50 billion. How is that possible? How would he ask for the entire revenue of the state to be given to him in a month? This is a complete nonsense, and it doesn't make sense at all. They
that
have
would
to
have
look
been
for
meet
a
and
new.
greet to platforms like Niger Watch. They would have say, and that is why you see now, and that is why P2B, and there was a P2B, no shishi, P2B, you know.
It doesn't make sense, and they just have to stop this. This is not the way. This is not the way the game is played. Campaign on his plan. They should be campaigning on the plan that he has for the country, the agenda he has for the country, the new direction he wants to take the country, and what he has done in the past that, you know, that is special about him. That is what they should focus on, and not to lie. Because when you lie, we can easily verify lies. Obi even if Obi on his own even tell people what I'm saying, verify it. That is what Obi says every time. That this is who I am. This is what I have done in the past. Please verify. So if you are lying about Obi and they verify it, you are marketing him as a new product, as something new, different from these other politicians. But when people find out to be lie that you are lying about him, they will rank him in the same bracket with all these politicians, that they are all the same, they are all liars, and that will destroy his candidacy. You know, so I hope they can stand up. I hope the organization can stand up and start to go after some of these people that are destroying his image, because what they are doing, they are just destroying the image of that good man. They are not helping him at all. They're just destroying his image. So I hope the organization can stand up and start reacting quickly once these internet liars and warriors, people that lie and never stop lying every day, the message they never send them, they come online and be lying. If they can't stand up and just, try to, stop them or clarify their lives, sometimes this too much lie will destroy the chances of Obi in this contest. So it's not good. I mean, they have to drag the president of Ghana into this thing that president of Ghana issued out, sent out a tweet saying that Tinubu should relinquish that position for Obi. He should not contest because of his health problem, and Obi is the best candidate for the job. And that is so sad. The man have to react. He have to respond quick.
But the audacity,
hours.
The audacity for them to move the president of Nigeria to debunk their fake news, that's going beyond the pale. That's just but it doesn't change anything though. Tomorrow they will come up with another fantastic. We saw it under the Nnamdi Kanu space. So when I say that there's too much of there's an abundance of the IPOB narrative within the Peter Obi space. This sort of storylines is what I mean, because this sort of fantastical storytelling, we saw plentifully of it under Nnamdi Kanu, and we're seeing it now resurface under this new branding. So when I say that the support of Peter Obi is wholly, if not solely, is certainly not solely, but wholly IPOBians, this is it. It is.
Yes, indeed. I mean, there are some of people supporting Nnamdi Kanu that are supporting Obi now. But it is a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing for Nigeria. But their propaganda, should be rejected.
Ajale Koko, I noticed something. As eloquent and brilliant and fluent Kolata is, he was scared to even comment about Obi because of attack. That is not good. People should let people make their assertion. People are even scared because of attack. Based on this attack, Obi has to address it. It's getting out of hand. That is just my summation, Ajale Koko.
Oh yes. So yes, some Apobian are supporting Obi now, but to me, I think it's a good thing if they are now believe in Nigeria, that Nigeria can work and trying to participate in Nigeria political process is a good thing. But to inject lies and propaganda into Obi's in their support to promoting Obi, it's not good at all. It's going to hurt Obi more than the way it's expected to help him. And Obi's organizer or his campaign organization should stand up to this. They shouldn't allow this. It's not good. It's not helping Obi. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's helping him. It's going to make a lot of people, particularly people that are not Easterner, you're going to make them to step back. They're going to step back from, because they everything will be verified, and it will turn out to be lie, and they say, oh, okay, it's a lie. I don't want to be part of this lie. So, but some will not believe that. They will just want to believe, oh, let's keep on lying and let's keep on throwing propaganda, and that's the way they think they can win. But let's keep on watching that space and see what they will achieve by lying and continuous lie. Let's keep on watching, one man.
All right, brilliant, well put. Always brilliant, well put. I'll still come back to you, Ajale Koko, but for a moment, let me go on to Joel of Nashville and let's take on his thoughts. So Joel, you're up next to that space that Ajale Koko just left. The undoing of the and I don't want to spend too much time on Peter Obi, because I think we spent sufficient time enough on Peter Obi, but we cannot not speak on Peter Obi because it's just a recurring decimal at the top of the headlines all of the time. But the undoing of that recurring decimal would be the IPOBian, would be the obedient movement, who cannot help themselves to make up all of these fantastical stories, moving senior people. Tinubu's camp has come out to caution, to ask people, Peter Obi to caution his people. The Ghanaian president is cautioning them, but do they know caution? Do they know caution? Joel of Nashville. Joel.
All right. Good morning, afternoon, evening once again. I will take a different turn on this particular issue.
Obi said was verify what I have done, verify what I say, verify my character, verify everything that I have done in the past, and also verify what I'm telling you about the economy of Nigeria. So, in this particular issue, the election is a war, and in a war, everything is fair. May I take you back to 2013 when the election was going on, was about to take place in Nigeria, that ushered in Buhari. What was how did Buhari get into power? It through propaganda. Did Buhari approve of all the messages that was thrown at Jonathan then? No. Right? So in an election, you cannot control everybody. People do what they do because of how they feel about you. In the case of Buhari, we were sold a dummy. Everybody knows he's a dummy. Buhari is not intelligent. We knew all of this. But if that kind of support is being thrown at Peter Obi, listen to the man. We are getting too distracted. And for you saying that it is the IPOB space, so what if IPOB is part of Peter Obi? Are there no people of the Oduduwa nation that is part of Tinubu today? There are many of them. And if they do, it is good for the country, like Ajele Koko said. If they believe that, that they have seen a pathway to address their situation, is that not a right? Is that not what we're calling for? Let us have peace. And that is the reason why I said the Obi presidency is going to quell this agitation in the Southeast, because whether you like it or not, it is a fact. Nigeria will know no peace until you address the injustices being met at the Southeast. They are not just a group. They are a major part. You cannot go into a war with two of your... I'm driving, sorry. Is it disturbing?
Carry on. We can hear you now. Carry on.
Okay. So when we are talking about governance, good governance, and we are talking about someone in the person of Obi, the people supporting Obi know the reason why. The country is in shambles. And we cannot pretend about this. We cannot keep playing this. Are there no member of even the Boko Haram that are even part of the government today? What are we talking about? What we are saying is this. Whatever group that you are, and you feel that Tinubu or Obi is going to address your situation, please do so. What we want is one Nigeria. I want one Nigeria. I know some of those IPOP folks who don't like what I'm saying, but I want one Nigeria, because we are better as a whole group, than the sum of the pieces that we have that could emerge from our breakaways. But if we must stay in Nigeria, we must stay for the right reasons. We must stay for justice, equity, and fairness. Then we can build a nation. When Maria was talking today, I did not want to interject. I just wanted her to have a field, have a time. But what that lady was saying was correct. You build from within. And sometimes, you see, we see skirmishes of this thing happening within us, but we do not really appreciate them. Tinubu on his part built from within. When he built his political structure from within, he presented it as a product, as a beautiful bride to the north. And it was bought hook, line, sinker. That is how you build a nation.
All right. Well, all right, thank you, Joel. So, Joel, let me take you from that space to another space. The pastors clap back at Governor Ayade, telling him to roll up his 25 million naira into a nice cylindrical shape and stick it somewhere warm. So what are you then making of the pastor's response to the governor?
It is the perfect. It is the perfect way to deal with these political criminals that we have in governance today. That is the kind of thing that we should encourage. Those pastors that you see are part of Nigeria. They have families, they have cousins. So if he told him that, like we saw in the clip, that is showing that we are making progress. We are making progress. I have always said it. We should separate religion from governance. A situation where we have government and governors paying for pilgrimage, siphoning our collective wealth to go pray wherever for people that cannot even save themselves. You go to Mecca, you go to Israel to do what? The ones we have in Nigeria, God, according to the Bible, God is everywhere. Why do we have to go to Israel and Mecca to go and do what? And at the end of the day, the government are funding it. That is foreign exchange, part of foreign exchange that we don't have. So when you look at it, I like what he did, and that is part of what this lady said today. Building from within. We have to start calling out all these politicians. Peter Obi said it. He said it in all he had been saying it. That you see that the church, the people are part of the problem. You see someone that could not feed himself, and now he's a counselor.
You say the church is part of the problem. In a hierarchy of problems that Nigeria has, where would you place the church?
The church is number one or number two. I do not want to go into because I have these things I have discussed in the past, and I do not want to make it an issue today. But if you have a program where we can discuss.
But before you leave that space, because I somewhat agree with you, but because it's a broad statement to say that the church is part of the problem and is high up in the hierarchy of the problem, and I do agree, but identify how the church is a problem. Just give us 2 or 3 instances of how the church is a problem for
one way
in
the church has destroyed Nigeria is that they have made Christians docile. The docility of the average Christian in Nigeria is something that, you know, when you think about it, you start asking yourself, what do we have to do? What do we have to lose if we do not have religion? We have everything to gain. We have everything to gain. The docility is one, right? Then, when you look at the church and the way it is modeled, it does not encourage us to ask questions, right? So whatever they tell you is, oh, it's by the grace of God. Oh, God gives power. Who told you God gives power? Who told you that? The people can decide who governs them. But
do you think the church in Nigeria is about religion or enterprise?
Oh, a combination of both.
Both.
It's a combination of both. In a country where you have Christian leaders that went through the public school, building schools that their congregation cannot afford.
You know why? Sorry, Joel. You know why I asked that question? Because the theme that the church in Nigeria wraps itself around is about prosperity. So essentially, it's prosperity preaching that's the predominant messaging within the Nigerian space. So how you are going to get richer, how you're going to elevate yourself into wealth, and all of
Yes.
that. And that is the central theme in a good percentage, the high percentages of the Nigerian church space. So you go to some churches, you think that is the only theme, that you actually think you've come to worship money in some of these churches, because the theme and the messaging and the preaching, all the verses that they preach to you is always wrapped around a narrative of money. So what about humanity? What about mankind? What about personal development? What about your spiritual evolution? All of that is set to one side and it's just wrapped around money. And it's all encapsulated in this little video that we saw of Ayade trying to
Exactly.
feed the church what he knows they like to eat, which is money.
Money. So that is the thing. The church, most churches in Nigeria have been bought. You hardly go to Nigerian church, especially the new generation churches. You hardly go there and you see them talk about salvation. It's prosperity, prosperity. Why? Because that is what the people want to hear. The country, because you see the church and what they preach and the society is one and the same. You cannot separate the preaching from the church from what the society is going through. There is hunger in the land. So naturally, if you are telling me every time, come for salvation, I'm telling you I have not eaten. But if you're coming to church, I know I have fed, I've eaten enough. You start telling me, okay, now you have eaten, you have a good job. Now, what about God? You see, so you cannot separate the society from the preaching of the church. However, the church have made themselves the chief exploiter of the situation that is going on in Nigeria. Where in a country like Nigeria, we still have pastors buying private jets. And when I say that, the members of their churches will say, what is your own? Is it your money? Is that not this? It is part of what the first clip you showed us today. The same thing that we are having in the United States. And I keep telling them, oh God, I don't know what is wrong with the black man.
All right.
Right? So, and let me just finish this point, right? So, because what happens is that, we knew when, the slave trade thing happened. Now we went through the civil rights, and today we all have, a fair share of what from the society or what we should get. But what still happens? You still see people still talking about racism that happened or slavery that happened some years ago. So when you still keep doing that, it means that you have not been able to move past that. And many people will just sit in their home and they're still talking about slavery. Meanwhile, many others have taken the bulls by the horn to look forward and to achieve their goals. So that is the problem we are having as black people.
But that last last bit that you said, is that not the narrative of the Southeast as well? They're always hacking back to Biafra times, just like
No. In the case of the Southeast, right? What we have done, what happened in the Southeast is that the problem in the Southeast, there are no federal presence. The injustices is still there. Whereas over here, it can be seen to be addressed. As a black man, I can go and get a school loan, something that could not happen in 1945. As a black man, I can enter the bus, something that cannot happen in 1945. As a black man, I can drink from a fountain. It did not happen before. As a black man, I can go inside the class. It's not happened before. So now you can see progress, right? Just go back to Nigeria. Has there been most?
Yeah,
go ahead.
In the Southeast, you have your governors, your local government chairman, you have senators representing you at the federal level, you have ministers. Why are they not bringing anything home to the Southeast?
Ajele Koko, I beg to differ with that question. You know why?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you ask about what are they bringing. Those guys you see sometimes, what do you want them to bring? How much are they being given? We are
Your
talking about
governors are giving allocation every month.
You don't get it
from the federal government. What are they doing to develop Southeast?
You are not getting. You are still not getting it. The federal roads. The federal roads.
No, forget about federal road. Let us talk about the basic amenities like good education for people in the Southeast, pipe-borne water, and other things that matter for human development.
Hold on.
Scholarship for students. Why are they not giving it? Why are they not doing it? Federal government give them a lot of money, more than what they generate for the national economy. Federal government give them more than what they generate to the GDP of the country.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So you were saying that why don't they do those stuff, right?
Yeah.
Now let me tell you something. They do. They try. Look, you have seen what the allocation is, right? To the state government. How much is being used to pay salaries? We are talking about projects. We are talking about probably even the defense, a defense headquarters, federal presence. You cannot see it. Our roads, those things you are talking about, you say that forget about the roads. Why would you forget about the road? How will people travel?
Look, let me tell you this. State road, and local government road are more than the federal road in every part of that country. What did your governor or my governor did? What did they do to build our state road and the local government road?
In a place like Anambra State, for instance, they have the best road network. The best road network. That is not what I'm talking about. When you are traveling from a place like in your interstate roads, the federal roads in your state, they are all bad. So if you build your state road or your local government road,
it's not only in the southeast. We have bad federal road in the southwest as well. You cannot right now the Ota, Ijoko, Agege road. You cannot ply it.
Good and fine.
So what I'm telling you is that you have to hold your politicians responsible for not providing infrastructure.
No, you're still getting it all wrong. You're still getting all muddled up. Right? What I'm trying to tell you is this. One man, I'll be short with this, right?
All right.
What I'm trying to tell Ajele Koko is this. That when you come to the southeast, you will find out that there are no a federal government presence in terms of road, in terms of other infrastructure that requires how much is the southeast getting that they're going to build a 10-man bridge. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. We do not have those kind of projects in the southeast. Look at the second Niger bridge. How long did it even take them? This has been going on for over how long? So that's what I'm talking about.
But that's to be completed this year, though. That's to be completed this year.
I know, but that's what I'm talking about. That is after how many years?
Yes, you're right.
So what I'm just trying to say
is
as
you are complaining, there is no every region, every geopolitical zone in that country will complain the same. That the federal government presence is not every geopolitical zone in that country will complain that federal government presence is not enough in their own side. So don't say that of Igbo land is more than any other part.
It is
in
more
Nigeria.
than let us other part in Nigeria.
Federal presence should not overwhelm the presence of your state, of your local government. So what I'm telling you is that you want to defend Southeast. You don't want to hold your politician accountable for the failure.
Who is saying that? We are not talking about.
All right, round off your thoughts on that space, Joel, and then I want to take another pit stop with Maria. Then I'll go from Maria to another contributor. But round off your thoughts on that space, Joel.
Okay, so the issue here is this: we always have this this way of telling other people that, oh, every other person is having the same problem. No, the Southeast is in dire need of development, dire need of federal presence, and
Is it more so than other regions? Is that
oh,
more
oh
so
yes, oh yes,
than?
oh yes, oh
Come
yes.
on, man.
How
Come
many? How
on.
many? Let me ask you this question: how many federal university do you have even in the Southeast?
You have
Look,
Onzuka. You have UNN.
uh-huh. So then, how many do you have in the Southwest?
You have Unilag.
No, keep going.
Yes, you have Unilag. You have UNN.
No, 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 no,
As
no,
we
no.
already established as we already established with Maria, the Southeast traditionally, historically, they were not especially enamored with education. They were more into trade. Even Maria told us that.
I don't understand what you mean that they were involved. If a group of people, the trading thing is part of the Igbo culture, right? Now, in a
Yeah, but
country
and the
that
Yorubas were into
in a
education.
country
So
in a country that uses their brain, in a country where you want things to develop, there are certain institutions you can build around that area, especially knowing full well that Onisha and Nnewi has brought up many entrepreneurs. There are the kind of schools you can build around those areas to take them from maybe like sole proprietorship into making them like LFC.
You don't have to wait for federal government. Your governor can do the same. Your governor, don't wait for federal government for everything. You elected your governor to develop your state.
Me, please.
All right. I feel we're looping around somewhat, but round of thoughts on the Joel, and then let me stop with Maria and then go to another person.
Okay. So that's the area I'm talking about. So the Southeast is an integral part of Nigeria, and one that every part of every black man should be proud of. Their area must have federal presence. The marginalization against the Southeast must be addressed, especially with the issue of even the presidency, where we keep hearing people like Shetima say that P2B is going to be an Igbo president. So when you keep playing these things in the head of people, you keep sending this message across to them that they are not wanted in Nigeria. And so when they are saying that they want to succeed, if you do not want them, if you don't deem them fit to rule, then why do you have them amongst you? That is my point. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to yield whatever time I have to Maria.
All right. I'll still come back to you. Stay with us for as long as you can. I know you're driving. Are you on your way to work or back from work?
No, I'm on my way to work, but no problem. I will be able to reach. I will be able to talk. I'll be listening.
All right, brilliant. So you're up again, Maria. The Nigerian space. I'm not sure that you can correct me if I am wrong, but I don't expect that you know the nuances of the intricacies. But in broad strokes, what are you looking at for 2023? What is your expectation? What would you like to see come out in terms of how the country is going to be governed 2023 going forward? So the politics that is in play now, what is your take on it?
Okay, first of all, I'll just remind people, go back to the manifestos of both the APC and the PDP parties. Go back to the manifestos and have a look at it, because they're guiding ideologies. So there's so much things on social media, but it might help to go back to the manifesto and go through it. It's about 4 pages long, each of them, and compare it. So then obviously you've got social media, and as I said before, social media is a complicated board of information. You need to go back to the primary journals or the primary setup network and look at that first, and then go to the second and the tertiary. If you go to the tertiary and you keep reading that, you're going to get confused and you're going to go down the wrong path. So social media is so broad, you've got to be careful what you're reading. Is it a primary journal or primary source, or is it whatever? You've got to ask those questions. And it's unfortunate we're not taught like that in school. We're just taught there's information and just read it. But I've managed to be taught that you must always look at the primary first, like the primary newspapers, secondary, and the tertiary, like the Sun and all the rubbish. So you've got to take them with a pinch of salt. So 2023, I'm still undecided who to vote for. I'm not totally sure as yet. It's complicated. I won't say at present I have made a decision, but before the end of the year, I would make a decision.
What will guide your decision? What are you looking to see
The
from?
most important thing is health and safety. I'll sit in any meeting and I bring up health and safety. If I'm moving around, health and safety. So health and safety, which involves things like traveling and armed robbery and burglary and kidnapping and all those people, those native doctors and all those kidnapping and killing people for parts, etc. That has to be under control. So if you get a hold of those areas and keep them under control, then businesses can thrive, people can move around, people can, grow, etc. That's very important. But at the same time, how do you get those things sorted? Funding. You must fund the police. The police must be funded, and it must be accountable. So if the government or the federal government is allocating funds, they must show results. You cannot hand out money and they'll come back empty-handed and say, sorry, no money, sir. Do you understand? The people broke out of the prison, but there's no money, sir. Give me more money. Everybody must be accountable for whatever they do. So if you do a project, as brother Jules said, about the poor roads, etc., the funding is there. Nobody takes money for a road without going and doing consultancy work, without going and having surveys done and knowing exactly what they expect to have funding for a project. What's happened is that people have taken kickbacks and kickbacks and kickbacks until there is nothing left. So all they do, instead of putting 10 millimeters of tar on the road, they put 1. And it looks good on the surface. After a few months, the road just breaks down. And then the day, who suffers? We all suffer because it kills the young. It's the young people that are dying on the road. It's not the old people stay in their villages and stay in their big houses. The young people who are trying to grow Nigeria, they die. Is it 20 to 30, 40? The breadwinners, the people that have children at home and their wives at home trying to support their family, they die. The roads are killers in Nigeria. There's no accountability. Who did the contract of X or Y road? If it failed, they should be sued. They all have foreign bank accounts in London. They all have properties in London, etc. They all go on holiday. They send their children to private school. All those are happening, but at the end of the day, the Mr. Joe Blog, the poor Nigerian, and the people that will grow Nigeria are in Nigeria, in the villages growing, they are suffering. So if there's more accountability needs to happen. People must go to jail. In Japan, is it no China? If there's a scandal I remember a case of a businessman who supplied faulty milk. He knew what he was doing. Substandard milk killed quite a few children.
I remember that. It was a milk formula, wasn't it? Yeah, milk formula.
They executed him. I can remember years and years ago when I was a child, my dad was talking with one of his business partners, and he was talking about importing milk or having milk made in Nigeria or something, and he was talking about the fat content. And he was telling my dad, "Oh, they won't marry. That doesn't matter. Do you understand? It's cheaper if you do it this way." And my dad said, "No, but the fat content is going to be different." No, they won't know any difference. My dad said, "No, specification is very important, etc." The person, so if you've got bad people around you, telling you bad things or misleading you, and you're part of that package or you're part of that connection, it has detrimental effects for everybody still. So we all need to have our priorities. Good accountability. People must be accountable for things. They must go on training courses. If you get a contract, you must go on a training course to say,
I
this
think
is what
you are
you're supposed
setting
to do.
too high a standard for Nigeria and Nigerians.
No, it is not too high. It's not too high. This is not a high standard. If you pick up a contract for a road, as Brother Jules said, and it must be done properly, you know what, you do your survey, you do your research work and specifications, you know how much funding you should get, you get that appropriate funding, you deliver. You don't take half the money because no one's going to check. You say no one's going to check. It's a small road. I just make it look nice. I bribe some people and nobody will come back and check it. That's bad practice. All Nigerians suffer. Everybody. all the young people using that road, somebody will pay for it, because at the end of the day, the road is bad and it's unsafe. Something will happen, bad will happen, an accident, or somebody will lose their life. The most important thing, giving out contracts to certain people and to Mr. Joe Blog or whoever gets contract, they need to show accountability, and they must have some type of training before they get these contracts. In England here, lots of jobs, even doctors and nurses, they do competencies whereby they have to make sure every year data confidentiality and diversity training, competent in CPR. You have to do that every single year and be competent at it. If not, you won't get paid. They're very strict nowadays in a lot of roles. So if someone is getting contracts for roles, they must be accountable. They must show audit trails, keep their document for 7 years. If you raise that standard, people will sit up and it will happen. They'll think, oh, I can't take that money. If I take it, I'm going to be held responsible. You know, that I've got my house, I've got my home, except I don't want to lose it. I'll make sure I do the job properly and make sure it's accountable. The auditors, the inspectors sign it off. People will sit up.
You see, Maria, corruption is too ingrained within the Nigerian system for
That's
us to reach to these lofty heights that you're describing. So we have to. That's too big a leap.
No, it's not, sir. It is not. Countries have leaped over those things in matter of years. It's not true. It's not true at all. Absolutely not true. Nigerians are quick at learning things. Nigerians are quick at changing things when they want to, etc. You've got generations of people in Nigeria. You've got one generation whereby there's never been an educated person and you have a doctor in a family. And I've seen it. I've seen a family that have never had a doctor in their life, and no one has ever graduated from university, and suddenly you have a doctor that has, etc., a bright person, and he's got support from. So I do not think Nigerians are that stupid or they're not smart. They are very smart people. Let me tell you something. I think Nigerians have the highest IQ in the world. One of my father's friends who's worked abroad, he said he's worked all over the world. He's worked in India, he's worked in South America, he's worked in America, and he's worked in Nigeria, and he's worked in Lagos. He said the average Nigerian has an IQ. And he said that to my dad in the 80s. He said they have a very high IQ, a very natural high IQ, etc. So they will pick up fast. And if you have a look through history, if you think about it, the slaves in America and in Africa who were suppressed, how far they've gone in reading and writing. So they've caught up with the West. And the West took over 100 years to get people in the Victorian time, get them into school to read and write. They even got policies that they catch children not in school, that the families will be fined. So if you think about it, Nigeria and the rest of the world, Black Americans, they leaped from not being able to write or their whole family being able to read and write in one generation. But it took, in the Victorian time, the Industrial Revolution, and in 1900, still many people still couldn't read and write. And there's so many families who didn't have their children go to university. So
all right. Back to the Nigerian space. This high standard that you are setting, Maria, we have three people in contention: Atiku Abubakar, Tinubu, and Peter Obi. Who best identifies with those qualities that you are now describing for us? Who do you see being able to follow through as you would like it to be?
Well, it will be a gradual process, and obviously anybody who wants to do federal government jobs, they will have to have an interview. They will have to at least fill in a questionnaire. They will at least have to have some type of face-to-face or some type of I don't know, Zoom or something, training, understand what they need to do. So it's accountable. And then obviously they have auditors who monitor the jobs. So you don't just audit at the end, because a lot of contractors, they audit at the end, which I think is the worst thing to do. You should audit at least phase at the most important phases of the job. And then allocations will be given out on a phase basis. But in Nigeria, they give just bulk money for a contract. Stop all that. We're trying to minimize fraud. We're trying to minimize corruption. That's the way you bring it in. You do soft approaches, etc. You do warning, you do training, etc. And you do set people examples, like this Chinese man who obviously went and sold dodgy milk and caused some babies to die. So at the end of the day, you've got to do it softly, softly, and we've got to keep moving because nothing is happening. There's no accountability. Roads are badly done and left with potholes, and no one's thought, but this road should last 100 years. So what's happened? No one questions anything. So we have to have more accountability. As I said, like for instance, payments phased in, accountability. First stage of a project, the grass, the benchmark. Second stage, do you understand? Once each stage passed, that's how it is. Everybody wins. The contractors win because they get paid. The families are okay. Everybody, the cleaner gets paid. Everybody gets paid. Just more accountabilities. That's all I could say. There'll be going to be still a bit of corruption, but at least you're minimizing it.
Do you see yourself living? Do you see yourself living in Nigeria at any point in life, and under what circumstances?
I have lived in Nigeria. I have lived in Nigeria.
But do you aspire to live there for the future, like settle back there?
I do go to Nigeria every year. It's just the lockdown kind of made me completely just scattered me.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about a holiday. I'm talking about actually up-sticking or just moving there to live.
Yeah, I can live in Nigeria. I don't have a problem living in Nigeria, etc. I don't have that's not my problem at all.
Live in Nigeria?
Yes, I have.
In Nigeria.
Yeah, I have. And I've been going to Nigeria since I was a child. My parents always took us to Nigeria as a child. So that's not a problem. I can live there. I don't find it a problem to live in Nigeria.
Like you don't want to identify with University of Port Harcourt.
Oh no, but Port Harcourt. What's wrong with Port Harcourt?
Yeah, you're in University of Port Harcourt.
Yes, I was.
So why are you not saying it?
No, but he just asked, could I live in Nigeria? And I said, that's not a problem.
I think Nigeria. Did you want to?
Yeah, I could live in Nigeria. That's not a problem. I could live in there. I've lived there, and I've got family there. Do you understand? A lot of family there. I've got family in every single state. I have people. So if any state I go to, Abuja, Kaduna, Warri, Port Harcourt, Enugu.
You see, I only asked that question, Maria, because the Nigeria you are describing and wanting is not in reach anytime soon. Exactly not in the next 50 to 100 years.
The federal government has brought in all contracts in-house. So everybody's not free to get contracts anymore as they used to get before. Anybody can apply and tender for contract. That's all gone. It's gone all in-house now. So if it's gone in-house, there's a certain group of people that are allocating all these contracts. So what they could do is to make sure those inner circles are vetted and make sure they're made accountable how they're going to fund it. They'll be phased in and they have auditors and explain it. That's the process, and they'll agree with it because it's the federal government's rule.
So there it is. That's Maria trying to Englishify Nigeria.
You can't do it. You can't do it. There's no other way. I've thought about it and I've thought about it. If you want more accountability, the federal government, Buhari did one thing. He brought in all contracts in-house and he monitors them himself. So the only way to do it, the people who are there be responsible because they're all accountable. They all should be able to be sued if things go wrong because we won't have good roads. We're not going to have hospitals. The hospitals are hemorrhaging. My friends are complaining about it. People go there and they die.
Are you a medical person?
Yes, I'm a medical microbiologist. Yes, I am.
Okay. Because you cite examples from medicine all the time. So yeah.
Yeah, I do. I see the hospitals, and the hospitals infrastructure are built like a equivalent NHS hospital. Every state's got a general hospital. Every state's got a teaching hospital. It's built like the NHS setup. The thing is that it's the funding and the corruption in the hospitals. That's the biggest problem we have.
UPTH.
That's what I've noticed.
All right. What is Sally doing behind you? I hope she's not cooking, and if she is cooking, please don't eat it. She's many things, not a chef, not one of them.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
You want to ask Maria? Is it to Maria?
Yes. You said corruption. Are you talking about hospitals in the UK or in Nigeria?
I'm talking about hospitals in Nigeria. There's a lot of corruption in the sense that the doctors, I've found out that a lot of the doctors, they kind of have all private practices, and obviously they take the patients out of the hospitals in Nigeria and obviously charge them and make money from them privately. So it dilutes the the standards in the hospital, the training, because obviously young doctors training, they're not getting experience because if all the patients are going to the private doctors, because the doctors obviously tell them, oh, I can do better, it's whatever, etc. It dilutes it and it damages the teaching, damages teaching hospitals.
Just to give you an example, hold on, sorry. Just to give you an example of that corruption, Maria, within the Nigerian system. Somebody came on this platform, I think a few weeks ago from Abuja. They have some sort of health insurance system that they run in Abuja. So when you're ill, your expenses are covered by your health insurance. But the scam that the hospitals are running is that they will give you the most basic of treatments, but then they will prescribe you a drug that healthcare system does not cover. And then they will point you in the direction of a pharmacy that is owned by them in order then to sweat you for money for a drug that they could have given you cheaper on your healthcare system, but they direct you to a more expensive one just so they can rip you off. So that's
let me tell you another one.
Again.
Another one is, for example, if you need like a MRI scan, they will force you to get MRI scan from a specific location. If you scan from another location and bring the reports back, even if it's correct, they won't collect it unless it's from the location that they send you to.
Yes.
So you see how ingrained it is. So that's why I just smile.
It's not ingrained. Nothing is ingrained at all in anybody. It's how the system is set up. And if you don't have regulations, the healthcare in Nigeria is a money-making business. There are 250 million people, so there's a lot of money to be had. And the problem is that, and outsider won't tell you this because they're making money. They're outside it, so it's got to come from inside, deep down inside, grassroots. You need to look after your people. No one will do it for you. My parents always taught me that. You need to look after yourself. No one's going to do that for you. And they need to have it from inside, and they need to have it regulated, both for the poor, the rich, the middle class, whatever they can afford. It needs to be more accountability. I can't reiterate it. It started well in the 60s and the 70s, etc., but just the setup wasn't right. The setup was there for vaccination, like polio, MMR. It didn't cater for people with cancers, and then it didn't cater for cervical smear. It didn't cater for breast cancers. It just did not flourish properly, and it wasn't.
Don't worry, we have a local system for that. We have something in Nigeria that we call Agbo, so it's better than whatever your NHS system is. We have Agbo. Have you ever? Celis will explain to you what Agbo means, but
I know what Agbo is.
What is it?
It's bitters now. That's
herbs.
Yeah, herbs. Yeah, herbs. Yes.
Yeah, but see, those herbs, it's like Chinese medicine, etc. The herbs are there. They're not. The quantity is not verified when you drink a herbal tea.
You're talking about dosages in Agbo. We don't have.
Yeah, the problem is it's not like that, and it's not. It's like a tablet. The herbal tea is like a tablet. It's all quality control, the right volume, the concentration, and you take it for X number of days. These herbs, you don't know how old it is when it expires. You don't know how doses. It's complicated.
Are you hearing what I'm wearing? They want to quality control Agbo.
I understand what you're saying. It's all interrelated. We're all saying the same thing. Those herbs, the pharmaceutical companies took away those herbs and made it into something which is, yes, it does maybe cure certain illnesses, but it might be more damaging or toxic because it's not controlled. It might give you more kidney problems, it might cause this problem, etc. But when it's controlled and given the right dosage at the right time, etc., it will work. But we're saying the same thing. Those herbs were taken by the pharmaceutical company, the chemicals extracted and made into tablets. So we shouldn't just think that, the herbs are going to sort all the problems out. No, it's not.
All right. It stood us in good stead for centuries. So don't worry. We're insulated by traditional ways. You English people, you want to turn us into English. We're Nigerians.
No. We're saying the same thing. The herbs are the chemicals that they took out and made into tablets. It's all controlled.
It's all right. I was only teasing, Maria. I was only teasing. Yeah. But stay with us, Maria. We want to hear more from you. But let me go on from you to Let me go on from you to Play Summer. So Play Summer, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to have you. So good to have you, Play Summer. Play Summer to the conversation. Let me take you to a space that we have not yet explored. Let me take you to this space. The PDP space still. Bode George is asking your chair you to step down, and Wike, of course, insisting on that still. Your chair are you refusing to step down, and this is now somewhat marking the departure of Wike from the PDP. So what are you then making of that skirmish? And are you of the thought also, because he did promise that if a northerner emerged as the flag bearer for the PDP, he will step down. So what are you then making then of this insistence by the South that your chair you should step down?
All right, one man, thank you very much once again. Good day, everybody. Thanks again. I'm glad to be here once again. Regarding the chairman of the PDP stepping down, I think I had some people discussing it on this channel, and I can't remember during President Jonathan's regime. I think similar thing happened when he emerged as president. It was after he was sworn in that he changed the leadership of the national of the party. So I think it's the same thing here. That's what Atiku is trying to say, that you don't change the chairman before going into the, because these elections, everybody believes in the hierarchy of the party. If you have a chairman who doesn't believe in Atiku, there will be anti-party activities. So if the presidential candidate believes in AHI, I think they are supposed to just leave him, and after the election, if they win, then you can change. Just imagine they change him now. They change the chairman now, and Atiku loses. And in the next dispensation, they are going to have probably a southern candidate. So there won't be point dragging him up and down. What if they change him now and Atiku loses? So the next dispensation now, are they going to change him again? So I think it's better they wait until they finish the election before they decide what to do, either for him to stay or to leave.
You don't think the PDP is too top heavy with northerners?
Oh yeah, both parties are top heavy with northerners, not only PDP. So just like some argument I hear the party chieftains making, it is not now that all the positions are not shared now. It's only the chairman, the vice president, share candidate, and the national chairman. There's still what is it called, Senate president. There's still going to be speaker of the House of Rep. There's still going to be probably CJN of the Federation. So I wonder why they are quarreling on this. It's not supposed to be something they should argue about. It's not about the chairman alone.
But this is one of the conditions that Wike is setting to settle affairs. He wants, are you gone?
Yeah, Wike does not own the PDP. So he's a big wig, but he doesn't own the PDP. That is his prerogative to make a choice, to make a request. But even if they don't listen to him, there's nothing he can do about it. That's just my opinion, because I don't see them changing.
All right, but ultimately, it looks as though PDP would have to make a sacrifice. So if you were PDP, which sacrifice would you make? Wike or the party chairman?
Wike or the party chairman. Okay, let's play them. What's the advantage of the party chairman? Is from the North Central. I think he has a few followers. I think the party chairman can go for Wike. Wike is strong in that party. The party chairman should go for Wike. After all, another one is coming. So another good, they will just take a time. And but George, I think I listened to him. He wanted the Southwest to get the chairman this time. And fair enough, the Southwest, I think I've not produced PDP chairman before. So if the chairman goes, I think it will be a good thing.
And if you look at the balance of the party as well, the flag bearer from the north, the vice from the south, the head of the board of trustees of the party from the north. It's something that I've noticed. There's actually no real Yoruba presence in the PDP.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is the reason why if other people are uh, if people are talking against Tinubu, that is why you see the Yoruba people backing him up. Both parties, both LP and PDP don't have any Yoruba presence. So why would you want a Yoruba man supporting PDP or either Labour Party? They don't have presence of anybody. But for the PDP, it is good for them if they can look on the side of Southwest, the chairman. It is fairly even for everybody. Fairly even for everybody. The only thing Atiku will just look, he has allies everywhere now. So just look at somebody who think he can work with him in Southwest and probably go there, because that will even help him. Because as a party, it's only like Bode George and Jandor or whatever they have in Southwest. If you look at Oyo State Governor, he's on the side of Wiki, and they can't afford to lose those kind of people. Ayo Fayose is on the side of Wiki. You know,
Ayo Fayose said Yoruba local, so you already know where he's going.
Well, no, he's just boiling, using that to threaten them. If the chips are down, Wiki gets what he wants. He will still remain in the PDP. You know, they are caucus. That's what they are. They are caucus. So he's just using his own. He doesn't want to show like whatever Wiki says is what he will say. He's a past governor before Wiki. So every time you see him in Port Harcourt now, you know what I mean? He's always in Port Harcourt with Wiki because he knows he's the bigger wig now. So Yoruba local is just a threat to them that if you even Wiki himself, the Pali is parleying with APC now is just to threat them. It's not like he wants to leave the PDP, you know. So they're just giving them a teaser that we have choice. We have choice. If we don't wake up, we know what to do.
Do you think Fayose will work for an Atiku presidency or a Tinubu presidency?
Well, for Fayose, I can say 75%. There is a 75% chance that he will work for Tinubu than 75% chance, because it was not. He didn't only start from now. He has said it boldly before that he doesn't have any issues with Tinubu. If he emerges, I don't know. One of them said it on national television at one time that if before the primaries of APC when they were dribbling Tinubu, he said that if with what Tinubu has done in APC, if he was in PDP, he would go unopposed. So a lot of them knows that, well, for the sagacity he has played over the years, that Tinubu shouldn't be treated the way he was treated in APC. So, and for Fayose, a long time ago, I've known he enjoyed, anyway, because like a person like Koro was in PDP before, he had issues on money laundering with Fayose, and Fayose saw how they downplayed that game when Obanikoro joined APC. I don't know if you remember, Obanikoro taking during Jonathan's regime took money in cash on private jets to Ekiti during the Fayose's last election. They were almost prosecuting him for him when he went to America for a while. Ashiwaju called him that he should come back. The only thing is that and he is one of the biggest opposition of APC in Lagos before Obanikoro. That is the way they died the case down. Join us and everything will be waived. And he joined them, and now Obanikoro's son even became a House of Rep member in APC, I think 2019. Yeah. You know, that's how it was for them.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me take you to another place somehow. Now, so this skirmish now, not even a skirmish, I'm not sure why I'm describing it as, but this alarm by Tinubu to Peter Obi to caution his space because of the wild stories now that they're just throwing into the... people say all is fair in love and war, and politics is a dirty game, but I've never seen it as dirty as it's being played by the obedient space. So all these fantastical made-up stories enough is enough, is what Tinubu is saying. What says you?
Yeah, it should be enough is enough. If they will criticize somebody, it should be on factual, and it's not like saying Tinubu is asking for somebody to be paying him 50 billion naira. It's just madness if anybody could do that. Nobody will believe. So that's not a true story, and they shouldn't be using it. It's gonna be discrediting them. That's one thing I'll say. And for people supporters, they should keep it low, because anywhere you see them arguing, you see that pompousness in them and everything in them. And come to think of
it's quite ugly, isn't it? The way it is.
Very ugly. Very, very ugly. And come to think of it, I was just thinking on my own. Peter Obi in 2018 in Anambra relaxing until Atiku called him to come and be his vice. Atiku brought him to limelight. Even at that time, there was rancor between the faction of Peter Obi and Vice President Ikemba. It was Ikemba that was supposed to be the vice. He was sleeping on his own, and now he came and wanted to become the supporters now thought he's a tiger. Somebody was just sleeping on his own, and they brought him to limelight. And now he came and wanted to be a champion. It's going to be difficult. At least they should downplay all those rhetorics of 50 billion. Nobody, even a child, will hear you and say, "What are you guys talking about?" Actually, we just said it now. That's the internal generation revenue of Lagos for 1 month. How can a man be claiming that? They should just step it down a little bit.
All right, and to the pastor that told Ben Ayade to get out of here with his 25 million naira donation, he not paying civil servants.
That's a very fantastic attitude of that pastor. One thing I will say is that I used to know that this Orthodox church still have their principle. If you were a Pentecostal church, none of the Pentecostal church can do that, because theirs is just prosperity. So you bring the money, it is prosperity, not thinking of where the money comes from. It is a very welcome idea, and I'm very glad about it. I think someone again mentioned about how it was a draw, about how these churches deceive people. I must say, truly, I completely agree with him. Churches in Nigeria now have made people lazy. Even in Western or America and UK, anyway, before I even say that, Christianity was brought to Nigeria from Western world, and Nigeria now tends to practice Christianity more than the people who brought it. The last time I checked here, I used to walk around some churches here, the white churches in the US. And you never see these people come to church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Who does that? In Nigeria, people go to church on Sunday, they go on Tuesday evening, Wednesday evening, Thursday evening. That is where people should go and be looking for time they should go and work. Then you bring them to church every Monday to Friday.
Please, Omar, can I give you an example that I personally am aware of? There's this person that I know that's been looking for a job for a good while. So eventually he got a driving job. And then, so on the day that he's meant to start that job, he went to night vigil and spent the whole night, the night before in church. So he was just in no state to turn up for work. So, and then he then turned up for work the following day or even late in the evening. And then they asked him what happened. He said he went to church. And then, of course, the service is no longer required. And there is a person, he has been going to that same church, praying for that breakthrough. That breakthrough came, but where did he seize the moment? No, he went to church.
He should go back. That person should go back to church and say his testimony. That should be another testimony. But they won't come and show that as a testimony. If you go there and they added 5,000 naira to his salary, you will go back and say, testimony has happened. I was in night duty yesterday. I got to the job and they increased my salary. This is how they fool themselves. A lot of that happened. Check out in Lagos, Nigeria. Somebody will just wake up 7 a.m. Why other people are going to church and will be shouting, Jesus is coming. In the morning at 7 a.m. Where should you be? Monday morning. And they make them believe like the way the messages are are being passed to them these days is like you don't need to work hard. You just need grace, favor. All those things don't come by sitting at home. You work hard to make money. So all those, sincerely speaking, those things are making people lazy. I don't know if it's possible that government regulates those things. It should not regulate. A state governor is going to give 25 million, and he has not paid salary of staff. Church member are hungry, and you are going to donate largesse to so that they can think you are doing good. That's totally wrong.
All right. Still keeping you within sort of that broad space, how Nigeria's Attorney General Malami, Finance Minister Ahmed secretly paid Paris Club consultants millions of dollars without Buhari's knowledge. So I'm not sure if you're monitoring that Paris Club thing or not. This space is being arrowheaded by Ned Nwoko, he of the Regina Daniels fame. So they have presented this bill of $500 million to the Nigerian states that they helped to facilitate, that they helped the states and local governments recover from the Paris Club deal, whatever that some convoluted something. But all of the optics and all of the documentations is to say that these people did nothing. The states are challenging it in court, but the Attorney General of the Federation, he has gone to do an out-of-court settlement to gift these people $500 million, and the states are still fighting it. But then he's now paying them without consent of the government. So Abubakar Malami, of course, I'm expecting that this guy will emerge out of this administration, Richard and Abacha.
That act is embedded in the system of governance in Nigeria. The Paris fund refund that I understand is a loan given from Paris that Nigeria is meant to pay back. Nigeria now paid back over the years. You can see the first of all fraud in that aspect. It was a loan Nigeria was paying. They set up the parameter to be paying either from oil revenue, directly from either where we are getting money paid from oil or whatever. I don't know how to set it up. So Nigeria paid over. So the consultant now that's what they're saying. Consultant went to bargain on behalf of Nigeria. We have paid excess. We have to refund it, which is false. We are owing you 1 million naira. We paid 3 million naira. What is consultant's job there? Nothing. We were owing you 100 million naira. We paid 200 million naira. Excess is 100 million. Okay, whatever you want to do, the interest or whatever, deduct it. So that's how it works. It is not only in that aspect. Even recently we discussed here about the vehicle bought for Nigeria. That too didn't go to the National Assembly. It was the same thing. If the president can cut deals like that, why won't Malami, his right-hand boy, who married one of his daughter, won't cut those kind of deals? A lot of these deals happen. We are only privy to the ones we get. So they have looted us dry, I'm telling you.
All right. Thank you, Play Summer. But what I'm anticipating, Play Summer, is in the last throes of this administration, we will see looting like never before, because they will be taking what they will call their retirement funds, and they'll be announcing new projects with 6 months to go, and then budgeting countless billions of dollars. So it's going to be a looting spree the next few months.
This pains me a lot. That is why sometimes when I listen to people talk, even the leaders that are coming up now, none has reason the way I think. The way I reason is I look at all these advanced countries. They have enough prison yards, enough correctional institutes. That is, the big man can be jailed, the middle man can be jailed, and the small man can be jailed. Nigeria is not functioning like that. Recently, we just had two governors are given pardon. So these guys know they will need billions, keep it somewhere, even though they will come for me 2-3 years and release. Until the entire system is refurbished. Let me say refurbished because we are used. I don't know if you understand what I mean by used. We are fairly used. We are not new country anymore. So we should be refurbished entirely. It's just for what we had. We will still hear so many more before the. And Malami eventually, he has a political ambition, and then we all know all this thing requires money. The more your pocket is loaded, the more you have chance of clinching tickets. So I'm sorry to say, I just pray that will get rescued one day.
All right. You say Malami has ambitions. He has ambitions towards Aso Rock, by the way. So
Hmm.
I think he's going to be the president of that country at some point. But it's frightening. But there it is. But there it is. Thank you, Play Summer. Play Summer. Are you driving?
No, not driving.
All right. I could hear like statics in your thing, so I thought maybe you were driving. So thank you, Play Summer. Let's
Just a minute, one man.
go on.
I just want to touch on something. Was it last week or weekend? I heard there's an argument going on here about Ovie was comparing Odua, this group, Ghanaian Adams group, OPC, and IPOB and the militant in the northeast. So I want to put it straight that it should not compare OPC with all those groups. OPC used to have office in Lagos. We all know how Lagos was before they started building estates, fences around estates. There is no day that we won't hear cases of armed robber. It was the OPC that quenched that trend. OPC used to have offices. They have offices. They are not eating. They are not living in the bush or the forest or anywhere. They will know their leader. We know their houses. So if they do, the only excesses they did was that they used, because anyway they were recruited locally, and you know how these local people behave. If they have issues with a boy chasing their girlfriend, they gang up and go and deal with that person. Those are the small issues they have. I just want to put it straight.
It's a throwback. That boy chasing their girlfriend. Remember those days when I was never part of that scene, of course. But when you would gather your boys to go and beat up the guy that is talking to your girlfriend.
Yeah, that is what OPC was doing at that time. Like if someone is doing one of his friend and he knows OPC, you just come and call it. They'll carry 3 or 4 of their gang and go and terrorize them. That was the excesses OPC were doing. It's not like they are terrorizing all the states.
And a habit that they used to have as well in the universities, you ask a girl out, she says no, and then you arrange to go and beat her up.
Yes, those are now taken over by the cult groups now.
Yes. So no doesn't always mean no in Nigeria. It means no means a beating up. But thank you for that. But then don't take too much credence with whatever Ovie. Ovie is a contrarian. You know what a contrarian is? A contrarian, somebody that takes the opposite of whatever it is that the narrative is, just to rankle or to show that they are cleverer than everybody else. So Ovie very much a contrarian, but somebody that is not at all contrarian. Saki father, the Dorset tones off. Saki, are you ready to go?
Yes, one more.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Saki. So Saki father. So let's start you off then with the pastor that gave Ben Ayade a flogging on the pulpit.
Yeah, I watched that thing earlier. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
I watched that thing earlier. It was actually the Catholic Bishop of Uyo Diocese. So he went to a church in Calabar, and Ben Ayade came to that very church, and started making some promises of donations of 25 billion naira. So I think I will commend that very Catholic priest. Yeah, I will commend him for saying that openly. This kind of thing also happened one time in Anambra State during the time of Chimaru Kendamad, who visited the then, during the time of Chiwo Kembadinuju, who visited the then Catholic Bishop of Waka Diocese to donate money. Then Mbadinuju the students were on strike for almost going to 2 years. And the bishop told him openly, take that money and settle teachers and call back your students. So I commend the bishop for taking that position frontally to Ben Ayade. And what's the name of our girl that came today again?
Maria.
Maria was when she was trying to say that this should have been done in private, you know. Maybe she was talking from the way the Western world works. Well, what the bishop did is what we wanted. We want it to be open so that the governor will be disgraced. That is what we want to achieve. So if he had done it privately, I wouldn't like it. I love it the way he did it, and I encourage other men of God, pastors, to
We love public humiliations of our public
of
figures in
yeah of
Nigeria.
public
We love
figures.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love it that way, and I encourage other men of God to discern line. You know, to discern
But
line.
Zaki father, let me
Yeah.
play some my brother. Let me bring some devil advocates here. But if the man is donating from his private pocket, is he not allowed to do
He
that?
said on behalf of the state. It wasn't donated from his
No, I'm
private
just
pocket.
no, I'm no, no. I'm just I've said it earlier. I said like I'm playing a devil's advocate. If he can do that in his private pocket,
Yeah.
is he allowed to do that?
Yeah, he's allowed, but even if he's doing it on on private pockets, why don't he use that private pocket to settle to pay salaries? If the man is so magnanimous, let him use the private pocket to pay salaries. If maybe the government of the day doesn't have money to pay for salaries, so instead of you dispensing such largesse, wrongly in maybe churches. He could use it to pay salaries. He could even use it to settle some workers that have retired, that don't have anything they are doing much. So there are better places he could have done that, not just coming to the church to spend the state funds.
But Zaki
Yeah,
father,
yeah,
don't you think he just want to disgrace him because 25 million cannot pay salary?
yeah, yeah. Okay. You mean that 25 million cannot pay salary?
He cannot pay salary.
Yeah, it cannot pay salary, but if you are owing 100 people, at least 25 million can go a long way to settle some. Let it be that he's gonna pay like 10 people, salary of 10 people. Is it not better to use it to pay the salary of 10 people than to use it when your workers are crying? They are not receiving any money. You just go to church and be spending that kind of money. So I think it is like misplaced priorities. I don't argue that. I'm not trying to say that it is bad to go to church and make donations. But what I'm arguing is that you should do the first thing first. If you are not owing salaries and then you come to church to make this donation, nobody will be arguing. But the fact that you're
And I
owing,
think that was the point that the clergy band was making
there
as
was
well.
trying to make, yeah. So that's what I think.
All right, brother
Yeah.
Ansake. So let me take you to the space then. Ayu should honor his promise, resign now, but they George. So the PDP space, people are saying now it's just too top heavy with Northerners. But what a lot of people are arguing back is that the timing it doesn't facilitate for Ayu resigning with the elections only months away. And if he resigns, he's insisting that the National Working Committee must resign with him. That would then lead to the party having to have a convention to elect another new team. So the time space it doesn't allow for that. Is the counter argument, Saki.
Yeah, but necessity is the mother of invention. Even if the time is doesn't allow that, they should think about necessity. Is it necessary to do? What do they lose if they don't do that? And what do they gain if they do that? They should compare cost and benefits. So if the benefits of doing that outweighs the cost, it's better to do that, no matter what convention said. And if I look at this PDP situation now, I think they will getting Wike on board will be will outweigh the cost of not uh, like the cost of not the price they have to pay for not like reshuffling the leadership will be higher than the price they would pay if they reshuffle the leadership. So I will advise them to dance to the two because Rivers is a very important state, in the south. And Wike also can mobilize votes for them beyond, even beyond the rivers part of the south to some other south places. So I think it is in their best interest to shuffle that, and let peace reign in that very party. Because if they go with these altercations and disagreements, it will affect their path to prosperity in the election. That's my take in that very aspect.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put. So Saki, Tinubu denies demanding 50 billion naira monthly from former Lagos State Governor Ambode and marry that with Tinubu urges Peter Obi to caution his supporters from the personal attacks and especially the fake news. And
Yeah.
the president of Ghana equally urges Peter Obi to caution the waywardness of his supporters. All of that are Saki.
Anyway, to answer this very question, let me borrow leaf from the Pythagorean Homo mensura dictum. That is,
My
man is the
goodness
measure
me.
of all things.
Take it easy now. You know we
Well,
are
well,
illiterate. The only
well,
educated person here is Maria.
well,
The rest of us are illiterate
okay,
too.
okay. So on this very point of discussion, I will, for once, disagree with the submissions by Ajele Koko and what do we call him? The other one that spoke just now, somebody
Ah,
Summer.
play summer, play
Yeah,
summer.
play Summer. Yeah, online, especially Twitter, social media is like a street, you know. So I want you to see social media as the way you see the arboros on the street, you know. It's like a street, and in that very street, everybody is trying to agree or disagree. In that very street, you see like mobs, you see different kind of people. I'm not trying to defend Peter Obi's camp or Tinubu's camp, you know. Then again, in that very street, you see people who want to gain relevance by trying to do everything possible to demarcate people that have already gained relevance. I am telling you that if you come to Twitter now, for instance, if you are somebody that is always on Twitter very well, you will discover that people can even go to the extent of creating fake accounts, you know, and from that fake accounts, they say things as if it were these people that are saying it. I am not saying that there is no possibility of such things coming from Peter Obi. That is not my argument. What I'm trying to say in defense is that in the media space, you can see things. And on that very basis, I wouldn't advise Peter Obi to respond to this directive from Tinubu, or I don't know whether it is directly from Tinubu or from Tinubu supporters, telling him to go and caution his supporters. If
It
Peter,
was from Tinubu's campaign organization,
okay,
but
so if
just to tell you,
yeah,
um,
yeah,
Saki, you know we
mm,
have a tradition of prostrating in Yoruba land. We call it idobale. You know that.
yes, yes.
So I think Peter Obi has now adopted that stance. He's now in the Indobale position and is now on his knees apologizing to Tinubu.
No, what I'm right, I don't know whether he has done that, but for me, if he
No, he
does
has
that,
done that. Let me bring you this quickly.
okay,
Pardon me. Only after I've had a sip of water. I don't know. I can't seem to shake this cough or whatever it is that. Let me bring you this Saki. Issue-based campaign. I agree with Tinubu Peter Obi. So this is now him on his knees in apology. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP Peter Obi yielded to the call of the All Progressives Congress APC Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu that the campaign should be based on what will advance the growth, progress, and stability of Nigeria. Tinubu's campaign organization on Wednesday said Peter Obi's supporters are defaming the former Lagos State governor and charged him to call them to order. Obi, in a statement signed by his media advisor, Valentine Obiayem, Wednesday, said Tinubu's statement mirrored what he stands for. He stressed on the need for all Nigerians to desist from spreading lies, malice, and denigrating other candidates. Obi noted that if supporters were mindful of this, some articles published, Obi noted that if supporters were mindful of this, some articles published in some newspapers against Obi would not have been published, including those with offensive titles. The statement reads partly on the alleged fake letter from the president of Ghana and the alleged request of 50 billion naira monthly payment. Obiyem said that while Obi was not bothered about their authenticity, it was wicked to link them to his supporters, insisting that any publication from Obi's group was always properly signed and the place it was coming from clearly spelled out. We know that things are not well in Nigeria. We know of the agitations in different parts of the country. Our principal has always said what he would do with such organizations to stop their agitation and bring them back to Nigeria as one happy family. Rather than others say what they will do, they are here creating more problems by trying vainly and wickedly to link their fellow contestants to some of those organizations. He expressed happiness that Nigerians knew the truth and that such gimmicks used to deceive them would no longer work. So that's not at all the fullness of an apology that I was anticipating. That
Anyway,
is, it looks as though he's still backing the Ipobians to continue to attack.
anyway, what he wrote, like before, I was trying to say something before you
Oh,
went
sorry,
down
carry
there,
on.
you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
So if it were me, I would not respond to any directives from maybe um Tinubu's camp in this respect. You know, to me it is childish. It is childish for me as a contestant to every time I will be like I will be told to come out to tell my supporters to stop doing things. Every time P2B has issued statements in this kind of regards for up to 2 times, you know. So for me, I wouldn't do that. For instance, I will give you, if you go to that very Twitter, you see fake news from every angle. You can see it from Tinubu's camp, you can see it from Obi's camp, you can see it from every angle. For instance, as at yesterday, either yesterday or 2 days, some people from Tinubu's camp alleged, and they wrote it on Twitter, that Peter Obi is a cultist, he's a member of pirates. They even, in that very statement, they linked Peter Obi to that very group of pirates that did some that music for like a local something music, you know.
So sorry, is it this one you're talking about? Is it that one?
Yeah. So that's those supporters from Tinubu camp. They alleged, you know, in a writing like on Twitter, they said that they made
It
investigation.
might not even be that one. It might be another one that some Igbo guys did. I sent that
There are
video
about
to you.
1,000 of them now.
Yeah, the name
Yeah,
of the
Did you
name
send
of
it to me, Ajale Koko? Did you
can
send?
I send it to you if you check your
All right.
yeah, it might be
yeah.
that
So
one that they are referring to,
no, so the
So
people say that Peter Obi is a cultist and he's also a member of pirates. They even went as far as digging evidence. Like I don't know, sort of they presented one picture as membership, whatever, to show that to prove the point that Peter Obi is a pirate member and a cultist. So those are allegations and falsehood that came from supporters from Tinubu's camp. So if you are now saying that Peter Obi should go and warn his supporters, what will you now tell Tinubu to tell his supporters? So what I'm trying to say in effect is that if you come to this social media
But
space,
Zaki father,
yeah,
you said the allegation against Peter Obi may come from Tinubu's camp,
you said what?
or vice versa. I said you said the allegation from Peter Obi to Tinubu may not even come from Tinubu's camp.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you say as well that the allegation against Peter Obi is not
Yeah.
coming from Tinubu's camp
It
as
is
well?
also possible it doesn't come from Tinubu's camp.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? So what I'm trying to say in effect is that if you are somebody that is very good with all this Twitter, and if you come to those space, you will see that it's like a street. A lot of people say this and link it to this camp, or say this and link it to this camp. You know. So if you keep telling this person to go and warn his supporters, you know that you are sure that it is from his camp such information is coming. What do you now tell the other person? Suppose such negative information is also coming from the other person's camp. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that this thing would have said if such information was coming from official campaign organization of P2V, you know. But on the street, on that very social media street, people create accounts. There are people that have multiple accounts. There are people that break fake news. So my suggestion is, if a fake news comes, it is important to trace the account from which it is coming and deal with that account. Deal with that account. Not just stand up and conclude it is coming from P2B's camp, it is coming from Tinubu camp, it is coming from Shiwore camp. So, because if you keep saying this, if this thing keeps on happening, will you continue to tell P2B to go and beg his supporters, to go and control his supporters? And again, this thing we are saying, I want us, social media, the internet doesn't forget. I want us to go back to 2015, 2014, 2015 campaign and see what happened. See how violent, you know, the supporters of what do we call him, Buhari there. See how they were, you know. This David Hide was interviewed on this internet bully, something cyber bully. He was interviewed by Arise, I think, about these things that are happening on the social media space. The constant complaint that P2B's camp are violent. And he said that what P2B's camp supporters are doing on this Twitter space is not even up to 5% of what supporters of Buhari did in 2014. So let's focus on the candidates, and let them do their normal issue-based campaign. Let's forget about supporters this, supporters that, supporters this, supporters that, because we don't know. We don't even know whether it is coming from account developed by the enemy, to discredit P2B supporters. So these things happen in the internet space. So let's forget those things. And then again, someone was saying here that P2B was brought to limelight by Atiku. Who said that?
Was it not? It was.
Wait now.
Was it not?
Somebody was saying that he was brought to yeah.
Who
Play
knew Peter
someone.
Obi before
Wait
before
now.
before Atiku flashed him
Wait,
up?
wait. Play.
It was just some
Play
random from the
someone.
east.
Play someone said he came to limelight through Atiku. And I'll ask Play someone.
Yes, he did.
I will ask Play someone. How did
So
Atiku come
sorry, are
to?
you disputing that?
Wait now.
No, don't obfuscate now. Don't do
Wait
what
now.
aboutism. You
I'm
want to
I'm
do
not
what about?
I'm not disputing that, but I want to use man is a measure of all things to judge what he said. You understand what I mean? So if he said that, who brought Atiku to limelight? Wasn't it Obasanjo?
Yeah, but
Who
no, that's
brought
fair enough.
Who brought Osibanjo to limelight? Wasn't it Tinubu? It was Tinubu who brought Fayemi to limelight. Wasn't it Tinubu? It was somebody
No,
that
it's
brought
not.
it.
It's not Obasanjo that brought Atiku to limelight. Atiku gave
It was actually
PDP.
Musa Yadua that
Okay,
actually
that brought
brought
him to
Atiku
limelight.
Yeah,
out.
it was Yaradua that brought Atiku to limelight, and it
Okay, so
was
what
that vehicle that Atiku created, that platform PDP that they put in place that was given to Obasanjo. So
all right. So what
Ajale
they
Koko,
used to
hold on.
against it.
Saki. Let me
yeah,
address Ajale Koko and one man on this. Every one of them has somebody that brought them up.
Mm-hmm.
Yadua, I mean the Yadua you're talking about, was it not when he was with Obasanjo that we knew him as such back in the 70s, even though some people knew him in some circles? The article you're talking about, who even knew article pre 1999? I mean, the way it was known,
What do you
generally
mean
known.
pre 1999?
Hold on. The way it was generally known, article was never known.
Atiku was battling Abiola for the ticket. What are you talking about?
People do not know article on
People
this.
do not.
Everybody
He
know
was battling
Atiku.
Abiola for the ticket.
What are you talking about?
Was he not
people
battling
know
Abiola
Atiku.
for the ticket?
Is that what?
Was he battling Abiola for the ticket?
He battled Abiola for ticket.
But they did not
was
know
it known?
him.
Was it known?
For
He
SDP.
wasn't known.
Was it known?
No, they
What
didn't
do you
know
mean
him.
I wasn't know? I mean,
Somebody that was fighting for a
rational mind.
presidential ticket, they didn't know him.
Rational mind.
Forget it. See, the point I'm trying to make is this: that Atiku became well known when he became the vice president. Nigerians, generally Nigerians, came to know him when he became. So the point is let's not go this.
No, Peter Obi is a latter day hip hop, some hip hop.
Well, I know
guy
this is
now.
what you do, what man. You want to do that. You do this a lot.
Is it not though?
Every one of them, even Obasanjo himself, came into limelight through Murtala. So what are we talking about? So every one of them has to have somebody that brings them up. So let's not use this whole thing like, oh, is it not this person that helped him? Everybody has somebody.
But it's a statement of fact now. We don't have to contest that or fight over that. It was Atiku. It was Atiku that brought him to limelight in the national politics, in the national politics of that country. It was Atiku. Yes.
Agreed.
And
who else himself was not even brought into limelight by somebody?
But that's not. But it's in his own case. We are just specific about him that it was Atiku that brought him to limelight, and that is a statement of fact. I mean, we still have to accept that. Yeah.
I'm not arguing. It is a fact. Everybody knows that. I also acknowledge that. You know, I also acknowledge the fact that Atiku brought him to limelight, to national limelight. But the argument that Play Summer made that made me to like recount this statement was, I think he tried to say it as if that Peter Obi should go and rest. You know, who knew him? You know, before now. Are you saying that because Atiku brought him to limelight, he doesn't have his constitutional right to contest as a president if he wants to do so? Is it what you're trying to say by that argument? So I saw the argument as somehow, if it is one more, he will say pedestrian. Is it pedestrian? Pedestrian narrative. You know, so that's the way I saw it. You know, so let's forget those and focus on issues. Let's focus on issue-based election. But as for
do you think INEC should strike Peter Obi out of the elections for the violence of his supporters? Because there's a zero tolerance for violence in this electoral cycle. So do you think Peter Obi should be struck off the elections for reasons that of his supporters?
Why will I answer this question? Why will I answer this question? One more. I will answer that. It's not. It shouldn't be a question, you know. And if they do that, they will chop off their head.
Tó bá ti lọ sọ yẹn, ọlọ́ máa gbé yín lórí.
I know that is what
that is Akpobio style. That is Akpobio style.
That is what one is expecting me to answer. So let's forget about it and focus on issues.
Thank you, Father.
But one man, I want to ask one question if it's possible.
All right, all right, carry on, yeah. Go on, Tony. Tony? You say Tony now.
All right, let me say what I want to say. Saki father.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, thank you, sir. Good evening, Saki.
Yeah.
Uh,
We are waiting.
but should I go on, sir?
Yeah, you
Okay.
can go.
So, Saki father, good evening, sir.
Yeah.
So yesterday I was having joy here. So I was saying that I would like to see that some of our guys come here, not to be painting, Peter B as a perfect man, because none of us are perfect, So, but that every Southeasterners should be come here to say that no, that Peter B, if when something is going wrong, you see them coming out not through spokespeople or spokespersons. Then, but to see that none of our people for this out to see anything wrong in Peter Obi's
No. To
or
be
nothing
fair,
to be
Saki father has
corrected
never
or
done
like
that.
a point of correction, like we say, okay, yes, Peter Obi should be cautious about his followers. Yesterday I was talking about because see the
All right,
argument
thank
you're
you.
having with that was going on, like I said that yes, that it was like this or that. So, but at least what I would try to, I'm just trying to counsel that that we should that this post should should be taking up the responsibility when their people go, when their supporters go wrong. They should find a way to be addressing them, like, okay, please, my followers, don't do this, don't do that. Know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say, sir.
Yeah.
No.
So
To be
So
fair,
that we should always try to tell the candidates,
all right.
please. And then
You
one thing
made
I
the
want
point.
our politicians to be doing, or our candidates.
All right, back to you, Saki. Yeah.
yeah. Well.
Okay.
I
Okay. So then that they shouldn't be speaking through through the spokespeople. Okay.
No. What do you mean they shouldn't be speaking through the spokesperson? They always speak through spokespeople. But back to you, Saki. I don't know what that was, but
Yeah.
back to you,
Well.
Saki. Yeah.
If I understand what he was saying,
Yes.
yeah. If I understand what you're saying, if you do wrong, I will come
No,
here and
no, no, no,
criticize.
no. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. Like in Europe here, you see Tony Blair or Angela Merkel. They come out. They talk to the people. They address both through the press. But our people, even the president, the governors, special assistant, this and that. It doesn't augur well. Thank you, sir.
All
Yeah.
right, back to
So
you, Saki. Just back to where you were. Back to where you were.
yeah, based on what he said, like I don't like if Peter B goes wrong, I will criticize him here. What do I get? Does he give me money? What do I get to romanticize the whole thing? So if the supporters do what I know I criticize, I will criticize. If Tinubu is doing something that I needed to criticize him, I'll criticize him. If he does something that is right, I will, I will openly say this is right, this is correct. You know, I don't know what you mean, Tony, when you said
No, just leave
every
that space.
Southeast
I
are
don't
doing.
understand it either. But leave that
Yeah.
space. Let me take you to a different space entirely, Saki, and to Abubakar Malami, and he just dipping his hands endlessly into the Commonwealth of the Nigerian space. $500 million he's now looking to help himself too, and he's not even taking permission from Buhari himself. Buhari has said no, nobody takes that money, but he seems to be conspiring with what alleges to be the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, and they're just writing checks against the country's Commonwealth. What are you then making then of this wayward man from Kebbi State?
That is what you see when you surround their government with friends, well wishers, and family members. Let me ask. I don't know. I stand to be educated. What is that Abubakar Malawi? What is his level of education?
He went to Utman Danfodio University, which that's what we know.
So that's the only thing that qualified him
This is it. When we
to
have people
become
like Falano
to become
and Kiyamo.
to become to become what do we call it, attorney general.
Hmm.
So that guy has really done a lot of things in this administration. You know, I pray that whoever comes in the next administration, we have the guts to dig those files and find those people, and bring them to book. Because that guy, it appears the guy is almost uh, taking directions from authority that is higher than the president of Nigeria. I don't really
It's a
know.
law unto himself, isn't he?
Yeah.
Pardon
So
the pun.
I don't really know. So that is what we see when we allow mediocres to. Sorry for calling him mediocre.
What do you mean? Sorry,
So
it's patently mediocre. Is
yeah,
it not?
so that is what we see when we employ this kind of people, to man the affairs of government. I've always said here that the Nigerian state is hemorrhaging. Nigeria is suffering financial hemorrhage from just a few. If it is unbuyable, we say a microscopic few who are practicing, instead of practicing democracy, they are practicing cabadocracy. You know, so that is
I
what they
miss
are
that
just
guy.
doing.
I miss him.
So,
eh, my God,
so the guy is no longer talking. Where is the
yes,
guy now?
I don't know. Maybe he's enjoying his loot.
But I think he's still
His
in
obvious
AP. I
cousin.
think he's
We should add,
in
we should
APC.
ask War Peace.
Yeah. Sorry. Carry on. Yeah.
I think he's still in APC.
Yeah.
So
Does he
I
still have his senatorial seat?
no. I don't think. I think
Yes.
he was one time special advisor to. Is he governor of? Is he governor of?
Is it from Delta State?
No, he's from Edo State.
Oh yeah.
And I think that guy. I think he read law. I think he studied law.
No, he's a well-educated man, and you'll be surprised to know that a lot of these things I said, they are actually grammatically accurate,
Yeah,
but
they are.
it's just his vocabulary that really is before those people.
The words are correct, but at
Yes.
times, but at times the syntax is
Yes.
is getting mixed up. That's what I mean. But the words are. If you find the words in the dictionary, you see them.
You know, he reminds me a little bit of Wole Soyinka. But pardon me for saying that, though. But he does with Wole Soyinka also. He never uses a simple word where a complex word can be inserted, because he likes to beat you down to with his education and not. I think he actually even came out to the third, didn't he, Wole Soyinka,
No,
with all of this
I don't.
grammar that is blowing.
I don't think you should compare that guy with Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka speaks uses vocabulary,
Yeah, but why does it
but
always have to? I hate reading his articles because it's just needless big words when you could just explain something. You know,
but
heavenly bodies of identical plumage invariably congregating in close proximity. Do you know what that means?
yeah, he uses vocabulary, yes,
That means birds of a feather flock together.
but but but
Heavenly
but
bodies of identical
but
plumage. Vocabulary.
the difference between Wole Soyinka and that guy is that Wole Soyinka has in his use of language, he tries to add some poetic beauty, to that to his expressions, although they are high sounding expressions. But when you read his work, you cannot be like be consumed in such knowledge of Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka is too knowledgeable. You can't compare him with the other guy. The other guy is just cloudish. He's just cloudish, I would say. You know.
Ju- Just,
So
just on that space. What's your favorite Wole Soyinka piece?
his piece,
Hmm. Work.
like his
Literary, yeah,
okay,
literary.
literary work.
Yeah.
I think I've read one of his work called A Play of Giants. I think he's the one that has that work.
My favorite piece is it's actually not a novel or a play, but it's a poem. It's called Abiku.
Okay, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Is it the one that wrote Abiku?
yes. It's just
Coming and going in these several seasons.
oh,
Do stay
well
out
done.
on the
You know,
bow. Yeah, I know the
yes,
poet. The poet.
yes.
Yeah, I like that poem. I like that poem.
In vain I cast my something or the other. You know, I
Yes, yes.
love that
I like
poem.
that poem. Coming and going in these several seasons. Do
Mm,
stay out on the baobab tree.
I am
I like.
Abiku calling for the first and
Yes,
repeated
yes.
time.
No, no,
Yes,
no.
you know, yeah. It's just so
No, it's a
they should
very
put it on
wonderful
music.
piece. It's a
Yes,
very wonderful piece. No,
yes.
Wolo Soyinka
There's
is a
another poem
legend.
that he wrote that we recommend to you because I think you're a man of learning and literature. Read this poem. It's called Telephone Conversation. It's a short read by Wole Soyinka.
Okay,
Telephone Conversation. Uh,
okay.
you
No,
know,
no, no.
so it's a
Wolo
real delight.
Soyinka,
Yeah, telephone conversation.
Wolo Soyinka is a giant. You
Yes.
know, he is everything. He is a wise polyglot. And he's everything you need. You need in this scholarly world. The guy is great. Nigeria have people.
Mm.
Nigeria have people, but our leadership, you know, is like disgracing us. Nigeria have a lot of people, but our leadership is disgracing us, honestly. So that's the issue. You can imagine a country, you have somebody like Wolo Soyinka, you have somebody
Being
like
ruled
late,
by Buhari.
yeah, you like
Wole
somebody
Soyinka
like
is
late,
being ruled by Buhari.
yeah, you like somebody like late Chinua Achebe, and all these kind of people, being ruled by this kind of, why is very wrong.
There's um there's one Chinua Achebe book the one that he said that I have to go and look it up. My favorite authors they go by books. Like Chinua Achebe, he wrote one book about he was the one that actually introduced me to. You know, I say a lot that my favorite culture is the southeastern culture, especially the southeastern village culture. I've never been to the southeast in my life. I've only gone there via Chinua Achebe, who paints such an elegant picture that you want to live there, you know.
Is it
So
the ant hills of the savannah?
it's not the antelopes of the savannah. It's one. It was about. It says the villagers are in uproar. It is one that he said he has taken enough for the owners to see. So that was a phrase that struck me in that book. He has taken enough for the owners to see. I'll have to go and look it up.
I can't
But my
remember the name.
favorite all-time African book is a book called Mind Boy by a guy called Peter Abraham. So yeah, a lot of very
No,
gifted.
Nigerians have people.
Yeah,
Nigerians
yeah.
have people. In the world of physics, physicists, you see a lot of people. In the world of medicine, you see a lot of people. Nigeria is very great. It's a great country. But our leadership is suppressing these talents. You know, you imagine yourself. Imagine like somebody like this guy. Is it Philip Emeagwari? That discovered himself when he went to America. Imagine he was still in Nigeria. You know, you can see the kind of brain that will be suppressed. You know, a lot of people. You know,
But the
I don't
Nigerian
really know.
artist, the Nigerian writer that I detest the most is this Chimamanda. I cannot abide that woman. Just awful.
Well, I've not read her work. I've not really,
Not either. I can't stand her.
I've not really read her work.
Oh, well done, Joel. You know, there's just something about her. She's too. I think she wrote one book, something of the Rising Sun, and off the back of that book, she got a lot of accolade, and then she's been straddling the world stage, preening and peacocking, and throwing the shoulders. It's just she's a bit of an annoyance, a bit of an annoyance. Yes, that's the book. Thank you, Alexander Kashe, a man of the people, a man of the people. That's the
Okay, no,
book.
I've read
Yeah,
that. I've read
yes,
that book.
I love that book. Yeah, I have to go and I have to go and buy a lot of these things from my library. I have to
Uh,
buy them. Yeah.
yeah.
So
So that
back to where you were, Malami.
Yeah, so Malawi, I don't really, when I talk about that Malawi, it irritates me. I get so irritated, and I don't want to focus on that guy, you know. But there is a kind of collusion that is happening either between him and that Minister for Finance, and to perpetually loot the country dry, you know. But everybody will live to pay for what he has done. One day, a good leader will arise, will rise up in Nigeria to open the books of these past people, you know. And then that leader, I pray he has the political will to bring all these people to book without fear and without favor. So that's my submission there, one man.
All
I
right,
don't want to
brilliant,
bug you.
brilliant well put. A man of deep learning, Saki, father. Anybody that likes literature is a friend of mine because I used to gorge on. I used to enjoy reading a lot. I don't know what happened, but there was I used to read three, four books at the same time sometimes, but life got in the way, I guess. But there it is. That's Saki father. You all know him, of course. Saki father. So from Saki father to Thomas from Australia. So Thomas to you. Thomas to the space then. Let's kick you off with Ben Ayade getting a flogging from the preacher man.
Thank you, woman. Good evening, everyone. To me, what the man did, the preacher, is worth commendable. But what I think is just trying to disgrace the man. I still agree a little bit with Maria. He should have done that secretly. That is my opinion. I already had Zaki father that 25 million cannot pay salary. Can only pay few people. So that means the man is not really bothered about the money. Fine, it's concerned about the people, which I too in the same shoes. But disgracing him in that public, and even the governor donating to the church is doing it in a as a good gesture to the church. But disgracing him in that public, I don't think is right, in my opinion. I may be wrong, but
Thomas,
yes, please.
Thomas, what are you talking
Yes,
about?
please.
What are you talking
That
about?
is my opinion.
No,
You can't take
no,
it
no,
out
no,
of
no.
me.
Sometimes because hey, hold on. What I'm trying to say is this: we are not here to joke. This is we are
I'm
talking
not
about.
joking.
Hold on, please.
No.
We are
That is my opinion.
we are in a
Please.
come. Hold on. You live in abroad, right? So when we are talking, I expect I have certain expectation from every one of us.
Joel,
Now, this issue of
please,
hold on. Let me just tell you
Joel,
this. Let me just tell you this. Let me just tell you this.
no,
You
wait.
cannot.
You will make your assertion, please.
I'm just trying to
Wait.
interject.
Can you
I'm just
please
trying to
wait?
interject. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
brother.
Thomas, let him land so you know the fullness of what you want to either agree with or go against. So land.
Or you disagree with? That's what I'm saying. Look, bro, and Thomas. The issue here is this: you cannot donate with public funds to a church. It is criminal. You are talking about that particular church. Do you know how many churches he have been going, or how many places he have gone to do such donations? So when you accumulate those monies, then you find out that it is not just 25 million. And besides, even if you're even at 25 million, how can you donate 25 million of public funds to a church? Taxpayers' money to a church. We are not going further. We are not moving we're not moving forward. Still perpetrating this same act of donating public funds to people to do what? To buy curry favor?
Or to do what that 25 million, what's it going to do for the public? What's it going to do for the church? That if that pastor is so corrupt, he can just pocket that money. And that money is gone, 25 million, just like that. In an economy of today, please, let's just, that's my point. I just want to let you know that in Nigeria of today, Nigeria moving forward, we cannot have people donated to the church. People making hopeless donations. The time one a week, even the one weekend in Sokoto, did he have the permission of the people? You went there, you donated 500 million naira of Rivers money. And today, you're not like, you donated that money so that they will support you for presidential election. That money is gone. 500 million naira. Please, let us talk like people that we've left Nigeria. Let us take away that Nigerian cloak from us. And let us start thinking of nation building. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So back to you, Thomas. So that's what he was pushing at. Thomas.
Yes. When I started my contribution, I said I gave the pastor kudos for doing that. It takes a man of integrity to do that, to do that heart that he did. But I'm saying it's a little bit excessive to me. That's a big disgrace to the governor of the state. I didn't say what the pastor did is not good, to reject the money. And one Yoruba adage said, I will translate it in English. All of us cannot sleep and face the same side. So you have your opinion, I have my opinion. So I will be good if you can respect my opinion and I respect yours. So I gave the pastor, I gave him kudos for doing that. But in my opinion, he should have done it in more mature manner than, like, to me, he wanted to disgrace the man. It's not about the money. He wanted to disgrace the governor, which I don't care. I don't care about politicians. He can be disgraced, but he can, as a pastor, as a cleric, as people that follows you, I expected him to do it in a more I don't know the qualification. This English I will use, like a more mature approach to that. That is my opinion. What he did is good. I gave him kudos. If all our pastors can be doing this, yes,
Thomas,
it's a good example.
Thomas.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thomas. So
yes, please.
what you are saying is that you don't like the way the governor was disgraced, and you don't like
I don't like it.
You don't like corrupt politicians that put themselves in position of leadership. They put themselves there. It's not the people that put them there. So you don't like them to be disgraced while they are looting the resources of the country, while by their action or inaction, not pay people salary, worker salary, and a lot of workers have been disgraced in their neighborhood for not being able to pay their school fees of their children, for not be able to pay their rent, for not be able to buy food, to pay their grocery they bought on credit, that have been disgraced. So that governor that failed to pay them their salary. So you are saying that governor should not be disgraced. That's your position. And another way I want you to look at it.
Yeah.
He was announcing that money in the public, in the church, publicly. What you say in the public is different from what you do in the secret. If you have gone secretly to the pastor, I'm giving this to the church. Yes, the pastor might still refuse it. And if we
I disagree.
I disagree. Hold on now. If that pastor by his action, as you said earlier, that it doesn't want that money and he wanted to disgrace it. If Ayade has taken that money secretly to him behind, if he doesn't want to take that money, he will still refuse it and nobody will know about it. But coming to openly in the church, bragging, I'm donating this to the church, and that man feel, yes, if he doesn't say it there, it means acceptance, that the church have accepted that money. If he refuse or send the money back, nobody will know. What everybody will know is that, oh, the church accepted 25 million and he doesn't want that kind of blood money in his church and he refused it openly. And you're saying that what that man did is wrong.
But
Thomas, he didn't do anything wrong.
Ajale Kuku, I understand you. And you should not get me wrong. The art is good. It's a good, welcome art. The art of rejecting the money. I like it. But we are saying, where will the church give, where will a politician give taxpayers' money to the church? But we did the same thing in the Western world. Ajale Kuku, in the US, in the UK, people give grant to churches. Isn't it?
Do you see a politician coming? Well, have you ever seen any politician in Australia announcing this is how much I'm giving to the church openly? Have you ever seen it?
What I'm saying is, get me right, Ajale Kuku. Government still give grants to the church in the Western world, isn't it?
Yes, if they qualify for grant, it's an association. It's a different thing. But governor,
what is the difference?
It's a different because when you don't pay workers salary, where did you get money to be splashing around in the church where you can't get any productivity? What productivity will you get in the church? If he invested that money on SME, on people running small business, do you know what kind of productivity that will yield to the society and the wealth that we created? Do you know how many people that we take out of poverty? Do you know how many jobs that we created rather? Do you know how many taxes, how much taxes government will even take from them in order to fund education and build roads and do other things? But this man is, don't say you don't like the way he's disgraced. So we should be disgracing these people. These people have destroyed that country and a lot of us cannot travel around.
Even Bongsmo is flogging you from the comment section. So
I don't care. Man, you know me. I don't care about comment section.
Never flogs anybody.
No, Ajale Kuku. Listen, Ajale Kuku.
Totally òwe tó pa ń pé kì í sùn ká dorí kan a máa tún fi ọgbọ́n ọlọ́gbọ́n ṣọgbọ́n. Yorùbá tó tún sọ yẹn fi ọgbọ́n ọlọ́gbọ́n ṣọgbọ́n.
Yes, you can ask wisdom from someone else. Ajale Kuku, the art of the governor, of the pastor, I'm not disputing it. What he did is a normal cleric supposed to do.
But
right. as a pastor, I don't expect him to disgrace him like that. And right. I disagree with you. One man, let me land. I disagree with you. If this man, Ayade, gave this pastor this money secretly, we never know. He can collect it and he can reject it as well. So one man is in two ways.
Thomas, it did not disgrace him. He just rejected the money. He rejected the money. Don't term it as disgrace.
It was a bit of an embarrassment.
Yes, it could be. Yes, it could be embarrassment. But rejection of what you are giving people, openly you are donating 25 million. That is too excessive money to donate to a church. For when they are not launching, they are not asking for fund for church building or anything.
Maybe fundraising.
They are not doing fundraising for church building. You are taking 25 million when average Nigerian. Look at the other day. That lady that was distributing 20 million. Did you see happiness in the faces of those people? Flinging that money and saying, 20,000. Oh, we thank federal government for giving us this. Do you know how much people that 20,000 can serve round if Ayade gave her that money to poor people instead of taking it to the church. If he give to his people in the state to support their small business at the rate of 20,000, do you know how many hundred of people will have given that money to to help their businesses?
Ajali Koko, I agree with
you. But the pastor doesn't want that
right.
money. We don't want it in our church. Their church is a church of God. They don't want that kind of money.
Ajali Koko, I agree with you. I agree with you. But in my opinion, you should have done it in a little bit good manner. To me, it's yes.
All right,
yes.
I want to move Thomas. We are laboring this a bit too much, but I'll make that point and then I'll move Thomas
on. Thomas,
yes,
there's something we need to know. First of all, we in the parties panelists, they will agree on one situation, have one mind, one view about certain issues. That day, Nigeria will be moving to the right direction. There are things we don't have personal opinion about. Your personal opinion does not count. And there are things you don't bring your personal opinion into. You don't bring excuses. Excuses create room for corruption. What Ben Ayade did is wrong. There's no personal excuse about it to give him personal excuse. You don't try that in the same country. You cannot go to church and donate money, even if it's your personal money as a public officer. What is your salary? You go down and donate 25 million, and while your people are suffering. So, Thomas, please stop personal opinion here. It's wrong, and let's sit at that, and let's move on. Thank you.
Yes, I've said it earlier on. What he did is wrong, and I gave the pastor kudos earlier on. But to me, you should have done it in more manner, good manner. That is just my opinion.
All right.
I can't retract my words. Yeah.
All right. Let's move swiftly on from there. I think we spent too much time on that space. But before we move swiftly on, can I ask the people who have not yet clicked on the like button to please do that? If you have not clicked on the like button and you have no real reason not to click on it, then you have every reason to click on it. So if you don't have a reason not to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on it, because that helps propel the platform of the YouTube algorithm. So click on the like button, and then that same motion, click on the subscribe button as well. So you push us up the hierarchy. So it's a collective effort, and that is your contribution to the development of the platform. So from that to back to you, Thomas, and to the push to get rid of your chair, are you, as the chairman of the PDP, for reasons that he even promised that as soon as a northern presidential flag bearer turns up, he will resign immediately for reasons of fairness and equity. Then, of course, we all know the North for their takia. You should never trust a northerner by their words. Are your chair? Are you, Thomas?
Oh, thank you, one man. The man said he's going to step.
So sorry, carry on.
Yes. The man said he's going to step down if and the northerner clinch the ticket in the primaries, which Atiku has already clinched the ticket. So I don't know why he's still sitting down there, and even to pacify Wike, that's been shouting up and down. I think that is one of the demand of Wike, that since the presidential, the ticket has been clinched by the northerner, the party chairman should come from the south. So even to just to douse the tension in the party, even automatically it should resign honorably by himself and put southerner there just to pacify Wike, because I don't know what they are scared about this Wike. I can't wrap it around my head, because it's as if they are scared of him. Maybe it's gonna spoil things for him, for Atiku camp, or for PDP as a whole. So even just to pacify Wike, to pacify all the party members that have been saying the ticket should come to the south, since Atiku is there already at the ticket for the PDP. the man should be resigning. But in another angle, one man, you said the man said if he stepped down, they have to have another convention. And he said they can't have another convention. Is that true? Because I don't know. Do they need to have a convention before choosing a party chairman? One man.
I think they have to because your chair is insisting that the rest of the National Working Committee has to resign with him.
So, but if he resigned honorably, maybe the vice or the deputy or the assistant that can take the chairman, that can take the role of the chairman. So if they need to have convention to select party chairman, and the party can't afford to have another convention because election is just around the corner. So it's still two conflicting sides to me. At least, fine, we say that guy should step down, but if he's not stepping down and he's giving reasons for not stepping down, so to me it's still a little bit conflicting. One man, I don't know. It's a bit conflicting to me because he's supposed to do that to douse the tension, to me, so that the party can move forward, even to pacify Wike, because that's one of the demands of Wike, that the Southerner should be the chairman of the party. But if the man don't want to do that, maybe he has reason, or Atiku has given him directive not to resign. So one man, I don't. It's a very conflicting thing. One man, let's just move on.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So Thomas, commentaries on the Tinubu caution to the Peter Obi space. Your thoughts on that?
One man, I don't want to speak on that thing. I don't want to speak on it. So because people will get emotional in the comment section, I don't want to speak on that. You can move on to another person because of time. We are almost 4 hours now.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Thomas. So
No.
thank you, Thomas.
No.
He's trying to over copycat Kulata ni because he request Kulata ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ó náà fẹ́ copycat.
Sọtẹnu ẹ wọ́n fẹ́ pa ẹ́ ni kí ló ń bẹ̀rù kí ni sọtẹnu ẹ kí lẹ́nìkan fún fẹ́ pa ẹ́ kí wọ́n lè pa ẹ́ náà àwọn síbẹ̀ ká kú síbẹ̀ náà.
Instead of come for his head. Tinubu supporters, like I said yesterday, it's not everything Tinubu supporters will be responding to. They should calm down. It's politics. They did worse in 2015 to Jonathan, who carried that coffee. Shreka was outside campaigning, protesting. It's politics. They first calm down.
Now, do you think the Tinubu space is being overly sensitive?
Yes, you're overly sensitive. You are foiling what you're supposed to foil. You are giving how do I say?
I think you have a point, because by them coming out now, they've indicated that the Ipobians are getting to them. So that's not going to make them stop. That's going to make them do it even more.
Yeah, nobody will stop. You have three people, you have three protesters in that place. How can you not just put it on to be or be supported by you? That means people go under the shadow, start following that same campaign. Continue conspiracy that would make be obedient or be supported. They won't. So you leave that, now face your own campaign. People say this. All right.
All right. Thank you. Are you driving? I keep asking people. It's because of the statics. Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving. I think it's extremely.
One man, can I address something, please?
Yeah, go on.
Just one sec. Yeah. This is to Joel. You were talking about church the other time. Your principal is the same church is going around to campaign. Is that not conflicting to me?
Can I answer that real quick? I'll answer you that question real quick.
Yeah, real quick, and then I'll move on. Yeah.
Real quick. Let me tell you this. Peter Obi has donated very, very 100 million, 50 million
personal money. Difference, huge difference. We are not saying do not give the church, but do not give the church as a public, in a public capacity. That is criminal. So it has nothing to do with Obi going to church, and after all, he doesn't go there to donate. Whether he does it, he does it in private. You can remember what happened between him and Fadam Baka. So it is not the issue. The issue here is this: between what Ayade did and what P2P did, P2P is not a public official. He is donating in private capacity. Ayade is donating in public capacity. Huge difference. What he's doing is criminal. And when you accumulate or aggregate all the money being donated in churches in Nigeria, then you now find out where our problem is coming from. So please, it's a no-brainer. Thank you.
All right. So hopefully that clears that up. But there's always an excuse for Peter Obi. You see, there's a different rule for Peter Obi. That's what we have established now. But I think
that one man. You see, as a moderator, I understand we might have our preferences, we might have our sentiments, but when it comes to speaking the truth, especially on this matter, that has been killing us as a nation, we have to be upright in it. Donating to the church is criminal. Let us make it that.
No, I agree with you on that.
For every public official, it's not only the church. You cannot donate. You invest the taxpayers' money, either in terms of welfare, whether in terms of paying salaries, whether in terms of investment. But you do not donate to any. I don't care who that person is. You do not donate public funds to any group at all, whether Christian, Muslim, or anything. That is how we can start curbing this corruption. Because I can donate $1 billion to a church and go back and take a kickback of 250 million naira. Is that not corruption? Please, let us move forward as a nation. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, and I agree with that sentiment as well. So, thank you for that, Joel, and thank you, Thomas. So, let's go on from Thomas to Tony. Tony, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm there, sir.
All right, brilliant. So Tony, to the conversation, that space that just elicited that exchange between Thomas and Joel, the donation by Ayade to the church and the church's refusal of it.
Yeah, you know that my opinion is that my stand is always the same, that we should close down all the churches and mosques and convert them to schools. So then, so the moment the colonial masters were leaving, they should have left with their with their churches and their mosque or whatever. But at least for the southern Nigeria, let me call it there. So southern Nigeria, all the churches should be closed down and then be converted to schools and hostels. See for our case. Thank you, sir. The next one.
All right. And Bode George calling for you to resign as the chairman of the APC.
Yes, you know that that one are very sensitive. But so I'm just going to try there. You know that these Northerners are too clever, so they cannot be eating their cake and at the same time having it. So the only thing that I would like to tell my people tonight is that both the Igbos and Yoruba, we should cooperate. Let's work together. Let Tinubu and Obi and Showore start working together right now with Wike and everybody. Fayose, because we need to be working secretly too. Like because these Northerners, they're so intelligent, and I think they got their CIA. They will need to have our own CIA too. So if we say that we are more educated than this people, what should we? I mean, we don't have to let them be. Robbing us in the mud like that. So let us be working together right now. Okay, let us pretend that like we are fighting each other then. Okay, please, but secretly, Tinubu, I hope you are listening to me. Peter Obi, I hope you are listening to me. Wike, all the guys, work together secretly. Let's show them how see how the CIA works. All right, sir. To the next one, sir.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, Abubakar Malami, of course, and the finance minister, an enabler, are just helping themselves to $500 million from the Nigerian coffers. Abubakar Malami to be richer than Abacha if he already is not.
Yeah, that is why I said that we should quickly, peacefully separate the country now, because these guys, they mean business. You see, and they are not heading it. They are not heading it. So what do we have to do? Look, they built a rail line to Niger, and then those cars, I'm happy that Ovie is online right now. You know, the other day we had said that this, so I think it was right that this the trail project is almost, is completed. That was what that was what they use in ferrying those cars across to Niger Republic. This boy just pouring sand on our faces. Look at the condition of our roads in the south. Man, this is terrible. Our people. All the universities are closed down. What the hell? So let us work together to show this boy Pepe. Atarodo. Okay, so the next one.
All right. Tinubu denies demanding 50 billion naira monthly from Ambode, wants Peter Obi to warn his supporters regarding the fake news. So fake news by the Peter Obi space getting out of hand. Even the Ghanaian president issuing warnings.
Okay, subsequently now, so I have to slow down. So I was about to attack, but now I don't have to attack. So, like I said, it's just a propaganda. But they should stop that now. Henceforth, they should work together secretly. But they can be show that it is on the social media space or in the whatever. Then let them be fighting each other. But I hope they are listening to me right now. Please work secretly so that we can defeat this, all these aliens. So we can't just stand aside, and then let this boat be destroying our future. We want to go back home to go and develop our countries. Many people are qualified. They become the quota system. So we have to leave room for these people. And then at the end of the day, they just put people that went to Islamic schools to go and study Quran to be running, the affairs of our country. That is crazy. That's why we must work together as Sultanats right now. Let's put our differences aside and let's work together peacefully. Next one, sir.
All right. So you say we should work together as Southerners. It looks as though Akeredolu certainly agrees with you. We will do whatever it takes to ensure Atiku, any other Northerner, does not emerge Nigerian president in 2023. So it is Akeredolu, of course, who champions that space that power must transit to the south. And he's saying, irrespective, immaterial, whoever the Southerner is, the first task of Southern Nigeria is to ensure that power does not remain in the north come 2023. So it is us versus Kwakwanso and Atiku is what Akeredolu is saying. I suspect that you agree.
Yes, that is, yes, I quite agree. And the worst part is that according to my prophet Nnamdi Kanu, he said that some of the Southerners, few of them, they will come and give them money, and then so that to sell us out. That's why I respect the Yoruba now, because only Yorubas, notable people, are not based in that foreign countries, capital city of Abuja. People like Ike Clark, people like Oyegun from Edo State, and they are based in they are based there. But I never said notable Yoruba man. You see that Lagos is looking better, Abuja is decaying, and which I'm very, very happy, because most of the time when I try to cry, for the situation of our dilapidated roads in the south. But when I look at the way Abuja is going now, I'm very happy, because back in the day when Obasanjo was there, Abuja was like shining like a diamond, but now it's dying, and then they are not going to be able to revamp it again, because they are not they are not qualified, not so qualified. And then Lagos is looking better now. We hope that all these south states can utilize their resources to also make our place to be looking better. But I give kudos to the Yorubas for not going to be investing in the north. But people of the south and southeast, they are useless. That's why Nnamdi Kanu is 95% right in whatever he has been preaching about. I don't know, maybe some of us here may say Nnamdi Kanu because of the other percent, maybe 5%, but Nnamdi Kanu is my man. And Akeredolu is my man. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So we're still pushing for the like thing. So if you have not yet clicked on the like, and as I said, if you have no reason not to click on it, then just do that. so you don't feel as though I'm directing comments at you the next time I call it. So if you have no reason not to click on it, then you have every reason to click on it. Panic as Atiku PDP refused to meet Wike's demands. Rivers governor draws closer to APC. So Wike now the thorn in the flesh, the bone in the neck of the PDP space. So he's made impossible to meet demands of the party. The party, of course, not able to meet those demands. And this seems like some somewhat convoluted way of him looking to exit the party. So what are you then seeing then as the future for Yemson Wike?
Yes, sir. But first of all, I want to thank all the all the people that are online tonight, watching us speak, and then the people in the comment section. Please, everybody should push the like button so that more Satanas can get to know what we are doing. What we are doing here. Please, it's not to make money for this guy, but it's just to.
Sorry, why Southerners? What you always take it to? What would you, this guy, man?
Okay, the Africans.
All right.
Africans or worldwide. People that are watching us. Anyway, it's a worldwide web. So everybody please, I want you to thumb up, because I'm not always here, but tonight I'm here. I know that I'm a offensive, but I know that more people, they will like this, at least. But anyway, so please thumb up so that we can hit that 150, 160 that we were at. But because recently I can see that something is going down. I don't know, maybe some of you are on a vacation. I don't know, but please, you should prove me wrong. Thumb up tonight. Let us hit an impressive number. So meanwhile, then I go to your question, sir. So this week, I'm highly disappointed that a guy that said that he doesn't need anything less than the first position is now crying about second position or third position, etc., etc. So, and all I want to say is that I'm very sorry, with due respect, sir. You know that I'll be saying that not is not. I'm very sorry, okay? Because when you are saying that people are saying here that no, the middle belt, there are different people, they have more tribes in the north. Now you can see, are you is dealing with you guys. Look now, open our eyes. Look now, say all these people, they mean business. He did promise us that if a northerner emerges that he's going to resign. Why did he resign? You see, that means it's part of these people that doesn't want to respect the the agreement that the original agreement that was there. So I just want our people to wake up. Let us work together.
The Northerners don't simply have that capacity to agree an agreement, because we saw it with what Tambuwal did with Wike. We saw it with what Atiku did in the PDP when the party has a constitution for rotation, but he's taking double dips of the tickets. So we see it with this Ayicha Ayu as well, and we see it all through history, that they will agree when it's no pain to them, but when the pain of the agreement comes, they just jettison it and say, okay, just get out, so that's it.
Yes, sir. It's very bad, because what they're trying to tell us is that our own is their own. Their own, they just say, so that they are taking us for a fool. That's why I said that we should try to work together henceforth. We can start by working together right from this platform as brothers and sisters, please. Everybody, please. Because you can see that I listened to Maria. You see all those conditions that he was just pointed out that will make her to come back to Nigeria to live there. Me, myself, that there should be security. There should be, a kind of social security system. If it's only just 2,000 a month for every Nigerian child, you know what I'm saying? Because the money is there. Look at this money they are trying to donate to the church and all this kind. It's just too crazy. And that is the governor that was pretending to be having the people's interest in mind. You remember that once upon a time he was the one that was crying, that he don't want to be taxing the market woman any longer. But today, look at what he's doing. That's why we can't just trust these people. I don't know what to do, because we have to go back home, because this Russia war may escalate to the point that we might not be needed in Europe any longer, because the European or the America will be looking at you as looking at us as like not really human beings. They say, go to your place. or everybody has to go back to his or her place. But where are we gonna go to? That is what we're not trying to, tell people. That's why we say that they should thumb up so that more people can hear us. They can
All
get the
right.
vibe.
I don't know what you're talking about anymore. But thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Tony, brother.
Tony.
So thank you, Tony. So sorry,
Thank you,
Tony.
sir.
You deviated into some space there. But let's go on from you, Tony, to Rational Mind. Who hopefully is still with us. Rational Mind, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, brilliant. So to you then, Rational Mind, we kick it off with where we started everybody off. To the humbling of Ben Ayade in front of all the congregants in a church in Cross River State. Your thoughts?
Well, I think for me, I would love to see more of that done to other political leaders. When I mean political, those who are currently holding offices, especially the governors and the president, the vice president. As long as you are holding a political office, I would like to see these religious leaders, these clerics, on the both side. When I mean both sides, referring to both the Muslims and the Christians. So what that pastor did, or bishop, or whatever his title was, for me, I think it's a welcome development. I would say I would like to see more of that. Like I've always said on your platform and other platforms, that religion is one of those problems we have in that country. And until when we put religion in its rightful place, we would never get it right in that country. I would like to see that also, especially in the Muslim-dominated area in the north, where we see, like the other time we heard of Tambuwa sponsoring some pilgrimage to Mecca, or also sending some people to go for Islamic education. I mean, we ask questions like, what is wrong with these leaders? And these are the people who wants to become our leaders, who wants to run a country that is not one religion. It's diverse when it comes to religion. I mean, we know the two major religions, and besides that, there are other smaller religions. I mean, why would you want to promote one religion over the rest? So what Ayade experienced, I think I would like to see more of that happen to other governors and ministers and president or vice president. I mean, why would you use taxpayers' money? Let me quickly speak on this. You see, how it's done in some countries, in some developed, advanced countries, is that usually what the government they do is they give some kind of like tax exemption. They don't tax religious bodies. If you have money you raised, or people give you money, it could be private individuals, it could be however you get the money, some kind of voluntary contribution or whatever, they won't tax it as long as you are a religious body. They are exempted from tax. And even pastors and religious leaders who work maybe like nuns and those fathers and the rest of them, bishops, they don't tax them. That's how the states give an incentive to them. They don't tax their money. They don't tax whatever fundraising they did. They don't tax it. That is one way you can at least, but that you give state funds to them. I mean, there are dedicated funds for that. Some states, like some countries, I mean, some states in the United States here, they do have such. And these states funds are usually in advance. The Senate or the House of Rep or the legislators, they set aside this
Hello.
money
Good.
to help.
Can I grab 3 chicken? What do they call this? Drumstick or
Thomas, you are on.
Oh,
you muted me, one man.
I wanted to hear what Thomas was ordering
Oh.
now, and you didn't let us hear it. You cut him
Go
off.
like the
Because
drumstick.
the chicken drumsticks, and then chips, and then a side order of salad, and then
Sorry, guys.
do you have pepper soup as well? You know, you cut him off
Somebody,
now. You
oh,
see.
Jeule Atirio.
He has got to visit African shop, right?
No, chicken
Yes.
drumsticks. That's chicken and chips.
I'm at
Isn't it?
work, so I want to order some food. I'm sorry, guys. I'm very
like
sorry.
your fast food.
All right.
It's okay. So back to what we're talking about. So for me, you see.
What's your favorite part of the chicken? Rational mind.
My favorite part of chicken.
Yeah.
I like the gizzard.
All right. Yeah. All right. Carry on. Sorry, it was just Thomas. Carry on.
So anyway, so for me, you see, when we don't have a country that has a system that works, that functions the way it should, that is where we get this kind of things whereby somebody can just go into a church because it's a governor and says he wants to dash out money, all in the guise of wanting people to vote him, because I know he's going for senatorial seat, and he wants to kind of like appeal to them to vote for him. I think that's what this all is all about. So for me, you see, until we get this right, we kind of do a kind of a reset. We have to hit a reset button for that country. I mean, we'll continue in this spiral of this.
For rational mind, are you not seeing from my perspective, government in the diaspora, they give grants to church. So what is different from a governor donating to the church and government giving grants to the church, even in the tune of millions of dollars?
The difference is this: when they make budgets, when countries make budgets, they have dedicated funds that they give out to religious bodies. You get it, and they don't put one religion above the rest. Usually, if it's a multi religious nation like the United States here, they equally give to Islamics too here in America, and they give to Christian. You know, it's Judeo-Christian countries. That's what America is. I mean, was, and to some extent, it is still. But with the coming in of other religion, we can see that they still do that. They still give out money. But the thing is this money is set aside. It has to go through the legislature. It has to go through the Senate, the House of Rep, and they will have to have this money marked or dedicated that this is the money will be given to any religious body, or whatever, how they dedicate it. But somebody just comes, say, okay, all right, out of his head, just think, okay, let me just give you 25 million naira. I mean, that is what the Nigerian, because these people, they get security vote that they don't account for. And their House of Legislature, their state out of legislators don't really ask them how they spend this money. I mean, this is money. This is taxpayers' money. However they got it, either from the federal government or however, it is still taxpayers' money. They need to account for it. The state House of Assembly needs to ask them, how did you spend this money? But in the Nigerian context, they cannot, because the system is just anyhow system. So the point I'm trying to make here is this. I just answer your question, one man. Yeah, it's good what the man did, letting the whole world knows that this guy you're holding your. I mean, the other day we saw on some news outlets in Nigeria, some civil servants who were retired, they were protesting. I had to send police and say army to go and beat them up because they were protesting for their retirement or their salary. I mean, and you can give 25 million naira out to just a religious. Just a church. I mean, that's to tell you that our leaders, they have misplaced priorities. Just the same way we had this one that went to go and give Afghanistan, a Taliban and Islamic-run government, give them $1 million. Then gave Nigeria again, give them 1.1 million, 1.1 billion. I mean, what kind of leaders do we have in that country? Well, let's just go on to the next question, please.
All right, brilliant. And to the push, latest voice, Bode George, Iyochia Ayo to resign, because he did make that promise that if a northerner emerged the flag bearer, he would. But then expecting a northerner to keep their words, are we still being naive?
I think we're being naive. That's it. We're naive and we're still naive. I think only some few of our people are gradually seeing the handwriting of the wall. But even seeing that handwriting of the wall is just because of their own selfish gains. like the likes of Wike. We might look at Wike. Wike is fighting these people now. He realizes that these people, they've been cornering us. But no, Wike is not really fighting for us. It's because he was skimmed out. That is why he's annoyed. Because of course, if this guy had offered him the deputy, I mean the vice president slot, he would have taken it. This is the same guy that said, no, I won't take it. It is either we have the presidency or not, nothing. He said it. That is not, he will never be a second-class citizen in this country, in Nigeria. I mean, so now he wants to become, because why did they allow his name to be shortlisted and his name to be put forward to Atiku before Atiku had to say, okay, no, I will go to the other, I will decide by myself who I want to take. Thank you people for your recommendation, but nope, this is who I want to take. I will take Ifeanyi Okowa. I mean, so if he wanted, he would have said, no, don't put my name on it. I can't be. But this is a guy who is just after his own political future. They're not fighting for us. Other one is saying when he was commissioning those projects, saying it is they know that we matter. Who are the we here? No, he's talking about him and his inner circles. Those people that are going to benefit from him. He's not talking about the people that voted them there to represent them. So let's not just say why I still like his posture against this northern thing. I mean, it's like you have people say what you know the bully about the man son Yoruba. What you know, I've seen they sent some kind of
tell us in Fufu Day. Maybe you'll do it better. Tell us in Fufu Day.
Yeah, you well, man. So anyway, the kind of like my darling around, you know, that kind of a thing. Like there's this thing that they've sent it among themselves. They will never listen to themselves. They will self-destruct themselves, you know, destroy themselves rather. So for me, I just see that that's what is playing out, and I like to see that. I mean, like I keep saying, woman, I've seen the whole thing. We cannot move forward as a nation in that country. It's going to be a circle. So the best thing for us is just speed that country up. Let everybody go their separate ways. Well, I hope that will happen, and I look forward to that. I look forward to seeing that happen. But I know maybe it's something that is far-fetched. But for me, looking at what Bode George is saying, it's naive. It's being naive because this is the same people who they have a written constitution that power has to rotate. But Atiku, because he came in and he was able to spin things around, and look at what he was even saying during the Arise interview. Look at how he was even putting it. Like he says, there was a way he said it. I can't really remember very well. I think in the line of what he said, something like, I mean, it's open to everybody. We want to win. It's who can win the election, you know. So are you saying nobody from the South can win that election? You are the only person. I mean, this is the same guy. If you listen to the former governor of Cross River State, this fine man, what's his name? I've forgotten his name. It was like, not only you did, you run the first time, you run the second time. Not only you did, and that's true. Are you the only person in that party? I mean, you see, if Wike should betray,
I'm sorry, Donald Duke.
Yeah. So if Wike should betray him, I will not look at it as betrayal, because it's the same people that betrayed when something was not right for them. They left the party. They left PDP because they did not get the ticket. So if Wike say, I don't have the ticket too, let me leave the party too. I mean, these are disloyal people who only are there for their own self. I'm talking about Atiku and his inner circles. They only want to belong to a party if it favors them. If it doesn't favor them, they all defect. That they did back in many times in the past, where they defected to AC, AD, and then he came back, and then he went back again. And then, you know, if Wike does the same thing for him, and he gangs up, and he makes sure that he did not win, like Akeredolu said, I will not look at it as betrayal. You know, so that's how I see it. Because these people, you cannot trust them. They would always say anything just to get there, but when they get there, they do something else. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And to Tinubu calling on Peter Obi to caution his supporters that they're just getting a bit out of control. Has he betrayed a weakness somewhat by doing this, and are they now going to give him even more of the same?
I think Tinubu is gradually feeling the heat that it's like this thing is getting to him. Like what I mean, I'm not saying that Obi will win that election, but Obi is really giving them a run for their money because the kind of crowd, even though we can say it's online, but this is they too are seeing it already on ground that this thing is gradually translating into a real big movement. Like looking at it, you can tell that Obi is really gaining real, is pulling crowd, and I mean, not even the standing ovations sometimes he gets from people when he goes to religious centers like churches and the rest, which I think, like somebody said yesterday, I think he needs. You see, let me just say this before I go to that. So, for me, Tinubu should not be crying foul now because this is the same guy. Like I think um, what P said back in 2015, 2014, 2015. We knew what they did. How they painted, they attacked Jonathan. How they attacked him as weak. I mean, there was a time they were carrying coffin of him and things like that. I mean, so why are you now? I mean, somebody is doing the same thing to you. I mean, why are you now? I mean, why are you finding fault with that? Why are you suddenly like? I mean, suck it up and then take it. This is politics. I'm not saying what these guys are doing by attacking his frail health and making a mockery of it. That is something that we should condone. But hey, but then you see, it's do me, I do you. Whatever goes around comes around. This is something you did to somebody. You and your people that you wanted to set this your man that is there right now, current president. You did anything and everything. In Lagos State, I knew what they did in Lagos. I was there. I was around then. I went on a visit. I saw what they did during the election, the 2015, 2014, 2015. How they really demarketed what's his name, Jonathan. Not even this guy that is current Minister of Information. How they spewed out propaganda and everything. They carried coffin of Jonathan and they said they nailed PDP and those kind of a thing. So what are we saying? Not even the one they will carry broom and start sweeping. There was a time I think they came to do rally in Lagos. Is it in race course? After the PDP left, the APC went there. They took their broom. They swept. They swept their feet away. Like they swept. They said SOC. Like that kind of things. So these are the things. So these are the things that they did. They said they did. So why are you now suddenly becoming like, oh, you call your people to order? I mean, you did worse than that even in 2015. So I think you read the response of Obi, one man. I think he said, I mean, the way he said it, like he's not doing anything about it. Let them continue attacking you because that's what you did too. So for me, I think Tinubu should not be crying foul at this point because he did worse in 2015, and I think that's what I want to say.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, to the space, Akeredolu insisting that power must transit to the south. That should be the first baseline. Then after that, we negotiate anything else.
Yeah, I see. For me, I think what Akeredolu is doing is right. Akeredolu deciding to do what he said by saying what he said. I think for me, I think we've all been saying it too. That actually the North should not have it at this time. The North should not have it. It should go to the South. The reason being that what we've seen going on in that country, playing out in that country in recent years with this banditry and everything, and they're not doing anything about it. And the current man that is there is a Fulani man. And the next person who seems to be the two top contenders from the North, they are also Fulanis. When you read the other day, you talked about Kwakwanso. I was even thinking maybe Kwakwanso was really an Hausa guy, but you read his bio and he said he was a Fulani from a Fulani stock. So how could we have two Fulani consecutive? I mean, just imagine we having two.
No, Kanuri, not Fulani. Kwakwanso.
No, Kwakwanso is not Kanuri. It's a Fulani guy.
It's not Kanuri.
It's not Kanuri.
Oh yeah, that's all right. Oh, Shetima rather. Sorry, go on. Yeah.
Shetima is from Borno. So we're talking about so two of them are. So it's just like we having two Yoruba person succeeding themselves consecutively. Like okay, one Yoruba man lives there, another man Yoruba man gets there, an Igbo man lives there. And they won't allow that. They won't create. They would have burned down the whole of North. So what are we talking about? But then they want to sell it to us, and they want to force it down on our own throat. We're not going to accept it. So I'm with Akeredolu, even though I know Akeredolu's politics too is laced with so many how do I put it, deception and all of that. But we seem to agree on certain things. This area of security in that country and the seeming
A mutual hatred for the Malams, Abi.
no. Woman, I don't hate the Malam.
Yeah, we know you do. We know
I
you
don't hate
do.
them. I just hate their politics. I mean, their elites, the politics they play, and how they stream, how they kind of like their masses. They also seem to be colluding with them in perpetuating them in power, and thereby bringing us to this situation we find ourselves. If they too could wake up like the Southerners and vote out this their so-called selfish elites, I think the things will turn around a little bit. But because they manipulate them, they allow them to be manipulated, and at the end of the day, they vote these people back again in power, and then they continue getting the same situation they get over there, and already they're selling that same condition or situation to us back down south. Look at how I mean, the lady came down. I mean, he was sharing 20,000. I mean, what kind of a sinner society will you do that? This thing should be pushed to the local government. Go to your local government, you get the money. I mean, have a database, have a fingerprint of everybody. You can always sequence this fingerprint. If anybody comes in and says he wants to collect money, I mean, this is not about even talking about this insecurity. It could be fought with technology, but because they know what is behind it, they know that if we have an accurate database of people in that country, they capture people's fingerprints. Like for example, in this small town that I live here, I mean, I don't know how many times I've been to the police station to do fingerprint over some certain things. If I do anything here, maybe I do anything incriminating here, and then maybe they were able to get some kind of thing, evidence around the crime scene, they could just use the fingerprint and pick me out. This is how nations that are developed, this is how, but because they know that if they do a re-estimation of people in that country, the real truth of the northern number that they claim to have would come to light. Everybody will come to see that it's all just, just all false. So with technology, they can fight this insecurity. So just capture the fingerprints, the biodata of every citizen you have in that country, you can fight it. So for me, what I'm just trying to say, one man, is that you see this northern Akeredolu, what is saying, yes, we need it to come to south. That doesn't mean it's the panacea, it's the solution to the problem. But at least with the southerner, the way that country is being overrun by one section of one clan or one tribe, I know they will not allow it. They will fight it head on. They will really tackle this problem because one clan of somebody from one section of that country, who is the leader of that country, he won't, because maybe he doesn't want his clansmen to be massacred or whatever. I don't know, whatever his reason. He's playing politics with it. So I know Satana will not do that. That's what I believe.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So I want to take that same question. Thank you, Rational Mind. I want to take that same question to Ajanle Koko, who I don't think spoke on that space. But before I go there, let me acknowledge Play Summer Super Chat, the only one that has discovered that button today. And Play Summer Super Chat to say, Thomas, civil servants are not owed salary in Western world. That is why we cannot criticize their government for making donations to religious institutions. So there it is. Thank you for this super chat, Play Summer. But it always strikes me as curious, and I think Maria was even doing it earlier on, using standards that obtained in a first world advanced country to apply to a failing third world space. All of the facilitations that enables all of these things that we see in the West, it was a long and tortuous build up to land to where they are. It's not just by act of will, it's by building bricks to we are just so far removed from these people. I don't really see where, as they be like in America, like in UK, like in Germany. What are we talking? We're talking about Nigeria, some dusty, God-forsaken space, and you're comparing it to the United States. Where is where is the parallel? Where is the level? So this is the thing. Like we have here in jam. No, 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 no. It's a third world country now. It's just some ramshackled back of the stick sort of a space. So that's it. Play Summer. Thomas, civil servants are not owed salary in Western world. That is why we can't criticize their government for making donations to religious institutions. So thank you for that. As we go on from our rational mind back to Ajane Koko, who hopefully is still there. Ajane Koko, are you still there? All right. I think Ajane Koko may be doing something else at the moment. So, gentlemen, we stick to round off, of course, to still land on Ajane Koko. And we kick the rounding off with Play Summer, who I didn't even know was still on the screen. So, Play Summer, we're at that space of the session, the rounding off space. Your final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, man. Just like my last super chat, Thomas, please don't comparing our yam head country, just like in one man's voice, our yam head country with developed world. If Ben Ayade is not owing salary, no one will criticize him for making donations. And thank you for the platform. I really enjoy the program. I'm always ticked, looking out for the next episode. But sometimes when you don't show up, I feel bored. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. We'll be having two sessions tomorrow, Play Summer. So the afternoon session, actually to trail it, I think this was something that was sent in. It was a clip that was sent in to me by, I think it was George Blueshell. And on that clip is the narrative of a woman who looks to divorce her husband because he wasn't able to defend her when armed robbers turned up at the house. So that's a very complex situation. So that I think we're going to talk about in our tomorrow's session. So look out for that. So Play Summer, thank you for your company today. We go on from Play Summer. We go to let's go to Tony. So from Play Summer to Tony. Tony, you're up next.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for letting me appear on your platform every time. Thank you very much, so that I can be able to deliver my messages. So meanwhile, all these countries that we are living, they were not born with double heads. So I see no reason why we cannot go and replicate all what we saw here, in our places. So they were struggling at the beginning, but at least we have got them now to learn from. So we have been living here, and then we went to school in Nigeria. We came here, we are performing wonders, in the diaspora. Why can't we go and replicate this back home? We at least 20% of our people, or which I'm one of, can do wonders. You know what I'm saying? So then to the other one of the services,
Sorry. When you say we should go and replicate some of the things that we've seen abroad, cite an example of what you can replicate that you've seen abroad in Nigeria.
Okay, I don't need to go too further, but it's a question of just studying the past life and the life of Obafemi Awolowo. It's okay. I was able to achieve all those.
No, that wasn't what I'm talking about. But what you are saying, what you just said there, I think you were trying to tie into Play Summer's super chat to Thomas's commentary. And really, very difficult to replicate what you are experiencing abroad in Nigeria. Because abroad, you have, I've never known electricity to go out in this country, not for one blink of a moment. So never. So sometimes I leave my door open. I've never had concern. There was instances. I open my front door and then I leave a bunch of keys in the front door and I shut the door even till the next morning, and somebody will come and knock on my door with all of the bunch, all the keys to my cars, everything, and then somebody will come and So this is what we're talking about. I've never driven on a bumpy road. I don't really have fear of being accosted or being vested upon. If I want to, after this session, drive all the way to Scotland, I only have to hop into the car and put petrol in it. So all of these things, these are the things that makes all of those things work in the West. So you cannot just replicate a particular thing that you've learned as an experience in a space that does not have all of the accoutrements, all of the facilitations to make those things work. So we're a third world country, we're a backward country. So really, I'm not sure. We've not even started the building blocks to even get to anywhere near anything that purports to be a civilized space. We are uncivilized people. We must face it.
You are right. You are right. You are right. We are not civilized at all. We are very, very backward. Very, very
Comparing
backward.
Nigeria to Germany, and you want to replicate. What do you want to replicate?
No, we can do something if we're if we actually want to do something. For example, sir, those people that are at home, okay, most of us here we went to school in Nigeria. There's no doubt. You know what I'm saying? So when we get here, we are performing. They always ask you, where did you go to school? Where did you go to school? You tell them, in Nigeria. They'll say, yeah. No, so most of the white people, they will respect you. And then you will applaud them and then train some of them,
So why did that education not work for you in Nigeria in the way that it works for you abroad?
Yeah, because of the quota system, which you always disagree
It's not
with.
because of the quota system. Forget the quota system. It's because everything that should make that education work for you, all of the incendiaries, all of the soft elements of what comes together to make the education work is not there. So forget the quota system. So let's not just be saying it's just easy go to it's the Malams, it's the Malams. It's a lot more. You have to understand what Nigeria is. Nigeria is a third world country and a very backward one at that. So, but
yeah, but Obasanjo was trying to change that our mindset of a third world. Obasanjo was always telling us that we're also first world, that we should get our ass together, and so that I mean that's why we're missing that guy. That thought term, I really missed it. Because
it's not a conversation to have with you. You always go to strange places.
So okay, then let me just round up my roundup. Then to the other point, the other way again is that it also boils down to the system we are running. Like that, how can it not be? How can the finance minister or even the central bank governor or the president or the governor just go to the post? So don't we have cashiers? Don't we have for example, then in construction of road, we have a Ministry of Work, and then we have the cashier that will dishing out this money. They have these parliamentarians that will debate the issues, and the people giving out the contract. Other one would be, but how can somebody just say the money of a country? A president will just say, okay, I take 1.5 billion, I give it to this guy. I take 3 billion. So I understand you, sir. That's why you are saying that we are a third world country. But I'm quite sure that we can be able to make it. We can be able to make it.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So from Tony, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Jafar joins Play Summer to say, and this is I don't know if I should be reading this. Anytime that I see Jafar referencing rational mind, I know that is always is just to poke at him. Well,
they are cousins now. They are cousins now. Both of them are Fulani now.
Fulani blood.
It says, at Rational Mind, in 2019, we saw a senior advocate / professor distributing money in public space. The last time I checked, he's not a northerner. Be consistent in your hatred, sir. So it is English people that do this thing the most. They will insult you without insulting you directly. When an English person is calling you sir too many times, he's actually trying to insult you. So this is the guy now, Jafar, digging at a Rational Mind as he often does, then rounding it off with sir. At Rational Mind in 2019, we saw a senior advocate of Nigeria / professor distributing money in a public space. The last time I checked, it's not a northerner. Be consistent in your hatred, sir. So there it is, right there. So that is the never-ending saga. That is Jafar versus Rational Mind. And Alexander Akashe super chat simply to say, not simply, because we employ this, and Alexander Akashe is now paying you to do this. So Alexander Akashe is paying you, and you can see it on your screen. You don't even have to take my word for it. So Alexander Akashe is paying you to like, share, and subscribe. So if you don't do it for free, do it for money. This is what Alexander Akashe is saying to you. So his super chats to say like, share, and subscribe. Ajale Koko, thanks once again for the birthday song. So that is Alexander Akashe joining Play Summer and Jaffa in the super charts. So from that, I want to come back to you, Ajanle Koko, because the conversation that I was trying to have with Tony, I'm not quite sure I got the fullness of how I wanted that to go. And it is that space when parallels are being drawn between Nigeria and the Western space and asking that we replicate, there are certain things, of course, that we can replicate experiences and learnings from the West and replicate in Nigeria. But broadly, Nigeria cannot accommodate all the Western ideas that you have because all of the things to bring those ideas to life, they are not there. That is the point I was trying to make. Ajale Koko, your thoughts on that?
One man. You are totally right. Yeah. There's nothing that, no skill, nothing that you training or whatsoever that you acquired here. If you say you want to take it to Nigeria to replicate or to, train people and help people and impact on people there, the way you want to do it, the system will not allow you to do it at all. The system will push you back. The people themselves will push you back. A lot of stumbling block will come your way, and you'll be left with an option to just leave and just run away. Because the system has rendered people so backward. The way the system operates is so backward. Everything is backward in that country, except we want to deceive ourselves. Except we want to
it's only
deceive
if you don't die
ourselves.
in the process. You thank God if you don't die in the progress.
Look, man, it is sad. It is sad. That country is not. So even just walk around.
Ajale Koko, let's use a test example. Let's say you're a medical expert, and then you just say, okay, you see that they are able to do all this mobile medical facilitation or build little pockets of medical centers wherever you are, and you see that the system is so simple and effective. So you say, there's absolutely, let's say they just build a small little bungalow, a small little cubicle for people to come and take part in medical education, enlightenment, even facilitation. So you don't see any reason why that should not work in your community. So you then go back to whichever community, north, south, east, or west in Nigeria to try and replicate that. So the first thing you come across is Omonile. Before you're able to build that little cubicle, you have to go through the Baba, you have to go through the Bale, and then having done all that, then you discover that they cannot even drive in to come and see you. So they cannot drive in to come and see you. There is no electricity to power it, so you have to power it with generator. And as soon as you close for the day, they've stolen the generator through the windows. They've stolen all of the facilities. So all of these things, so the simple idea that you bring from abroad, which is at no cost, it cannot replicate in Nigeria because Nigeria is just a basket case.
Look, I know people. I know somebody that with a group of people here that left here and went and set up a specialist hospital where they can do heart surgery, they can do a lot of things that, it is not possible to do over there. And they were able to raise from their own money, raise money from the bank here, going to almost about, 800 million, converted in dollars to Naira, built a very fantastic hospital, did everything. They took a lot of material from here down there. The people they hire, officers, medical doctors, all those people they hire there, looting started with them. The people they hire were the ones that started the looting of materials and other things in that hospital. They ended up closing down that place because it could not function right. The way it became a money sucking entity. The objective they set for that place, they couldn't achieve it because the people they hire, the Nigerians, the doctor, the nurses, and everything there, everybody was looting. And they were using their money to fund that place, continue to fund it to make it work. At the point they said, no, look, this is not the way. It shouldn't be like this. That place should be able to sustain itself. We have put in place all the infrastructure, all the machinery, everything that is needed there has been put in place for that place to function. Why? Why do they have a machine missing, material missing, things are missing, petroleum, diesel, everything? They couldn't, they ended up closing that place. The system is a problem on its own. The people themselves, the people that you really want to help, they are the biggest problem. The people that you really want to help.
Angelico, can I interject, please?
Yeah, say something, man.
I will disagree with you on that one. I will pinpoint down on mismanagement and improper supervision by the owners of such edifice. If what you're saying is actually true, and if they actually told you the truth, I think they did not do a good job. Look, we have so many hospitals operating in Nigeria as we speak. If you have in the excess of 800 million naira to put up in a business, and you're telling me because they were stealing equipment, it means that you have not done your homework right. Somebody is not telling the truth. We have what are these hospitals? St. Nicholas Hospital in Nigeria. We have even the one what's this hospital name again? You know, built by people that from here, even in Anambra State. There was one that was built in it's like a 10 or 12-story building that was built by an Anambarian. So what are you talking about? Those people that went to Nigeria to invest and they are going to pull out because of what? A specialist hospital? That is unheard of. You can't put that on the doorsteps of Nigerians. I know. I have done business with Nigerians, and I know how they behave. You see, there's one word Peter Obi put out there. He said, "People do what they are. People will not do what they are expected. People will do what they are inspected." What is the managerial capacity of those people that went there to open up a hospital? It's a disgrace on their part. They cannot tell me that it is because of the
yes, it is.
from
It is
their
good.
from the facility.
It is good to blame. Let me tell you, people living in Nigeria that set up a business in Nigeria, the way they will run it, and the way Nigerian people will behave with them is going to be different with the way they're going to handle your own thing from abroad, and the way they're going to behave with you is going to be different.
I know, Angelica. See, let me tell you this. Let me just. I just want us to have a discussion, right? Because tomorrow we might decide to go home to open up something, right? Now, any person will behave, even here in the United States where we work. I have co-workers if you do not inspect them, if you do not train them, if you do not tell them, hey, this is your obligation, this is your responsibility to do, they won't do it. So the issue is this: if you're going to go to Nigeria and you tell the people, hey, no, Nigerians have many good people. So if you, or unless you went there and you start saying, or maybe you
let me ask you a
my own
question.
people,
Let me ask you a
employ my
question.
own people. So probably you
Let
don't
me
even
ask you
have
a
the right
question.
to fire them.
Let me ask you a question. Are you
Go
telling
ahead.
me that you have never seen people that left here to set up a business in Nigeria and ended up closing that business and run back to America? Are you telling me
Good
you
and
have not
fine.
seen it?
Good and
Hmm?
fine. Yeah.
No,
No,
I'm asking you. Haven't you seen that?
Yes, I have
Eh?
seen. I have seen it. I have seen
Okay.
it, and I'm going to tell you the reason why. Now, based on what you said, you did not say that probably the high cost of running the place ran them out. You did not say they did not have good access
Everything
roads.
added
You did not
together.
say.
Forget. Look, let
Oh,
me
oh,
see. Let
no,
me
no,
tell
no, no,
you
no, no,
this.
no, no, no. I'm going by.
Hold on. Everything added together. I'm
Okay, now it makes sense.
I'm not saying only stealing alone. Everything
Because
added
I was
together.
looking at it based on
Not
if
only
it's only
stealing. No.
stealing.
Not only stealing alone.
Okay.
That one is included. But everything added
Okay.
together brought down that place.
Well,
Everything added together. That is what I'm telling you. So
but I still think, I
those
still think
people
they can still make
that
that place
live
work.
in Nigeria that own those hospitals that are there every day to monitor it, to manage it themselves. You know, they understand Nigerian problem, they understand Nigerian situation, they know how things work. Even with that, they are still facing a lot of problems. You understand? So talk less of somebody from abroad who want to entrust everything in the hand of Nigeria. You can't entrust your stuff in the hand of Nigeria. They will destroy it.
Oh, definitely. You cannot do it. That's what I was saying.
No matter how, highly placed.
No, I believe you. I believe you on that
I know
one.
some. Look, let me tell. Look. Nigerians are very difficult people. I know people that have. I know somebody, another person that have. An estate, a property estate that rented out. He put it in charge of a management company. Do you know what he goes through every day with attorney every year before he can get his money? He has to pursue, he has to do this, he has to do a lot of things to get his money. Something that should be very easy. Look, the people there are difficult people, man. They are not straightforward, and they don't do things right. The system is not right. The people are not right themselves. Everything doesn't work right there. It's just unfortunate. You can't do it. One man. It's hard, man.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. Let me get back to the closing remarks, and next up, Rational Mind. Rational Mind, closing remarks.
Yeah, one man. Thank you. Thank you all. Please like the session and share. Well, I don't know if you can share this time. Well, just a like and thumbs up. Please always share subsequent sessions. And yeah. So for me, I think we come here every day talk about our country, Nigeria. It's just sometimes it's very tiring when we have to talk about what is wrong with our country and how to move forward. And then some people don't see it that way, but we continue talking. We'll not get tired because that's the only place we have. If ever they send us back home, say, okay, we don't want you back we don't want you in our country anymore. Go, and we can always go back to our home. But what home would we have if currently the security situation in that country is not? I mean, I tell you, I have people who cannot even leave Lagos. My family members who wants to go out of Lagos to do business, not just them, even friends, they can't even leave Lagos. You can't even step up to that Ibadan Expressway there, or Bini or Expressway, because they're afraid people bringing in food stuff from the north or other part of Nigeria, they are afraid. And when they finally succeed in bringing it to Lagos, they jack up the price. Is this a country we want to continue living? And all of us wants to go back. Look at somebody who went back recently, how he was kidnapped and they just snuff out life out of him. So you see, that country has a long way to go. And I keep saying, I've looked at it from A to Z. I've just said, oh, the best thing is let's just break that country. Let everybody just manage their space. At least the smaller the space, the more manageable it will be than when it's bigger the way it is. And then some people from the north, they're allowing their border to be used by some people to be infiltrating and be coming into that country who are non-citizens. Because you speak language or you share culture with them, you think you can allow them come in and become citizens. I mean, that is not a country. You don't run a country like that. So, one man, thank you so much, and hope to be with you guys in the next session.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So, from Rational Mind, let's go on to Saki Fada, who hopefully is still with us. Saki, closing remarks.
Yeah, Omar, it has been a very wonderful session today. You know, Nigeria has a lot of problems. Our problems are multifaceted, but we must keep on keeping on. And like you said, it is difficult to replicate the level of development in the developed world. In the Nigerian state today, we have to first of all start on learning what we have learned as Nigerians. And then after unlearning all those things we have learned, we now begin to relearn, to redevelop our country for good. And to all of you at the comment section, thank you for being part of our Wednesday session today. Let's do it again tomorrow. Thank you all.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Saki Fada, always well put by Saki Fada. So from Saki Fada, we go all the way down under to meet Thomas in Australia, who the last time we heard was getting drumsticks. So drumsticks, you only bought 3. What about the rest of us, Thomas?
So you heard everything I'm saying. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just having breakfast. Yeah. Thank you, one man. My closing remark always short, but we just stripping something as Ajaliko and say Nigerian people are very difficult people to assign business on their behalf. My father-in-law back then when we drive Molue, bought 3 Molue, 2 bus. He nearly cried. He nearly had hypertension just to collect their daily payment. Just to collect their daily payment. The man that he gave the Molue to, when he gave the Molue to the man has only 1 wife. On the long run, the man got like almost 3 or 4 wives. And they will say there is no remittance. Last man suffers today. Everything in a lie. So Nigerian people, it's very difficult. If you want to do any business in Nigeria, just forget about the country you are. You have to move down to Nigeria squarely to take care of your business. So if you don't do that, if you want to do any business in Nigeria, you are deceiving yourself. Thank you, one man. May God bless everyone. I will round up with this. Vote for your candidate that can take you to the next level. Thank you, one man. God bless you and God bless everyone.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go from down under to Nashville, Tennessee, to listen to the words of the jewel in the crown of the place. Jewel of Nashville.
Okay. Good evening. So it has been an interesting session. I didn't really have time. I was just interjecting, but it's still okay. It's part of the show. I would have loved to say something about some issue that is bothering me, but we're going to talk about it some other day.
Go on.
Okay, it was about this guy. What's his name again? That talked about Peter. He granted an interview. He granted an interview on AIT regarding Peter Obi and why he should consult them before doing what he's doing, or they were going to call him to a meeting so that he can explain to them what gave him the guts to feel that
Is
he's
it
going
Dan
to win.
Ulasi? Is it Dan
Yeah,
Ulasi?
Mr. Dan Olase.
Yeah.
Yes. So I listened to him. What I found out from that interview is that, like we always say here, the establishment are fighting back. They are fighting back. They do not want Nigeria to move ahead. They know what is coming. They know that they are about to lose. If Atiku does not win, they know that they are not getting anything. They know equally that the way Nigeria is structured, that it is still for their own gain. Look, don't get it mixed up. Whenever there is issue of corruption, every tribe participates in it. There is no way Buhari is going to do whatever he's doing without an Emefiele. Emefiele is from where? He's from the South. All of them, they must rebuild the railway. Rutimi Amechi, Southeast. They are all part of the game. Nigeria should know that the establishment does not want these things to change because they are the ones benefiting from it. So I plead with Nigerians to, look at these candidates, especially Peter Obi. He is the best candidate that we have today, point blank. Unless you want to lie to yourself, everything that we have enumerated today had to do with leadership. There is no responsibility. The one Adele Koko was talking about the hospital. The roads are not they are not roads leading to the place. That is government. When people steal from your facility, you take them, you report them to the police. What happens? The following day they're out. There is no rule of law. Any government that is coming in should be able to help us to give death penalty for anyone that steals above 10 million naira. And if you steal above 1 million naira, it doesn't matter if it's in the public or the private sector. You go in for at least 7 to 10 years imprisonment. Corruption has eaten us so badly that people cannot even reason. What about people that are engaged in electoral malpractice? These people should be given jail time so that others will see that when you do things like this, that there are consequences for that. In Nigeria, I was listening to one of I don't know who was talking about, we don't even know how many that we are in this country. I remember on this show, we talked about it sometime, and I think it was Ajele Koko or somebody was saying, oh, it was Ovie, that how can you tell a man that if you want to go and do census, how can you tell a man to bring out all his kids? Because it is what? It is the culture. No. Whatever culture that you have should be subjected to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So when the Federal Republic of Nigeria said there is going to be a census, it should be a comprehensive data collection. So if you bring out yourself and say, okay, sir, you're the one we saw. If you're telling that you have 10 people in the house, we have to see their fingerprints. They would not want us to have a proper census, because when we do have a proper census, all these brandishing of numbers that comes up from the north, we frizzle away. Until we do that, we are not going to have a country. What we are doing now is saying, oh, we have a lot of people in the north, then go there and give them money. When you give money meant for maybe 100 million people to originally 20 million, what do you think will happen? There's excess. That excess will be doing what? Will be siphoned away. We are not building a country. Criminality, we have left criminality to the dumbest of the people. Here, if you want to commit a crime, you're going to think, where am I going to buy this? Where am I going to do this? My fingerprint, all this. But in Nigeria, you see somebody, at night he just go with a bottle and he's somebody. That bottle, you will see the bottle right there. Yet you cannot find who committed that crime. There's a reason why when there is a crime here, they condone off the place. When they condone off the place, that is to make sure that they get everything, because from there you can see it's a crime scene. In Nigeria, there's a crime, everybody goes in there, everything is just because one, the time it would take the security officers to come to the scene, it might take them like 3 to 4 hours. So what will happen? People will just easily barge in there. Unlike here, when the crime is happening and you call the police, within 5 to 20 minutes, they are there. They condone of the place, carry out a good research, make sure that the perpetrators of those crimes are captured. So we have a long way to go, but it starts with a good leadership. Peter Obi says something, and he said something that was so critical. He said, if the person behind me knows that I am not doing this, the person will sit up. The same thing Dora Akinyuli did when she was in power, when she was in the ministerial position. When they see you and they know that this is the kind of leaders we have, they go to shut up. When we had the war against indiscipline, okay, when we had the war against discipline, people queued in. Why? Because they saw that the leaders then, in that particular aspect, not in every other aspect, but in terms of organization, they were thick on it. So Nigerians, please, Peter Obi is the best thing that will happen to us. Trust me on this one. I know he's not going to be a messiah. I'm not saying he's a saint.
So if you trust on it and it doesn't work out, what will be your forfeit?
I will have to apologize, and I will be the first person.
We have to flog you in a public square. If we vote Peter Obi for president,
I will be the first person. I will be the first person to call him out on anything that he's not doing right. I am not going to be a hypocrite, because in the journey of nation building, it's a process, and that process has to be right. But I promise you guys that if we have a Peter Obi in government, if we vote Peter Obi in government, most of these challenges that we have, that we cannot go home, we cannot feed ourselves, most of these problems will be solved. Thank you very much, one man. I love this show. I pray that everyone like, share, subscribe, and let's do it tomorrow.
Did you see Ovie throwing jabs at you in the comment section?
I did not see.
He said you have burnished your head for. I'm not one to talk because I'm with you on that one. But he said you burnished your head. That Peter Obi is paying you too much. But Ovie, the person we should really flog in a public square is Ovie. Maybe you can beat some sense into him. So thank you, Joel.
Thank you so much.
Joel, this guy has turned up. He calls himself Let Go. Sorry, he's called Let Go. Let me not say it in that manner. But Let Go, you've turned up just as we're rounding now. So did you have anything that you wanted to insert before we have the final word from Ajande Koko? No, we can't hear you. No, we can't. All right. So sorry about that. We can't hear you. But maybe turn up tomorrow. 9. We have 2 sessions tomorrow. So just click on the click on the subscribe and notification, and then we are on twice a day tomorrow. So hopefully we hear better from you tomorrow. But as ever, the moment you've all been waiting for, the daddy of them all, the King of Kings, the mighty one, Ajande Koko.
Thank you, one man. And thank everybody that came on the platform this evening for your contribution. Please come back tomorrow to do it again. And our listeners around the world, please use this time to click on the like button. If you have not done so, please click on the like button now to help the YouTube algorithm of this program want this platform to travel far around the world. We're trying to spread the message, the gospel to our people. That is the time for them to have a rethink, come to their senses, and do the right thing so that things can start to work right for that country. They should vote for the right candidate, not any one of these crazy politicians that are destroying this country, that country rather. So they have to rethink, have a rethink, vote right to have a right country to work right for everybody. So, other than that, let me thank our brothers and sisters behind the scene that have been chatting from the beginning to this time, from our brother Alessandra Gomez, Chairman, Board of Trustee, Woman Went to Mo, Alessandra Cashier, the Secretary, Jaja, Flash Mankind, Ogadi Master. I think Kulata was there, or was he not? I think he was there too. So, and my sister Bunksma. So I thank you as well. Please, you are the strength of the platform. Come back again tomorrow to do it the best you know how to do it. So, and the greatest thank to one man that brings us together every day to discuss about our country. We thank you, one man, for bringing us together again today. And I believe tomorrow you will bring some new round of topics. Political topics, and I want to guarantee you that yes, we shall join you by the grace of God. See you tomorrow, one man. Have a good evening. Thank you, one man, the eagle.
Thank you, Ajane Koko. So that's Ajane Koko. So that is it. Cock crow at dawn. When the cock crows at dawn, it is time to depart. So I don't know. I started that metaphor, but I didn't quite know where to go with it. So, but so there it is. It's just really to say that the final word, Ajane Koko, of course. So there's something that often befuddles me on the platform. All the way through, we've had a decent enough viewership. Even up to now, we have well in excess of 100, about 140 there about people viewing, and we set the bar at 100 likes. And if you look at your screens, it's not anywhere. Well, it's I'm not saying it's not anywhere near, but it's not reached that threshold. So how can that be when we've ebbed and flow quite a decent number of people? In the course of people coming in, going out, coming back in, we've had close to about 3,000 viewership on the platform, and we're setting a bar of 100 likes, and we're not hitting it. So that cannot be right, surely. So make that right at least. Click on the like button. Is that long-winded essay that I just presented? So if you haven't done that already, if you have no reason not to click on the like button, as I often say, if there's no reason, if it doesn't offend you that, oh, this guy is an Obi hater, I hate him, is an Igbo hater. If you're not one of those low wits that don't understand the conversation, if you have no reason not to click on the subscribe button, then you have every reason to on the like button, well, on both really. So if you have no reason not to click on those two buttons, then you have every reason to click on it, because we have this long and detailed and informed conversation with elegant minds coming to present to you high functioning thoughts, all of that free of charge. The only contribution you are required to make is to click on two buttons, and really how that labels you, I don't quite understand. So click on the like button is what I am trying to guilt trip you into doing. So if you feel sufficiently guilt tripped enough, then do that immediately and right now. Haven't done that, then set your time for two sessions tomorrow. One for around about 1:15, 1:20 there about UK time, and the second one, the one that the long running one, which is the evening sessions round about 9:30 p.m. to 9:45 p.m. UK time. So those are the time slots that you should diarize into your schedule. Happens every day. Miss it, miss out. Be there or be squared. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.